Ladies and gentlemen, guests, students, learned colleagues, good morning. Dumelang. Ke a le dumedisa. Good morning. Dumelang. Abushen. Sanbonan. Dimachelon. Right. I am Professor Matlakgonolo Thobane, and I will be your program director for this morning's plenary session. And allow me to officially welcome you to the second day of the UNISA College of Law, New Winds of Change in Africa, reflecting on the challenges of Africa in the 21st century and 30 years of post-1994 democratic dispensation in South Africa. Before I continue, though, with the program, I do welcome all of you. But before I continue with the program, I would like to welcome Professor Kole, Olaotse Kole, who is the Executive Deputy Dean of the College of Law, to please come and observe protocol for us before I continue with the program. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. I think it's much better now. Thank you, Program Director. I took a cue from you because you were greeting. It looked like we were still thinking if we could respond. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attendance. The task that I will be doing here today is very fascinating, if not short as well at the same time. All I have to do is to thank all of you for attending this conference. This is day 2 of our conference, as you will recall. The time factor will be corrected. I understand yesterday we really took time to start our program. It is different today due to unforeseen circumstances. We think we have tried to. So let me start off by thanking you, Program Director, Professor Matlakgonolo Thobane. You'll be steering this ship today under your capable leadership. We hope that this time factor will start to gain observance from your side, as well as momentum. Let me thank Mr. Makoti Samuel Tobakale, National Commissioner, Department of Correctional Services, who will be speaking here today. Dr. Benjamin Anyagre Azigina Ataik, CEO of Afro-Continental Consult, Ghana. Let me thank Professor Gordon Zide. These are the people that will, these are the speakers that will be engaging here today. I know there was Professor Ntwas on stage. In case is not featuring here, then I should acknowledge him in anticipation. And thank you so much for making yourself available as well. And if we know our government very well, which we are expected to as academics, we have got the former minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. When I say if we know our government very much, we will know contributed immensely in our government, and more so in different roles. And today we are honored to have in our midst the former minister to come here and to be with us here while we are talking about the topical issues as the theme of this conference indicated. So, Minister, you are welcome. You are home. Relax and enjoy. Surely you will be interested actually to listen to the various topics that will be engaged here today. Thank you so much. Program Director, thank you. Over to you. Thank you.
Kole, I think we're actually going to start on a very good foot. because you kept to what you were supposed to be doing. Thank you very much, Prof. Colleagues, without any further ado, as Prof. Kole has already said, we are going to try to keep to time as much as possible today. And my respected speakers, I am going to try to move the program of a Gautrain as well. So I think if we can try to keep to time, that will be really great. You have each, the 3 plenary speakers that are going to be speaking in the session, you are each allocated 30 minutes to present your speeches. Or then what I'm going to do also, because I am going to be sitting next to you, I will nudge you when you are at 10 minutes left or 5 minutes left, so that we can try and be on time. So please, I know I have a very unpopular job today, but if we can work together, that would be really appreciated. So 30 minutes for each of our 3 speakers. And at this point, then I would like to welcome Professor Maureen Mswela from the Department of Jurisprudence to please come and introduce our plenary speakers. Prof, I'm going to ask you that you please introduce all the 3 speakers, one after the other, so that when they start speaking, the program flows. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Tobane. Good morning, everyone. As indicated by Professor Tobane, my name is Maureen Mswela from the Department of Jurisprudence in the College of Law. My task today is to introduce the plenary speakers, and I will therefore be introducing the plenary speakers in the order in which they are scheduled to speak as outlined in the program. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of being in the presence of a true visionary and leader in the field of correctional services. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce Mr. Mahoti Samuel Tobagale, the National Commissioner of the Department of Correctional Services. Mr. Mahoti Samuel Tobagale was appointed National Commissioner of the Department of Correctional Services in October 2022 after acting in the position since September 2021. He first joined the Department of Correctional Services in September 2020 as Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for incarceration and corrections. Commissioner Tobagale has vast working experience in the public sector with more than 19 years at senior management level in different government departments. Prior to his appointment in the Department of Correctional Services, he was Deputy Director, Small Harbors, State Coastal Properties Development and Special Projects in the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure from July 2008 until August 2020. Mr. Tobagale, Commissioner Tobagale, has a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which was obtained in 2001. He also holds a Bachelor of Commerce honors from the University of the Motherland, UNISA, which he obtained in 2009. He holds 2 postgraduate diplomas in prevention of fraud and corruption and an executive development program diploma. He also has a postgraduate certificate in prevention. He is currently registered and pursuing a master's in corrections at the University of the Motherland, UNISA. Commissioner Tobagale will be sharing some insights on the topic From Apartheid to Democracy, Progress and Challenges in Corrections, celebrating 30 years of democracy. Commissioner, we are truly grateful for your dedication to enrich this conference with your expertise. Colleagues, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Commissioner Tobagale. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored also presence Mr. Benjamin Anyagre Aziginateg. I hope I pronounced it. Oh, I'm glad. Mr. Benjamin Anyagre Aziginateg is the Chief Executive Officer of Afro-Continental Consult Ghana. He is an agriculturalist with a major bias in agronomy. He is an organization development practitioner with knowledge in disaster management, law, African traditional, cultural intelligence, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Specialists. He is also an advocate for African unity through common language, e.g. Kiswahili and common regional languages for Africa. Mr. Aziginateg is a trade unionist and one of the 3 Pan-African activists who revived and re-registered the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute, proscribed after the 1996 coup in Ghana. And he is also a former executive director of the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute. The topic of his presentation is Democracy in Sub-Saharan Africa, Challenges and the Post-Apartheid Democratic Dispensation. Colleagues, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Benjamin Anyagre Aziginateg. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also delighted and honored to have Professor Gordon Zide, the CEO and founder of the GALTI Pty Limited and faculty member of the World Wild Institute of Leadership and Development. Professor Gordon Zide completed the BA Honors in Anthropology and the MA Anthropology at the University of Fort Hare. The degrees were followed by a PhD in anthropology awarded to him by the Nelson Mandela University. Over and above his degrees, Professor Gordon has acquired quite a number of undergraduate and postgraduate diplomas ranging from human resources, business management, management development, labor law, and legal studies, to name but a few. In his career, he has served as the higher education sector in various capacities, having been a Deputy Vice Chancellor at the Vaal University of Technology, Registrar at the Motherland University here at UNISA, and finally, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Vaal University of Technology, from which he retired at the end of 2019. Professor Gordon Ndodomzi Zide has published very widely and is a respected scholar in his own discipline of anthropology, in which he found a niche of public anthropology. He also served in the higher education sector as a founding member of the Transformation Managers Forum and was to become its first chairperson. In his capacity, he developed an institutional transformation plan, the ITP, which came to be used as a barometer by institutions, programs, and initiatives. Professor Zide was able to Liso Sobukwe Trust. He also served as a deputy and subsequently as a chairperson of the Seth Mokitimi Methodist Seminary, and now serves on the same entity as a member of its NPO. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Zide is a very proud lay preacher of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, as well as a member of the Young Men's Guild. He is married to Nomalizo Zide Ni Lujabe and have been blessed with 6 children and 12 grandchildren. Professor Zide will be sharing some insights on the topic, The Winds of Change in Africa, a call for decisive moral and ethical leadership in a disrupted South African society post-1994. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Gordon Zide.
Thank you very much, Professor Mswela, for introducing our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome our National Commissioner of Correctional Services, Mr. Tobakale. Commissioner, please ascend the stage.
Program Director, thank you for the opportunity. Let me greet everybody who is part of this occasion. We appreciate the fact that we have been given an opportunity to share some ideas with regards to the topic at hand. I stand by the protocol that has been announced today, but let me single out Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, the former minister. When I was introduced, there's one part that was not mentioned. Of course, the 19 years constitutes of a lot. But the last assignment I did with Mama Nkosazana Zuma, she was leading a team of administrators appointed by the president to address governance issues in the Northwest Province. So we were there to effect Section 100 of the Constitution, and we were led by Mama Nkosazana Zuma, was one of the administrators. Let me also acknowledge the Executive Dean of the College of Law and the Deputy Executive Dean, but also acknowledge the academia that is with us today and distinguished guests, but also acknowledge the presence of students, because at some point I was a student. And I'm standing here because my development was actually in the student movement and the youth movement. So I'm very happy that today we have students with us. Program Director, I've noted the issue of time. There are 2 pieces that we prepared as the department, so I'm going to manage these 2 pieces. within the given time parameters. We also prepared some visuals, but unfortunately, we are not going to be able to share those. But let me start by indicating that it's a privilege and an honor for us to address you at this esteemed gathering. I am accompanied by the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for community corrections, Mr. Pigombambo. He's sitting up there, he's raising his hand. I am also accompanied by Dr. Musoma, who is my boss in the department, a Deputy Commissioner responsible for the Office of the National Commissioner. And we also have the Acting Director, Mr. Mdluli, who is responsible for what we call the EST team. These are men and women who normally wear black T-shirts. They are not so popular because they are the ones that they enforce discipline, of course, within the bounds of the law in a security setting that we operate within. The topic that one is going to address today talks to two different eras. The apartheid era, the transition to democracy, but also it touches on progress and challenges in corrections. There's the part that gives one mixed feelings, and is the part of celebrating 30 years of democracy. And I think this part is steeped more on the progress that we have made, but also on the milestones that we've been able to achieve. So we are going to reflect on transformation in the correctional system, marking the 30 years of democracy. So for us, this annual conference is more than an academic discussion. It is a recognition of the immense progress, challenges, and resilience that have shaped this sector over the past 3 decades. The correctional services system has played a pivotal role in shaping a post-apartheid South Africa that we know today. Of course, we are a department that is part of the Justice, Crime, Prevention and Security cluster. We are the last in the value chain of the criminal justice system. We always say that we are the ones that are on the receiving end of whatever challenges, whatever problems that the criminal justice system faces in this country and internationally. So for us today is just to share a few reflections, because the topic itself continues to be a subject of studies and also research. But also what we want to treat is how much further can we go in transforming corrections, not only to talk about where do we come from. It is instructive for me, program director, to report my post in terms of our culture and how we do our work in corrections. Currently, we have a population of 165,154 inmates. We have 104,216 sentenced offenders, and we have around 60,841 remandees. These are the inmates that are still going through the courts. We have 301 state patients. Now, state patients are offenders that have mental illness issues. We have also foreign nationals. Given the numbers that we manage, if we compare them with the number of beds that we have in the system, we are actually experiencing what we call a perennial problem of overcrowding. At the moment, it's around 54%. What is our human resource capacity? The ideal capacity is supposed to be 45,000 or so, but at the moment we have only 37,110 filled positions, and out of that, 15% is actually security officials. I'm saying that because it is important for us to note that our staff capacity composes of professionals, your psychologists, your social workers, health professionals. We also have employees that manage our enterprises, because we have workshops, we have farms. Those are the enterprises that are part of the self-sufficiency and sustainability program, where we ensure that the offenders get to be taken through skills development programs as part of rehabilitation and preparing them, of course, to be reintegrated into the society. Now, for all these movements to be managed, you need security personnel, but I've already indicated that the capacity that we have is a quarter of this 37,000. Our property portfolio, we are managing 243 correctional facilities. We have 46 management areas. Management areas are basically a conglomerate of correctional facilities in a particular setting. We have 15 new generation correctional centers. Now, what do we mean by that? We mean correctional centers that are operating with components, infrastructure that is up to date with developments. I'm talking about, integrated security systems. So, and that is around 6% of the correctional facilities we have. So the rest are old correctional facilities. Everything is, in terms of movements, is controlled manually. So they are labor intensive. And then, of course, we have community corrections facilities. There's 218 of those. This is where, after the inmates would have been paroled, they then get aftercare services from these 218 community corrections facilities. That is a portfolio that Mr. Mbambo is responsible for. And then, of course, we have 2 private correctional facilities, and that's a topic for another day, whether we should be venturing into private, correctional facilities, given the recent, issues that we dealt with and we continue to deal with. Safe to say that in 2001, when one took over as the acting national commissioner, I did indicate that my view is that we should not extend the contracts of these 2. Now, it goes to say that, obviously, my view is that we should not continue entering into this triple Ps. Of course, because this is a security brief that you would not necessarily want to leave in the hands of the private sector in that way, unless if we get into a different regulatory framework. At the moment, the Correctional Services Act enjoins these private security correctional facilities to be managed through our policies, through our regulations, procedures, but still, we are still facing the challenges that we're facing today. So as a result, one of them is actually under administration, because we had to deploy a temporary manager at Mangaung Correctional Facility, and we will keep it that way until the contract expires in 2026, which is basically a few months to come. Now, one of the outstanding things that I think we need to point out today is that when we look at the conditions, of our infrastructure, as I've indicated, we have fairly old correctional facilities. When we did a condition assessment, and this was done 2 years ago, we came out with these conclusions. Only 10% of the correctional facilities, which is 4%, are in a good state. Fair to good is 36, translating to 15%. Fair is 41, translating to 16%, and fair to poor is 141, translating to 58%. Poor is 15, translating to 7%. So basically out of the 243, you're looking at something like 160 correctional facilities that are in a fair to poor state when you look at infrastructure. Now, what does that mean? It means your potential security breaches are at a high level. Okay, so it means it is fairly, challenging for security officials and our managers to thwart any security breach, now including escapes. Of course, the question that would follow is how many escapes do we experience a year? We have been managing less than 20 escapes a year, coming from a recent history of 142 in 2019, 2020. So we have fairly improved, and if I'm not mistaken, the previous financial year, we experienced less than 15 escapes. And all of those escapes are actually not from inside correctional facilities. They are from movements outside. An offender would have gone to court, an offender would have gone to the hospital, an offender would be working in the farm. So given the state of our correctional facilities infrastructure and the limitations that I've already pointed out, I would say that we are doing very well from the security perspective. Now, Program Director, let me get into some themes with regards to the input that we want to give today. The first one will be the legacy of apartheid, a system built on oppression. Because for us it is important to reflect on this if we are to fully grasp the scale of transformation. And we must first confront the painful legacy of apartheid era, the correctional system. Under apartheid, prisons were not merely institutions of incarceration, they were instruments of racial subjugation. For decades, the correctional system served as a tool to uphold an unjust social order defined by racial segregation, severe overcrowding, brutal treatment, and a fundamental disregard for human dignity. I mean, we still have that legacy. I mean, in this country, we had 2 training colleges. There was a training college meant for a particular race, and there was a training college meant for another race. Now, even now, when we take the young ones to college, you still sit with these disparities in terms of infrastructure and amenities that are available, even though we are obviously operating post-apartheid. The democratic government inherited a criminal justice system deeply entrenched in the apartheid structure. Security forces, courts, prisons were not neutral entities, but mechanisms that enforced and sustained racial oppression. The system was fragmented, militarized, racially stratified, lacking legitimacy and integrity. For Black South Africans, it was not a justice system, it was an instrument of control and repression designed to deny Black South Africans equitable treatment. Within the homeland system of governance, critical functions such as defense, policing, and justice administration, of course, corrections also remained under apartheid control. This resulted in a deeply fractured system with 11 separate police forces, 11 departments of justice, 11 different correctional systems, each aligned to self-governing states and homelands. These disparities meant that access to justice and correctional services was dictated by race, geography, ethnicity, also sexism. So the principle of fairness, justice, or need took a backseat. So this system was basically designed to break the spirit of the oppressed, particularly black South Africans, who made up the overwhelming majority of the prison population. Of course, that is still the case, but that is a dynamic that is born out of the profiles of crimes that we are experiencing, but also a dynamic that is born out of the legacy of the apartheid system, given the social fabric that South Africa is made up of. Of course, we have socio-political and economic challenges that drive the social ills that steeps the correctional system into this type of challenge that I've already indicated, the challenge of overcrowding. So as I want to repeat again, the goal was not to correct, the goal was to contain and also subjugation. So we have basically a legacy of systemic abuse, neglect, and injustice. And that legacy is what we are grappling with still even today. So understanding this history for us is very important because we have to continue to dismantle this legacy as we try to build moving forward. The birth of democracy brought about a new vision for correctional services from different perspectives. And of course, it gave legitimacy to the process of transformation. Because the apartheid era basically was delegitimizing transformation. Change was not a concept accepted. So we have a correctional system that is now steeped in, a justice, principles of justice, fairness, human dignity, and these are central to how we then contribute in shaping the society moving forward. We always say that the correctional system is a mirror of the society. Hence, in the new approach, what we are doing is to ensure that we change the walls that are surrounding correctional services to invisible walls instead of visible walls, in the sense that the programs that we implement now are more inclined towards social reintegration than just looking at incarceration and rehabilitation within the walls. So, Program Director, I would not necessarily reflect on the impact of the new legislative framework. We know that we have a constitution that is heralded as the best internationally, a constitution that is steeped in the culture of human rights, and that has shaped the Correctional Services Act and any other legislation that follows. So we embraced a criminal justice system as the correctional services that has a vision of a South Africa where citizens feel safe at home, at school, where they work, they live free from fear. So it means that we also have a role to play in crime prevention. So we subscribe to Vision 2030 that is aimed to foster a society conducive to economic growth, transformation, and a more equitable distribution of resources. So, acknowledging this challenging socio-economic environment, as I've alluded, we realigned our strategy to enhance safety in communities while simultaneously facilitating the successful reintegration of offenders. So our rehabilitation programs and restorative justice programs are equipping our offenders with tools that are necessary to assist them to become law-abiding citizens, contribute to growth and development in the localities that we reintegrate them into. We do not only provide them with the skills for them to be employable, but we provide them also with the skills that they can share with members of the community, and they can themselves contribute to resolving the problem of unemployment. If I may just give one example, I know that one of the things that we have been doing is to expose the system to South Africans. We have been taking the media into correctional facilities, and one of the things, thank you, Program Director, and one of the things that we've been trying to advocate for is the principle of offenders actually contributing to their upkeep and relieving the reliance on the fiscus. So on a lighter note, Program Director, because you are saying I have 10 minutes, we will not invite you to our saloons. But that is one of the enterprises that we have. So you have an offender that can go through that, get out and start a saloon, employ. And this for us is a huge contribution, because when I was giving statistics, I did not talk to the gender issue. We have just over 4,700 female offenders. And then I'm sure all of us now know where the problem of crime lies. And actually, when you dissect the profile of these offenders and the crimes that the female offenders and the crimes that they are serving sentences for, all of them are linked to the male in different aspects. So the tenets of the new strategy for the department is increased representativity in personnel and also in management, demilitarization of the correctional system to better focus on rehabilitation, progressive alignment with international best practices in correctional facilities, and of course, out of legislation, we have an inspecting judge that monitors the work that we do. I'm just going to then mention, but not go into the details with regards to transformation achievements. Obviously, we are a system that practices human rights. We are a system that restores dignity to victims of crime, and also a system that restores dignity to offenders from the perspective of dealing with stigmatization of offenders or ex-offenders. We focus more on rehabilitation and reintegration, as I've indicated. We have restorative justice initiatives, and we have strategies to deal with overcrowding. But what are the challenges that we still face moving forward? Is still the issue of overcrowding. Actually, what we have observed is that the numbers are increasing almost every month now. And the debate out there is whether we should be building more correctional facilities, focusing more on alternative sentencing. But the problem is the profile of crimes in South Africa has changed. And we have sentencing legislation that is mandatory in terms of how you administer justice. So the lifers in correctional services, the numbers are increasing. So we have long sentences. So the output into the parole system is dropping. And of course, we are also having programs that deals with reoffending. I spoke to aftercare programs. We have a problem of violence and gang activity, and that's why we are working with the other criminal justice agencies to deal with the problem of gangs from outside. Because what happens is the gangs in the community, when they get into a correctional facility, they redefine themselves. In the past, we used to talk about number gangs. Now we're talking about gangs that are actually based on economic activity. So if We are still thinking that we have 26 and 27s. It's no longer like that. We have, for instance, we have gangs that their makeup is focusing more on illegal mining. Their makeup is focused more on undermining economic infrastructure. So these crimes are not perpetuated by individuals. They're perpetuated by well-resourced, well-networked, and they are highly technical gangs. In fact, they even recruit from the student base. So if we're talking AI, these gangs are 3 steps ahead. And as I've indicated, they model themselves around the types of crime, the profile of crimes. If we're talking cybersecurity, we have gangs that focuses on that and nothing else. So if you ask me why, how do you know that? I will tell you that we have an offender in Hoshimampuru. If you give him a cell phone, he can access whatever systems he has, and he can take out all the exotic cars that you know from a car dealership within an hour, with paperwork and everything looking legitimate, and the cars will just go out. We have gangs that focus on stock theft. If that person gets access to any form of communication, the only thing that comes to my mind now, it's an old Afrikaans word, Fantis auction. Yeah, that offender can simply take all the stock at an auction. So there is a debate that is raging out there that we have super maximum correctional facilities. We are ill-treating offenders because we are keeping them under very stringent security conditions. But we are doing that for the good of ensuring that we prevent crime. And I mean, we all know that at some point, someone called Thabo Bester addressed a lavish occasion behind, the walls, and even laughed at his audience, which was made up of prominent people. So I thought I should just give a taste of that. Of course, we invest in rehabilitation. I've spoken about the self-sufficiency and sustainability program. The commodities that our offenders consume on a daily basis, for instance, let me pick on bread. We have been taking those off the buying list. We have bakeries in all the 6 regions, and we have saved government more than 11 million in the past financial year just from producing bread. And that's what we are taking out to the world to see. Of course, we have to continue building our capacity. We also participate in community engagements. An example is our continuous intervention in Lusikisiki, which is what is not known. But we have camped in Lusikisiki, and we are working on a program with men, young men, middle-aged, old men only. We are focusing on that because we did an imbizo in Lusikisiki 3 years ago, and 99% of the audience were women, and 99% of all of them who stood up spoke about a personal experience of being raped. So we then took a decision to focus on the men. We have a plan of action. We invest in resources to divert and to also change behavior. Partnerships, we thrive on partnerships because rehabilitation is a societal responsibility. That is our core principle. And we appreciate the fact that we have a memorandum of understanding with UNISA. I was actually briefed that we need to renew this MOU. And colleagues were looking at expanding the MOU to different faculties. and that is what is delaying the process. But I said, maybe what we need to do is just to renew the memorandum of understanding that we have with the School of Criminal Justice and the College of Law, and then we can then focus on other faculties as we move on. So, Program Director, thank you for your time. We just did a cursory input with regards to the topic. I said we have a second piece, we'll submit it. The piece dissects more the problem of crime in South Africa and how we are contributing to preventing crime as correctional services. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, audience.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner, for those very honest reflections. You were very honest in your reflections on the issues that you have in correctional services, but I also appreciate the fact that you did bring us into what does the correctional services look like post-1994. And I like, you said something, and I'm going to try to quote you, especially with regards to the honest reflections that you shared pre-1994. You said, understanding the history of apartheid is important because we have to continue to dismantle its legacy. So that's very important that you give us history so that as we are dismantling, we know exactly what it is that we are dealing with. Thank you very much, Commissioner. But I also appreciate now that, post-1994, correctional services is based on principles of justice, fairness, and human dignity. Thank you, Commissioner, once again. Can we please give the Commissioner, National Commissioner, a round of applause? All right. I am going to, and thank you very much also for keeping to time. You actually did keep to time. And I know that you are going to invite me to the salon because we do have an MOU with you, with correctional services. So thank you very much, Commissioner. So I am going now to call to the podium. I hope I don't butcher your surname. I've actually been practicing, and I hope I get it right. Dr. Benjamin Anyagre Aziga Nateg. Is that correct? Aziga Nateg. All right. Please correct me if I am wrong. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. First of all, I thank our Creator for today. The Vice Chancellor of this university, the Dean, organizers of this program, students, riding on the existing protocol, brothers and sisters, I am so happy for the presence of the first chairperson of the African Union, the first female chairperson of the African Union, a revolutionary by all standards. I told a friend yesterday that, look, South Africa, you've got a mother, gold. She is gold, an asset. But it will take time for you to really, really appreciate and understand the type of gold God has given you. Her Excellency Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, I am from the province of Africa called Ghana, and I am here in the province of South Africa. I am telling you today that, look, it is time for the women of Africa to take the leadership of this continent. We thank God we still have an archive. We still have a leader. I am here. I don't see the boundaries by the colonial government. I don't see the Berlin Conference of 1884, which they took 3 months to separate us. I see Africa as one. And in the spirit, I know that we have a president of Africa, and that is Mama. I can see Winnie Mandela here in the spirit. I can see Harriet Tubman here in the spirit. I can see the Dahomey warriors, the female warriors who fought the colonial forces. I can see our great women. They are here with us. You will not see them with your naked eyes, but they are here with us as I speak. Nkrumah is here, Lumumba is here, Sankara is here, Mandela is here. They are speaking to you. I am here with my sister Fai. Thank you. Prof, how are you? You pronounced my name very well.
Thank you. I've been practicing.
And that is the name of my grandfather, Azikinate, the king of the gravel land grown with baba trees. That's it. My topic today is quite interesting. It may sound pleasant to the ears of some people in government. It may not sound pleasant to the ears of some people in government. What is the meaning of independence? This nominal independence we are having in Africa is not independence. Democracy in Africa has evolved through colonial legacies. Despite democratic aspirations, governance challenges such as corruption, socioeconomic inequalities, and weak state institutions have bedeviled the governance system in Africa. We find ourselves, we call ourselves as citizens being ruled by a government, yet these governments do not run healthy institutions. They run dysfunctional institutions as conduit to corruption, graft, state capture. People who are sent to positions are not through merit, but through political affiliations. But not because they are citizens of the land who are ready to sacrifice and deliver for the nation. Challenges in the 21st century governance system in Africa are dominated by the elite class. They form the cabal, a clique. And they buy elections with money. They don't go to elections because of their stewardship. They don't speak to their gains, but they believe that by the end of the day, we will use money to buy votes. Where they get the monies from? Monies that belong to you and me. That is Africa up for you today. Over-reliance on foreign aid. Don't we think? Look, China was in the same state like many African countries in the early 40s and 50s. But how come today they can even bring us third-class clothing? There are issues in Africa, leadership issues in Africa. There has been so many resistance across the continent these days. We witnessed what happened in Kenya, the Gen Z. We saw what happened because of bad policies. How long can we continue to rely on the IMF? China was once a beneficiary from the International Development Association basket. Today they are contributors. Well, millions of Africans today have no food to eat, have nowhere to lay their heads. Pregnant women, even before they get to the hospital, passes away. Malnutrition, undernourishment, and all of that are things that can describe Africa. Unemployment, the youth unemployment is so much that many of our youth, dare cruise Atlantic Ocean. They dare this desert, Mediterranean Sea, and they perish. Why? Why? Because they're looking for greener pastures. Meanwhile, we have everything in Africa. The Congo alone can feed Africa and Europe. Hydroelectricity problems, we don't need to have lights off in Africa. Where are our engineers? I am so happy with your institute, UNISA Prof. I was told here they speak as it is.
We can go deeper.
Now, there is hope. But like I told you, the women leadership will have to run with this hope, assured hope. For the students, so that when you come out of school, you can be proud as Africans, having jobs to do, and not thinking of going to Europe, going to US, but stay in Africa to develop Africa for your children's children. Let me go back today. You know what is happening in the Sahel? There has been attempts to overthrow the government of the Sahel, but they would never succeed. Ibrahim Traoré, the masses of Africa are behind him. How can we be sitting on wealth, gold, everything that can transform lives, and you call us the poorest nation in the world? The man is doing marvelous work there. During the investiture of my president, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, he's a Pan-Africanist. Anytime I see him, I call him comrade. He say, comrade, that's all we know each other. That's all. He doesn't know Azignati. When he invited Traore to Accra, many head of states were there. But when they mentioned his name, it was thunderous. The applause was so much. And that was a message to African leaders. Why? He's doing something different. Many presidents were there, they called them. But they never received the kind of applause. Look, it was too much. We were all shocked. Because he's doing something. He's transforming the country. He's bringing hope to the people. He's providing job for the youth. Peasant farmers are happy. What else? Food, clothes, shelter. He's working towards it. The hair of Captain Thomas Sankara. Post-apartheid stewardship. Let me read, because Mandela is telling me, my son, read. Steve Biko, Chris Hani, Sobokwe, they are all here. And I am speaking because I'm not speaking because I have to speak, but they are urging me to speak. South Africa post-apartheid transformation has fallen short of its socio-economic promises. The ANC, once a symbol of resistance, now struggles with internal divisions, economic inequalities, and governance failures. The party's ability to reclaim its integrity is crucial for fulfilling the democratic aspirations of its citizens. They were on the Reuben Island. They were there cracking stones. They were beaten. They were humiliated because of discrimination, because of inequality. Because the citizens of this country were seen as second-class citizens. I'm being economical with my words. They were seen as slaves. They fought. Today, we have South Africa. But frankly with you, political apartheid, yes, we have overcome. But economic apartheid, I can still feel some scent. When the riot of, is it 2 years ago, when they broke into the stores, I asked my friend, do you know what they did that? People were carrying fridges, tables. If they had it in their homes comfortable, they wouldn't have gone in for them. There was a reason why that happened. South Africa is a beautiful nation. South Africa must begin to go back to the Freedom Charter. COSATU, if they are here, the trade unions must wake up. You see, in the Nordics, Scandinavian countries, the governments are doing well because there's trust between the people and the governments fear to do the untoward because the people will rise against them. And thanks to a disciplined trade union as vigilantes. And that is a fact. So if the trade unions here in South Africa wants to help sitting governments transform the African province of South Africa, it can happen. And the leadership, I told a friend, when ANC with the military wing were in the bush, there was discipline in terms of leadership. There was focus. The morals were there. They knew that there was a common goal, freedom. Emerging from the bush, now forming a government. If the kind of leadership we are seeing in South Africa today was the type being used in the bush, apartheid would have still been on. Because the leadership would have been divided. They would have lost focus. But they were one. Why can't we plow back that tendency into ANC as a government? Well, Prof, let me read, because the spiritual forces are strong. The long-awaited solution to Africans sitting on mineral wealth, yet call poor nations per happiness indexes, is changing in the Sahel. For how long can the sovereign state who claim to have gained political independence from colonial dominance in Africa continue to be abused through neo-colonial elite puppets in government? And sometimes I don't blame them. You know why? Many of the governments in Africa want to do right things, but they are afraid. They are afraid. They'll kill them. And it is there. It has happened. History tells us they'll kill them. So because of the fear to die, they decide to now play into the tune of the killers. Nkrumah, Lumumba, they dared the system and died. And today we call them the blood of Steve Biko, the blood of Chris Hani, the blood of Subokwe, who you can't understand. Their blood never fell in vain. Winnie lives, and I'm happy I'm in an auditorium named after him. The formation of the Sahel Confederation reflects Africa's growing resolve to break from foreign control and unite as a people with a common destiny. Africa, in her cultural diversity, must unite now for self-sufficient economic and powerful political bloc in the world. This movement seeks to dismantle artificial boundaries, promote industrialization, and establish an African-led governance framework. The call for a unified sovereign Africa is gaining momentum, reinforcing the agency of decolonizing policies that make Africa suffer. Some recommendations for good governance in Africa are as follows: anti-corruption and institutional reforms, establish a constitutionally backed anti-corruption framework with strict enforcement and severe penalties. Implement a meritocratic system in public institutions and security services. Traditional and alternative governance integration. Institutionalize traditional alternative dispute resolutions for land, family, and chieftaincy disputes, reducing pressure on the judiciary. Job creation. Put emphasis on TVET, institutions and polytechnics to provide hands-on training in construction, engineering, and rural infrastructure development. Establish skill-based employment programs in rural communities. Organize and attractive agricultural programs for the youth. China, through TVET, in the year 2020, lifted over 600 million people out of the poverty brackets. It's there, and I hear today now is almost 1 billion. South Africa, lead the light for the new Africa. The African Continental Union government will come to pass because we have a president now. So when you go anywhere, students, tell your friends in the class that you don't see the boundaries in Africa. How can I belong to a tribe and be divided by the Berlin Conference? And my bathroom, the gate is facing here, and the toilet is facing the other country. That is why I sent a message to DRC, COMESA. I told them, look, this Congo crisis in the Northeast can easily be resolved. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's dig. When we decolonize the Berlin Conference, we'll get answers to the problems in the DRC. Because they are all Africans. They are all one people. So whosoever is exploiting or using the Berlin Conference policies as a blueprint, that's a blueprint of the Berlin Conference, and it's being used today through neo-colonial mechanisms. Yes, it hasn't faded. It's being upgraded, updated every day. So, students, beautiful, as I can see beautiful daughters here and handsome sons here. What I'm telling you, tell your peers, your colleagues, that you don't see Africa as divided. You see Africa as one people, one nation, with one destiny, with one president called Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did very well on time. Thank you. Yeah, that was a clarion call. Dr. Aziga Nateg, thank you very much for being so brutally honest and not being afraid to tell it as it is. You said something very important, that African children cannot continue perishing looking for greener pastures while we have greener pastures at home. In Africa, unite. It is time for us as Africans to unite. Thank you very much for that compelling plenary that you prepared for us. It's giving us a lot to think about. Thank you very much, Doc. All right, can we please give Dr. Aziga Nateg a round of applause for not being afraid to tell the truth and to tell it as it is. All right, so we will have our last speaker for the session, and that is Prof. Gordon Zide. So if Professor Gordon can please ascend the stage to address us.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And personification of humility. And personification of humility. And how I wish our politicians would take note from who she is and what she does. So much has been said about the winds of change blowing all over Africa. Since Harold Macmillan, the then Prime Minister of Britain, made the speech in 1960 in the apartheid parliament in Cape Town, clearly signaling the looming end of the colonial rule over Africa. But the question which we need to ask ourselves is whether or not, after the 1960 speech by Harold Macmillan, has there been any palpable evidence of the winds of change blowing all over Africa? Are they blowing south, east, west, or north? But certainly, winds of change are blowing. But the problem, as we have understood it in terms of the theme of this conference, is that part of the problem that the winds of change seem to be blowing in the opposite direction is because of a dearth of ethical, moral, and decisive leadership. The AU became a toothless dog after Mama Zuma left office. And we are not here, Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, to pile you with ululations and accolades. But fact of the matter is that you may not know the track record that you left behind. With you chairing the AU, Africa began to say, finally, the winds of change are blowing in the right direction. But unfortunately, since you left, things have fallen apart, to quote Chinua Achebe. I will attempt to demonstrate that the winds of change in Africa only came to be felt when Pan-Africanism took the center stage in the African politics, as led by, amongst many others, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Hastings Banda, Jomo Kenyatta, Obafemi Awolowo, and Nnamdi Azikiwe, and of course, in South Africa, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. Even the detractors of ANC and the PAC recognized Sobukwe as one of the outstanding leaders of the winds of change. I quote what Verwoerd said. Remember, Verwoerd was the architect of apartheid. He said, Sobukwe is most dangerous and charismatic. He is more of a heavyweight. There are so many political prisoners in South Africa. The only prisoner I ever locked up is Robert Sobukwe, and the rest were petty criminals. I don't know who he meant by the rest, but nonetheless, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe will go down in history as one of the most illustrious sons and sons of the soil. Having looked at the theme of this conference and the sub-theme which I chose to talk about, I have decided to ask a few pertinent questions, and with time, I will attempt to respond to one or two of those questions. Are the winds of change indeed blowing in Africa? If yes, are they blowing west, east, north, or south? Or if not, why not? Are the winds of change akin to our African Renaissance or African Revolution? Is Africa, and South Africa in particular, progressing or regressing? Do we have credible leadership. You see, sometimes we talk about leadership as if leadership is the same as leader. We have a number of leaders in Africa, a number of leaders in South Africa, but indeed there is a dearth of leadership. Is Ibrahim Traore the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara? And if so, what are other African leaders saying in support of Ibrahim Traore? As the winds of change continue to blow in Africa, is there hope for a renewed African renaissance and in the midst of a disrupted society? The above having been said, the probing question remains, quo vadis Africa? Macmillan's speech signaled the Conservative Party, which formed part of the British government at the time, and indicated that it will not impede the independence of many African countries. But of course, let us look at what Charles Dickens said in his opening remarks of the book, famous book, The Tale of Two Cities. We all have read it. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was an age of wisdom, it was an age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. That is the crux of the matter. Such contradictions and paradoxes, as captured by Charles Dickens, symbolize the winds of change in Africa, which is the theme of this conference. Africa will be doing a great injustice and disservice to itself if it does not respond positively to the winds of change. At a time when the world is yearning for change and transformation, Africa seems to be moving in an opposite direction by not responding positively to the winds of change. Perhaps let us not look at Donald Trump's utterances in a negative sense, but maybe Donald Trump, with his racist and narcissistic statements and tendencies, is ironically raising a wake-up call to African leaders to now stand up together as a united front and resist the bullying tactics of America. That South Africa openly stood up against Israel and supported Palestine. It shows that we as Africans can do it. Without taking much of your time, Program Director, I have looked at the National Development Plan. And when you look at the National Development Plan, you're looking at a number of priorities and goals, starting with Goal 1 about housing, Goal 2, safe and reliable public transport, all these goals, 10 of them. I'm not going to go through them. But the question is, as we're talking about the winds of change, to what extent have we as a country met these goals? Because what seems to be happening is that every time, every year, when it is time for elections, they all go out and they kiss babies, they drink from dirty mugs, and they go on and tell you that we are going to create a better life for all. But when elections are over, you don't see them. And some of them don't even come to say, thank you for voting for us. Where are the winds of change? That is the question. You see, when Gert Viljoen was discussing together with his co-cabinet ministers about the change of name. They even said that we are prepared to negotiate everything else, but unfortunately we are not going to negotiate the change of name because we have to retain some continuity. That is why South Africa still remains a geographical location. It is not a country, because there is no country that is called Northern Africa. Northern Africa is a geographical entity, as is South Africa a geographical entity. Gert Viljoen went as far as saying, some black people call it Azania. These are the extreme Pan-Africanists who call it Azania. There is no way in which we can agree on that one. How dare? And right now we're talking about the winds of change. But what about changing the very name of the country? Are the winds of change akin to our African Renaissance? Yes, the winds of change are akin to African Renaissance and African renewal, and the restoration of the African dignity. And Thabo Mbeki was correct when he said it is a journey of self-discovery and the restoration of our self-esteem. But can it be a journey if there is corruption and entrepreneurship? It can be. Maybe this conference is coming at a time when we have to do some serious introspection as Africans. And I do hope, Program Director, that the deliberations of this conference will find their way to the office of the President, so that it cannot be that we're sitting here engaging on national issues and then they just end in the filing cabinets of our beautiful offices. We have to blow the winds of change. And the winds of change can only be felt in South Africa if the proceedings of the conference do reach President Cyril Ramaphosa. In the new African Renaissance, we place a great emphasis on the presentation of history. This is what Kwame Nkrumah said. Our history needs to be written as the history of our own society, not as the story of European adventure. That is the crux of the matter. We cannot, as Africans, have people out there writing our own history. It is time that we rewrite our own narrative in order to ensure that we help people like Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma to drive this process of the winds of change. How I wish I had a voice, Madam Chairperson of the AU, how I wish I had a voice. I would be going down the corridors of power and say to the corridors of power, perhaps let us not vote for a president in terms of a particular political party. Let us rather vote for a person. And my big X, I want to say it publicly today, would go to you because of the work that you have done, not for yourself, but for Mother Africa. And this is, unfortunately, something that is not happening. But we do believe that with time, it will happen. Is Ibrahim Traore the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara? And if so, what do other African leaders say about his outspokenness against the West and France in particular? There is no doubt in my mind that Ibrahim Traore is the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara, as he calls a spade and not a digging tool. You know, he said that in Burkina Faso, this thing of advocates and judges putting on the conservative European wigs must be a thing of the past. And he came up with an idea of African hats. That is revolutionary. Perhaps this is something that we need to consider. How to Africanize our continent, how to Africanize South Africa in particular. In 1949, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe at Fort Hare, addressing the Completers Ball, said the following words: "Let me plead with you, lovers of my Africa, to carry with you into the world the vision of a new Africa, an Africa reborn, an Africa rejuvenated, an Africa recrafted, young Africa. We are the first glimmers of a new dawn," I close quote. That was the conception which Robert Mangaliso had about the new dawn of Africa and the new dawn of the winds of change. Quo vadis South Africa? This is a very pertinent question to ask, given a number of promises and challenges faced by the country, particularly in terms of the triple challenges: unemployment, poverty, inequality, you name them. But you see, it's a very serious indictment on us, 30 years down the line, that we should continue blaming apartheid even for our own inadequacies. It cannot be. We know, I once visited my uncle, I'm mindful of the time. I once visited my uncle on Robben Island in 1976. And now that Robben Island is open, I haven't been there because of the trauma that I've had to go through. He was behind a thick wall of glass, and my aunt and I were seated this side. It was at the time that we were rejecting Bantu education and, of course, Afrikaans. Now, he said to me when I told him that we don't want to be, products of Bantu education, etc., etc. He said, my son, you must never, never, never in your life give Bantu education a status it does not deserve. And by saying that you are a product of Bantu education, rather you say you have been a recipient of Bantu education, because Bantu education has not made you who you are. And I took those words very seriously. Madam President, that uncle was none other than John Nyati Pokela. What legacy are we then leaving behind? The essence of neo-colonialism, that's what Nkrumah said, is that the state which is subject to it, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty, in reality, its economic system and its political policy is directed from outside. That is why, close quote, that is why we have so many coups d'etats in Africa. We have people who are genuinely committed to freedom and equality. But, these big black bags can shift the consciousness of those who are immoral and unethical. I spoke about a disrupted society. A disrupted society is the one which promotes and embraces the lifestyle of opulence, pomposity, and self-aggrandizement at the expense of the majority of people of the country. The big question, which side of the wind is this blowing? But I will come to an end by saying, President Thabo Mbeki was quite right when he spoke about African Renaissance, because William Gumede also challenges us as public intellectuals when he says, and I quote him, "Our rainbow nation has become a restless nation, citizens are faced with poor service delivery and corruption, whilst a new bullying culture has infected both politics and business. This is where we are. And yet, Robert Sobukwe says, to serve people, particularly when you are occupying a public office, is to serve, suffer, and sacrifice. Allow me, therefore, to conclude by submitting the following recommendations. That if we look at the National Development Plan, it's got a blueprint of where to from here. It should not just be put aside and say, we have developed policies, but we really need, the government of the day needs to implement as a matter of urgency all the commitments made in the NDP. The government should divide the Agenda 2063 into short-term, medium-term, and long-term for purposes of implementation. And South Africa has to vote for ethical, accountable, moral, and a responsive leadership. Leo Buscaglia, that famous Italian-American motivational speaker, would always conclude his speeches by saying, only you can make the difference. Now allow me, therefore, to say, as public intellectuals gathered in this hall, only we, us, can make the difference. He says, and I quote, "You alone can bring magic and humor and joy to the people you encounter. Anything you dream, by the very nature that you can dream it, makes it possible. The purpose of life is to help others, and if you can't help them, would you at least not hurt them? You can make things happen that you never thought you could. The greatest risk in life is to risk nothing. The person who risks nothing, does nothing, has nothing, and is nothing. To be is to do, and to do is to do now, because tomorrow might not be there. You have everything you need to be so much. Don't settle for less. There is no end to human potential, and there's so much more to learn. The time for action is now, and only you can make the difference. I thank you.
Another honest and compelling presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Zide. You did say that it is time that Africans rewrite their own stories and narrative. So it's time. We've been compelled, we've been encouraged, and I think we need to move it as Africans. But Professor Zide also emphasized something that was said by Mr. Tobagale when he was doing his keynote address, that he hopes that the discussions that we are having here today are not just going to end here in these four walls or in the university. I'm actually looking that direction. And because Prof. Zide said that he hopes that these deliberations actually do reach the office of the president. And I'm so happy that today we are not gathered alone as academics, having conversations that are not going to leave this room, or conversations that are just going to end up on shelves because we've done research and nobody else wants to use the results that we've produced. But I'm glad that we are joined by practitioners and people who actually hold positions in government and can go out there and spread the message about the conversations that we had. But also what Professor Zide said, which is very compelling, he said that as us academics, as public intellectuals gathered in this place, we can make a difference. We can make a difference. So that's actually a clarion call for every single one of us. And then just one takeaway from your presentation, Prof. You also said that it is time that South Africans vote for ethical, moral, and responsive leaders. Thank you very much, Prof, for that thought-provoking presentation. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. I am going to make a very unpopular decision, and I'm looking towards the direction of Professor Manamela, because we are supposed to be having a discussion after the plenaries or the plenary speakers have presented their speeches. But colleagues, we have been challenged, we have been provoked in the 3 presentations that we've had. I'm going to ask that we do the discussions among ourselves, and if we do have a chance to maybe speak to the speakers that you might be interested in asking questions, let's not do it in this setting. I'm sorry for doing that. We're just racing with time. So I'm going to ask that please can we not have the question and answer session. Like I said, we've been provoked and challenged, and I'm going to ask that individually and as colleagues and as collaborators, let's have these discussions among ourselves, and let's not let the discussions end here. Professor Zida did say that if they do find their way into the president's office, let that happen. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I do understand that we do have influential people in this room who will make that happen. But yeah, so let's have conversations among ourselves, ask each other questions. I think as academics also we've been challenged. There's a lot of opportunities for research and collaborations. Let's also just start talking about those. So I'm just going to, we're supposed to be coming back actually at past from tea. So Prof, how many minutes can we give for tea? $15 minutes, okay. So it is 11:22 right now, colleagues. So I'm gonna ask that let's try it 11:22. My maths is not mathing. What time are we supposed to come back? Sorry? Someone please help me. What time, Prof? 11:40. 11:40. Okay, colleagues, please, 11:40, can we all be, let's come back at 11:38, seated, so that at 11:40 we can start with the next part of the program. Thank you very much for being such an amazing audience. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming back. I know you were back on time. We have been asked to please just allocate 10 minutes of questions and answers. So just 10 minutes. It is 12 o'clock actually at the moment, so that means at 10 past we are going to be concluding the session so that we can start the next session. Can I please humbly ask our three speakers to please join me on stage, to sit here on stage. National Commissioner, if you can ascend the stage. Can I ask also Dr. Aziga Nate to please come in, and Dr. Zide. Sorry, Commissioner? It is going to be it's going to be 10 minutes. I am very strict on time. And the Dean actually was merciful for the crowd. I meant it when I said that I was making a very unpopular decision, but we have a very caring Dean who said that please let's allow 10 minutes for discussions. So we are going to keep to time. I'm going to ask you, we're going to have rules for this session. So please, let's not make any comments. We're not going to have comments. We are going to have questions. And please, can we keep our questions very short? I'm giving you 30 seconds for a question. Straight to the point. You can say to whom your question is directed to. The only people who are allowed to have questions is obviously comments, who can make comments, is obviously our dignitaries. You can make comments. Dr. Zuma, don't be scared. If you do have comments, you can make comments. But from our delegates and audience, I'm going to ask that we please be very short when we are asking questions. And please say who your question is directed to. There are roving mics, so I'm going to take 3 questions now at first. Raise your hand up, and please do say who you are and where you're from, and say who your question is directed to. Very short and succinct. Thank you very much, colleagues. There's also a hand here by Dr. Zuma. A comment, yes. You are allowed to make a comment.
I want to say one of the things we have to do as Africans is to decolonize our minds. Steve Biko once said, the most powerful weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So because we don't have time, I won't elaborate on that, but decolonize our minds. Secondly, if we think African, let's say you are a business person, and you think African, or you think South African. If you think South African, your market is 60 million. If you think African, it's 1.4 billion. So, but let's also, I want to quote the Vice President of Zambia in 1967, what he said in 1967, and I'll sit down after that. He said, if we don't handle our independence very well, colonizers will come back in the form of investors. Colonialism is like a chameleon, doesn't go away, it only changes color. But it's in our hands to change that. The African paradox of a rich Africa and poor Africans must change. Africa is rich, why are Africans poor? Because we're not handling our resources well. We're still sending them raw. You send them raw, you send jobs. You send them raw, you're sending revenue. We're the biggest donors of revenue to the world by sending everything from Africa raw. We're the biggest exporters of jobs. Let me keep quiet, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini Zuma. Thank you very much for that. Yes, colleagues, we can take questions now. Please remember, succinct, to the point.
Okay, somebody's going to speak first.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Nkwana. My question will be directed to the National Commissioner, Mr. Tubakhale. Mr. Tubakhale, I'm not sure whether I should say it's our criminal justice system or is the people that are working there or what, but you know, nowadays we are afraid as community to report things. You see somebody's arrest, you report a person and is arrested. You see the person got arrested today, but tomorrow you see the person back to the community, and that particular person will threaten you, and some of us are even being killed by these people, and we are not having protection as such. Maybe I want to hear what is your take on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nkwane. Can we have a second question? We'll take 3. We see you, Dr. Mabunda, Prof. Mabunda.
Can I speak?
Okay, yeah, yes,
Okay.
you can go ahead.
Okay, my name is Dr. Sadiq Amali. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow with the Department of Criminology and Security Science here at UNESA. My question is to the National Commissioner with regards to the issue of private prisons, because I've really followed the issue of Thabo Mbesta incident. So I have a feeling that, or how does it work when it comes to the issue of private prison? Because I was also trying to come up with a recommendation back in my country that could be implemented. I was meant to understand that maybe the individuals provide the prison and then, or the correctional center, and then the institution will now be will be under the custody of members of the South African Correctional Service. And it's like there's a complaint with regards to maybe information being leaked which can lead to jailbreak, like that of Thabo Mbesta. So I don't know what's the problem, how that it's a problem when it comes to issue of private prisons.
Thank you, Doc. Can we have a third question?
Thank you, Program Director. I'm Professor Mabunda from Police Practice Department here at UNISA. My question is directed at the Commissioner. I'm sorry to bombard you, Commissioner. You already have the third issue that you have to address. Operation Chanela by the SAPS results in a lot of arrests, as we always hear or see on various media platforms. We are also aware that every arrested individual has to appear before the court within 48 hours to be processed to your department, if not granted bail in their first appearance, your department commissioner is eventually a recipient of the majority of these arrested individuals. How is your department dealing with the influx of inmates on a weekly basis? Secondly, I will
Only
be
one
short.
question, please,
I will be
Prof.
short. Yeah, it's part of that.
Okay.
With due respect, we heard a few days ago that inmates demand delicious or five-star meals or gourmet. There is also an issue of dangerous criminals, as you outlined in your presentation. I was scared when you outlined the issue of technocrats in your facilities. And how is your rehabilitation program? Because we see dangerous criminals, as my previous colleague has indicated, coming out of prison after going through the so-called rehabilitation program, only to commit serious, heinous crimes. And I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not making an allegation. Some of these cash in transit heists, I have a master student who's graduating now, was telling me a picture that it is possible that some of these are orchestrated from the prison precinct. So let me pause there. How effective is your rehabilitation programs? Why do you allow dangerous criminals to come back to society, to have more rights than the people that they've already killed? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Marakalala, please bring the mic to the front. Commissioner, I think all the questions were directed to you. Here, all three. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm used to standing when I speak. I thought we were still going on and on and on about questions, but it's okay. One of the things that we're planning to do as the department is to actually have a public engagement on the correctional system as part of celebrating 30 years of democracy. And I think that platform, with the collaboration from UNISA, CRIMSA, and all other institutions that contribute, will be a proper platform. So I'm going to be short in my answers. Operation Chanela, how do we deal? Once you are taken through our courts and you are remanded, we don't have a choice. The law enjoins us to admit you. That's why I referred to overcrowding and the numbers increasing on a weekly basis. If I am to talk to the impact, then it's a topic for another day. Okay. Operation Chanela is also made possible by the fact that we are recruiting more police officers and less correctional services officials. So that is the impact. The numbers, the ratio of a correctional official vis-a-vis inmates. Actually, at the moment, we're averaging 1:15. Private prisons, how does it work? As I indicated, they have to comply with the Correctional Services Act, but the management, the staff, the systems are of that private consortium. Okay. Now, we have two in this country. One is managed by an American private company. The other one is managed by a British private company. So we have what we call controllers. They are there on a daily basis to ensure that the procedures, the legislation is followed. But still, we do not have full control. Now, what is the difference? Firstly, it's very costly. On a monthly basis, we pay over 150 million to each. Okay. Two, you will have security breaches like the one of Thabo Bester. He is with us now at Hoshimamburu, and he's okay. I mean, he's taking us to the Constitutional Court. And that clearly shows that he's okay. Then, that's another point that I wanted to raise with regards to crimes, reoffending, and the effectiveness and efficiency of the criminal justice system, we have to work on the review of legislation. We have sentencing legislation, as I've indicated, but we need to look at the Criminal Procedure Act and other related acts on dealing with bail, the bail system, and any other system that is, having a contribution to how we deal with crime. Whether our rehabilitation programs are working or not, I think the question that I will leave with this forum is, do we really think we can rehabilitate each and every offender? I will leave that as a question. I did try and explain the DNA of gangs. If you take that question that I've asked and relate it to the explanation on the DNA of gangs, you will get an answer. Now, what is important is how do we work within communities to ensure that these types of organizations do not exist at all, to ensure that they don't interfere with growth and development, and they don't dictate growth and development in communities. The case of the Western Cape is clearly known, but the problems of the Western Cape are now in Gqeberha. I mean, they are now in Lusikisiki, so they've moved from what used to be called coastal, crime problems. Now they are in the rural villages. What are they doing there? They are plugging the gap of poverty and unemployment. Basically, they are now even trying to be, in fact, not even trying, in some localities, because of the crime of extortion, they are actually an alternative to government. So there's chaos basically existing. And to some extent, it is chaos that is funded. I don't want to get into politics because I'm a public servant. So I will encourage communities to continue to report crime. Where there are specific problems, we attend to them. But they need to be raised with the criminal justice system for us to be able to attend to them. Let me stop there. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Colleagues, I'm just going to extend for 2 questions. If there's anybody who has a question for either Dr. Azi Ganatek or Prof. Zide, I'm going to ask you to ask a very, very straightforward question. Quick, succinct, and then we close the session. I'm not taking any more questions for the Commissioner. If we have a question for either of the 2 speakers, please do raise your hand, and then we can close the session. There's a question here in front.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Faye Shao from Tanzania. My question can be taken among the 2 presenters. And the question is, now we're talking about the wind of change. And we can see we're having a huge challenge for young people in Africa when it comes to identity crisis and also information overload. How can they, what advice do they have as a continent should we take to resolve that problem, which ended up for the correctional service receiving a lot of young people, and we are losing young energy and young contributors to the economy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me take that question. I think that what needs to be done really is to recognize that the youth has a particular role to play in shaping, reconstructing, and reimagining a new Africa. What needs to be done really is to recognize that the youth has a particular role to play in shaping, reconstructing, and reimagining a new Africa. What needs to be done really is to recognize that the youth has a particular role to play in shaping, reconstructing, and reimagining a new Africa. You know, in 2018, I had a privilege of addressing the youth symposium in Rwanda, where I noticed that the future of Africa no longer rests on the shoulders of the elderly, people like me, you know, the over 70s and above, with due respect to the president of Africa, that the challenges that Africa is facing, particularly we as Africans, is the PhD syndrome, pull him or her down syndrome. We fail to support one another. Instead of supporting one another, we tend to find ways and means of pulling you down, rather than saying that Seisha is there for us as Africans. Let's support him or her so that she grows up. When she grows up, she develops the continent, not only her as an individual. That is based on an ideological symbol of suffering. Exactly the point that Dr. Zuma raised, that we need to decolonize our minds. And finally, I think that time has come now for the youth of the continent to take the reins from the elderly people, and this continent will be a better place to live in if we were to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, to add to what Prof, or as a rider to what Prof has said, you know, in 2030s, 35 onwards, the youthful population of Africa will increase. So we're going to have a very strong youthful labor force. And then there's one thing that has to be considered with respect to what Mama raised, the President of Africa talked about, the consciousness, like Prof has also mentioned. You read, you get to know about Black Consciousness Movement by Steve Biko. It looks like many of the universities are not teaching what our great heroes or our past did. Once we begin to encourage club formations, groups in the university, then mentor them, encourage them to begin to read some of this history, then they'll be building their mindset. Because actually, Fidel Castro told the Cubans something. Your enemy is not the White House. Your enemy is ignorance. So they embarked on analphabetism to eradicate illiteracy. Because once you can read and write and understand what is going on around your environment, which boils down to your own basic survival, then you begin to stand up. And so this is an area. And even in terms of the prisons, in Ghana, he was jailed, and as an educationist in the prisons, he decided to roll out programs. So even in the prisons, we can begin to have even clubs or groups. Because when they begin to understand themselves, it could also be part of the correctional measures being introduced in that atmosphere. And so what we have to, I don't know, I know that UNISA, with this program, you begin, I know you, this also some kind of consciousness, awareness creation for the youth of Africa. Because everything is in Africa, and once they understand that, they'll run with what is before them. The youth should always think about the future, their future in the present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes our session. I'm going to ask you to please give another round of applause for our plenary speakers. And colleagues, thank you very much for cooperating with me as your program director. I am going to ask, I can excuse, I think, our plenary speakers at this moment. Thank you very much. Commissioner, Doc and Prof, you are released. Thank you very much for your presentations. As I said, they were very thought-provoking. We have a lot to think about. We have a lot to discuss, and we have a lot to change. Thank you so much. At this moment, thank you. Thank you so much. I will then hand over the mic. I will hand over the baton to my learned friend, Advocate Anastasia Mtembu. She is going to take us through the next session. Thank you, colleagues, for cooperating with me.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the captain of this flight, Professor Tobani, for making sure that the takeoff is smooth, avoiding the turbulences that we had in the morning. We greatly appreciate your audience today. Thank you for availing yourself as I'm riding on the protocol that has already been observed. We are therefore going to request the Executive Dean, Professor Budeline Makonde, Professor Kodle, as well as the Captain, Prof. Tobani, to ensure that we hand over the token of appreciation to our speakers. May I then request our plenary speakers this morning to come to the fore for handover of the token of appreciation as per the presentations this morning, starting with the Minister, the Commissioner. Thank you, National Commissioner. We'd like to call to the fore Dr. Benjamin. Thank you, Prof. Gordon. The last token of appreciation, I would like to call Umama, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight now is cruising over the Indian Ocean. We're cruising nicely. We try to ensure that we keep to time. As we are running late, takeoff was a bit late. We're therefore going to stick to time. I'm going to request Advocate Nandi Panzaluba to come to the front to introduce our speakers. As she introduces our speakers, we may request that other speakers join us in the front in order to save the time. Thank you.
Mandibulise namhlanje kuni nonke. Ngunandipha lona waseTsotshane eTsomo. Ndifuna ukuthi nqanga nentsiba zayo. Today is that day of Amika Capral. When Amika Capral says, hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories. Allow me to ride on the protocols that my chief has already used as a platform. Whilst we were flying, we ended up sailing, we're in a vessel. The aircraft is watching the vessel. And we are going to have some on deck, some will be in cabins. On deck, I had requested my wise media to actually just show the images. We have from our own security space, a giant in the space of national, domestic, and international security, Umadiba, Ambassador Dennis Dlomo, who, amongst other things, is one of the people that led the analysis of treaties that we have actually ratified as a country and the value addition. Secondly, you're talking about the person who was an acting DG of state security, the person who was leading the joints to make sure that you are safe during the well-known international game scenario of South Africa using soccer as a vehicle. You're talking about a strategist. He led the group of strategists, including the speaker, within the JCPX cluster, making sure that citizens are and feel safe in South Africa and beyond, and making sure that we embrace Africa as a continent. He's a strategic implementer and a tactful diplomat. His acumen as a diplomat was displayed at the time when then he had to be posted in Algeria and later in Mexico. We're talking about a person who has been an executive officer, a chief executive officer of the Committee of Intelligence and Security Services, CISA. Educationally, he has been a consumer of formal education from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and University of Pretoria. We're negotiating that now he closes it with the University of the Land. Madiba wamkelekile. As Umadiba is walking to the podium, we have a scientist, Ujwagha, Mayagha. We're talking about a scientist in microbiology who studied at the University of Cape Town, then left to understand the global landscape in Cambridge, but came back to University of Cape Town as a fellow researcher. He later then moved to Wits, where he accepted another position. After 17 years, he felt in his blood that I must go to the University of the Land. And when he arrived, he again continued with biochem. We're talking about a person who militarily, I would say he's having a medal, 2 medals of having patenting internationally 2 anti-cancer drugs, so no one will have cancer. It's our own product, a unison. He has participated in a number of organs of state, like the National Research Foundation, the Committee of Genetically Modified Organisms led by Department of Agriculture, but most importantly, we're talking about the acting executive dean of UNISA College of Agriculture, Environment, and Sciences. Allow me to even close off by saying he is one of the people, Dean, that led the AAD 2024 participation of UNISA within the Defense Force, focusing on the youth. Now, as we're speaking, you're talking about a distinguished professor. That's the higher level within this university. And we want to welcome you, Ujwagha. We want to welcome you with Katiti. Of course, lastly, we have the pride of Africa, a man who led from the grassroots till the head, but he still remembers that he is an African. Mtwanekasi, Chawe. Lieutenant General, retired Derek Mbuiselo Mgwebi, has 35 years of being in a move to sacrifice his life to make sure that other people are safe, both domestically, continentally, and internationally. The three-layered approach to defense. Let me start domestically. You're talking to a person who became the first military secretary during integration. You're talking to a person who was one of the commanders, who became a chief of human resources, managing human resources domestically, continentally, and globally, wherever there is a defense force. You're talking about a person who then became a chief of joint operations, where you have all the forces combined, air, sea, land, doctors. He was commanding them to make sure that we create a better Africa in a safer world. Now, when one goes then to the continent, he has been part of the African Union. He has been a force commander of the African Union mission in Burundi. Also, he is one of our pride, because in 2015, he got designated as a United Nations organization. He was designated as United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the DRC as a force commander, the so-called MONUSCO, which he dealt with from 2016 to 2018. Following that deployment, he came home. And when he came home, he was made to continue with the mandate which he started as a chief of human resources, of making sure that military veterans are protected from cradle to grave by establishing a capability for military veterans to be able to be kept as an entity, as a resource that will provide the support and the advice as when needed. That is the Department of Military Veterans from 2018 to 2020. General Mgwebi is a unison, so it's a come home to him. And I want to request my boss, my chief, to join Chawe. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Advocate Nsaluba, for the warm welcome of our speakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are aware that in the midst of this conference, specifically this plenary session, we have two speakers, then we're going to have a panel discussion. We are, however, going to be graced by the presentation which is going to be given by the former SA ambassador, by enlightening us first as to what gem is he going to enlighten us that is hidden in the open. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and I stand on the already established protocol and recognize my leader, my mother, and an intellectual giant that is amongst us, Dr. Dlamini Zuma. Siyabonga, ma. Chinua Achebe, in Things Fall Apart, starts by saying that unless lions begin to write their own story, we know from our own experiences, the hunter is always the victorious and the victor. I thought that it is important that as Africans, we not only continue to believe in the slogan of African solutions to African problems, but also take time to reflect on whether this is a lived reality or not. And in my interrogation of the space, I've come to the conclusion that there are many gems that are hidden in the open that we are not appreciative of. One naughty evening, I once wrote a poem which says that Africans walk on streets paved with gold, diamonds, and various minerals that the world desires, and we have not been able to benefit from that which we walk on a daily basis because we have not seen the gems that we have in our midst. So the Committee of Intelligence and Security Services of Africa is, to me, an example of a gem where leaders of the African intelligence services came together and decided that external interference in Africa has gone on far too long, and it was time that intelligence and security chiefs of the continent did something about it. This was, as a background of CISA, triggered by checkbook colonialism that happened in South Africa, with the target being Equatorial Guinea, and the organizing force located in Zimbabwe. The South African Secret Service, working with the Zimbabwe Central Intelligence Organization, got together when they heard that Simon Mann was planning to stage a coup in Equatorial Guinea and install a government that would be to the likings of former colonialists in order to exploit the riches of Equatorial Guinea. This triggered a get-together in various parts of the continent, but here in Johannesburg, there was one meeting, in Angola, there was another meeting, in Ethiopia, another. And in the ultimate, in August, there was then a meeting to form the Committee of Intelligence and Security Services, which is now about 22 years old. This is an organization which brings together intelligence services. Now, as you know, as a rule, intelligence services are supposed to spy on one another. They are not supposed to be looking at continental interests from the traditional perspective, but this was a new crop of intelligence and security services who thought that the nation without the continent cannot be as secure because the porous borders affect all of us, because international criminal organizations affect all of us. Problems of climate change affect us. Health and other pandemics affect us, and we therefore saw the need of getting together, working together, and combating the threats that were facing the continent. Now, I keep emphasizing this is a gem that is hidden in the open. Why is this so? Well, one of the reasons why I say this gem is hidden in the open is because it's 20 years down the line. But in many institutions that deal with security science, this is not on the curriculum. It's not part of the offerings that are actually available in the ones that I have studied. I don't know about the Motherland University, what the situation is. So, but also the importance of CISA and the fact that there is this collaboration means that there is a new thinking that needs to be backed up by meaningful research in institutions such as this in order to advance a new security agenda. So we are now living in interesting times following the election of President Donald Trump in the United States of America. We have seen in the first 40 days or so how this is impacting the continent. These are threats that CISA had done a lot of work about and had actually projected the need for us to look at traditional intelligence threats, but also move over to look at the emerging intelligence threats because they are changing by their very nature, and some evolved in breakneck speed and thus requires agile, effective, efficient intelligence services. This organization is setting for me a very important lesson for Africa. Dr. Dlamini Zuma would be well aware of this. The majority of the AU programs are actually supported by the European Union. The money does not come from Africans, but CISA, 100%, from day one decided that they are not going to accept donations from anyone, number one. And number two, that every intelligence and security service of the continent would be part of this organization. So it's important because they have not only plowed in resources into the organization, they've also made sure that core business is developed and that capacity building of individual intelligence and security services of Africa is actually built from the center, but also built at local level. What do I mean by local level? CISA is divided into the 5 regions of Africa. So every regional economic community is expected to have development programs that are focusing on the intelligence and security services in their region, but collectively they have regular training programs that they offer from the center. So this is important because we are building our own mechanisms to deal with our own problems. Remember, African solutions to African problems. And this is the spirit that they have adopted. They have now built a head office of their own. I might sound a little bit naughty here. It was not donated by an outsider. It was built through African resources by Africans. So when we started, we had a big problem with the assessed contribution and their payment. But today, CISA still has the problem of assessed contributions, but the amount of money donated by those who have the means has actually meant that they've got more money than they need to spend in a year. So they've got a space to come up with programs, to implement the programs that they decide upon, and to make sure that they train and prepare people for their execution. So I think this is something worth celebrating from an African perspective. So the problem of vehicles is a thing of the past. Basic office furniture, stationery, etc. That is no longer. At the head office of CIS. But there's also an important thing that I think needs to be celebrated. Maybe I should pause here and do a disclaimer. I've already written the paper, I've submitted it in full, so I'm just giving you just highlights of some of the things. For more details, please refer to the paper. So Let me emphasize that the 5 regions of CISA are actually working effectively. And here is another reason why they work effectively. CISA from the onset decided that irrespective of whether you are suspended by the AU, if you are an intelligence and security service of Africa, we want you to be in the house, at the table, to be discussing the problems we are faced with, including those of unconstitutional changes to governments and how we deal with restoring democratic rule in each and every part of the African continent. So as a result, there are 55 members of CISA. They sit around the table. There is no bickering that is brought in by political dynamics that have got nothing to do with intelligence and security matters affecting the continent, because part of those disputes, whether it be around borders, whether it be around colonialism and colonial legacies, we believe that we must be around the table as a collective, talk about those things, find solutions, and make recommendations to the heads of states and government of the continent. It is for this reason that I also want to underscore that the relationship that has now developed between CISA and the Peace and Security Council of the continent is an important one, because now there is intelligence that is given directly to heads of state, which is not slanted because of national interest consideration, and that the focus of those presentations is in what advances the continent of Africa. So we have a continental intelligence estimate which looks at the threats that are facing Africa. We come up with continental intelligence priorities, which talks to what exactly are we going to do, not talk about, to do in order to address the challenges that the continent faces. Chairperson, I think I should stop here and create a bit of interest from the audience so they can ask some questions on that which I've not spoken about. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for us as an ambassador, Mr. Romo, for enlightening us with the hidden gems in the open, and also informing us about the significance of collaboration, the work that has already been done by CISA, as well as the need for the meaningful research in order to advance new security agenda. Thank you for that. We now move over to the presentation by Lieutenant General, retired Derek Mugwebi, where he will enlighten us, since we have been informed about the gems. Now, what is the future of peace support operation post the Cold War? Thank you.
Molweni, sanibonani, ngiyabulela. Well, I've been wondering while seated there and listening to Dr. Dlomo in terms of the challenge we face in the continent as the military and probably security forces when we've got to respond to certain situations where there is conflict. That intelligence becomes very critical and important. But mine was to look at peace support operations. Most of the time we refer to them as peacekeeping. But in essence, I felt that we should call them peace support operations, and we are looking at them post the Cold War. And we are almost, 80 years now from 1945, if I'm right. And that's when the United Nations came into being. And they usually at least celebrate their existence from the 24th of October, 1945. And the whole idea, they were informed, those who decided to form that organization, were informed by their experiences with regards to the impact and the effect of war on people. And there was an idea that there should be no war in terms of the Third World, instead of the Third World War. And of course, a charter was formed. And that UN charter then started at least indicating how to manage and deal with conflict. When we then trace what happened, then you realize that, yes, we ended up with what is still existing today, the Israel and Palestine situation. That was a challenge. They tried to manage it. And then we also ended up with the Suez Canal challenge. They tried to manage it. But later on, to kind of fast track, they decided that in terms of the Cold War, it's over. And then what happened in terms of conflict? The first thing which started happening was speaking to peacekeeping. There is peacekeeping in terms of you have your Zimbabwe becoming, in terms of the continent, becoming independent in the 80s. Then you've got Angola creating another opening there. And then Namibia becoming also free. And then UN start putting up the peacekeeping forces to manage that conflict. Then you move to the issue of Mozambique, a similar situation. You move to Burundi, a similar situation. Then in the question of peacemaking, you will then get to people going to ceasefire, then there'll be negotiations, and then from negotiations, then there'll be agreements. Then the implementation of those peace agreements becomes very critical in terms of the forces which must be going there. So in Burundi, where I was, just as an example, it was interesting that there was a peace agreement. But there were about 7 parties in that peace agreement. And we were trying to implement that peace agreement. Each and every one of them would quote his or her position informed by that peace agreement. And of course, that was successful. I'll come to why it was successful at the end of the day, that situation. Then you go to peacekeeping. From peacemaking, then you go to peacekeeping. That's exactly when the agreements have been signed, they must be implemented. Then there must be a ceasefire. Then people must move to demobilization area. They must be disarmed from a military point of view. They must be disarmed. Those who must join the civilian world, they must be reinserted or reintegrated back to their communities. But the security forces the intelligence, the police, the military, then they must go through that process of integration. Then security sector reform must take place. Now, if you look at this, yes, everything is in place and it goes very well. But there might be elections in the very same area. Now, if you are going to organize the election, that means that mandate must be mandated for organizing and monitoring those elections. That sounds easy, but it takes some doing, because everybody has got a stake in that process, and everybody wants to see himself or herself as finally winning and leading. Even in the security sector, in terms of ranking, that becomes a very sensitive issue. So these are the issues of peacekeeping. When you go to peace building, having gone through all that process of peacekeeping, now you've got a new government, then there are security sector reforms, then the question of that government is a weak government. It needs to be strengthened. Now then you move to peace building. Now in peace building, that means somebody must begin to look at how are the issues of socio-economic development managed. You need to look at that. And then you need to make sure that the military also respect the civilian authority. And they accept civil oversight, which is not that easy in the continent, because we know what's happening if you go to the Sahel region. And we even know the challenges of some of our neighbors as we speak, as they are approaching the elections, without mentioning who those might be. So that's what, in terms of peace support operations, we've got to be looking at. Now, the last one, those were mainly taking place and going very well immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall. But as we begin to move and come to the 90s, then something happened. And that's something which is peace enforcement. If you look at peacekeeping, it's in the UN Charter within the ambit of Chapter 6. Now, in that Chapter 6, it presupposes, in terms of the principles of the UN Charter, there must be consent. Those who are involved in that conflict must agree that somebody from outside is coming in to assist them in this process. There must be consent. Then once you come in, as second principle, it's question of impartiality. You must be seen to be impartial. The third principle is a question of use of force. You use force only in self-defense. And that was when the Blue Berets were respected by those on the ground. When they were not shooting at the UN forces, those principles were applicable. But with all what's been happening now we know that's no longer applicable. The question is, the principles have not changed. And the question is going to arise, why with so many forces, for example, on the ground in the DRC, what's happening is happening. Now, if you go to the Blue Berets, in 2012, M23 took over Goma. And there are about 21,000 soldiers on the ground in Congo at the time, coming from the outside world. Very professional soldiers at that, and well equipped. But a rebel force like M23 did take over Goma. Now, the argument which was being raised by some of my friends coming from Asia because they've got numbers in terms of people, so they can at least contribute big numbers in terms of peacekeeping troops. Your India, your Pakistan, your Bangladesh, then and of course Nepal, they were the one who were dominating. Then you start asking, but these guys are going through and passing through here, and why not? He said, no, we are expected to be impartial. And therefore we cannot attack them. They are not attacking, they're just driving or walking past us. You would have a base about 2 kilometers away. You know it's a base of what we would call negative forces. You know it, and you know what they are doing. But then the UN forces, under the auspice of impartiality and use of force, were not being attacked, therefore we won't attack. So that was the challenge. Then the Chapter 7, which the mission in Congo is part of Chapter 7. And of course you had it in Mali, Chapter 7. You've got it in Central African Republic, Chapter 7. It was Chapter 7 in Darfur when we were there. You don't want me to tell you what's happening in Darfur at this stage. And I'm not quite sure those who are supposed to be assisting in managing that conflict from the continent and right all the way to the UN, what are they busy doing in connection to that? So, force, let me just, peace enforcement. It means, one, the reason why it's coming up, it was easier when there were liberation movements and people moving to elections. But when the challenge is internal, it's an internal conflict within that particular country. That's one of the latest things which has now come up. Now, it becomes difficult because those coming from internal, they would not have signed any agreement, one. Two, they are not part of the state. Non-state actors becomes problematic. Then the approach is sanctioned. The relevant organization would sanction other individuals, they would sanction governments or certain entities. Using the case in point, whether those who have got the authority to sanction others, in this case, it was one country somewhere in Europe, and M23, Rwanda, DRC were supposed to be in Rwanda. And then somebody decided to sanction certain individual from M23. Then they said, no, we're not going. Then that means Luanda as a capital which is mandated to manage that conflict now is not in line in terms of the action of those who've got the power to sanction. So this is why I'm saying we need to look at the structures which have got authority to influence what's happening on the ground and those who are mandated. Use of force. We are expected in this case to use force against those who are non-state actors and those who are violating whatever is happening on the ground. In DRC, Burundi, Kenya, they started in terms of East Africa saying, this is not acceptable. Then a neutral, independent force was required. And they were the ones to sponsor that. But DRC was not comfortable with them. And then came down to SADC. And SADC was required to provide. Hence the 2013 advent of the Force Intervention Brigade. Now, the Force Intervention Brigade was given that mandate. Challenge is SADC and the member states of SADC do not have enough budget, and they do not have the resources to do what's required to do. They wanted to go in there and solve the thing and come back at the time. But unfortunately, they could not project that force that far. Then the UN took an advantage. They said, we'll fund you on one condition: you wear the blue berets, and then command and control, you report to us, and then you report to New York, DPKO. And that was done. That was done. But then you have a force which is expected to deal directly with those non-state actors. And of course, they did that in 2013, and they were successful. But later on, the management of that brigade by the UN itself in Congo led to some of the challenges we're faced with right now. Because in terms of the absence of cohesion, you have some forces who still believe the three principles are still applicable. And the use of force is not necessarily acceptable to them. But you have a force within the same, and they are all blue berets. Then that creates a challenge in terms of the local community. And hence, as we speak, there's been a cry by the locals to say, UN, move out. And they were in the process of moving out, and they were supposed to have finished by December. Unfortunately, what happened, and they are still there. So that was the use of force. That was the Force Intervention Brigade. SADC, on their own side, and the East African community, first East African community decided they will go. And of course, DRC was ready, and they were on the ground. Later on, there was a change. And they didn't finish even 6 months, and then they were asked to leave. Then SADC had to go in. Now, you can then just imagine what it means. You are expected to come in. It takes some doing to project a force there and equipment and everything else. When you start to look at the environment and analyze and begin to do something, and then you are told to leave. Then somebody else comes, and that's SADC. Now, if you look at that SADC we're talking about, it's a SADC which was coming from Mozambique. It's a SADC which has not finished what's happening in Mozambique. And we still have in Mozambique, Rwanda. I'm not saying that they're not supposed to be there, but you then ask yourself a question. Under the African standby force, SADC supposed to have that force. And East Africa supposed to have that force. And West Africa supposed to have that force. And all of them, they are under the AU. But then decisions are being taken, and of course, Rwanda is there. I say they're doing a good job. But again, who's funding them? And why? And why SADC was not funded if they are at least lacking funding? To what extent, then, is Mozambique as a country accepting and understanding? Or what drives that kind of a decision from Mozambique? Those are the issues as commanders, as people on the ground, which then start grappling with, because they impact in terms of the kind of strategic plans you come up to deal with the situation, because they are political. And also, it speaks, therefore, to our leadership. And it speaks to us as leaders. Now, there was the civilian component of the mission of SADC in Mozambique. To what extent those individuals who found themselves there were able to deal with the civil administrative aspects. And there was no police to assist in that. It was only military. So when we begin to send in this mission all the military, it then sends a message that the only answer is the military. That's the message we are sending. Is that right? Of course, the population starts suffering. Then human rights issues get raised. Humanitarian assistance get raised. So those are the challenges which we're facing. Now, there are certain factors which I just wanted to highlight which drive the decision-making. The people talk about democracy, whatever that's supposed to mean. And then, therefore, we must be in that arrangement, and therefore, certain things must happen. Okay? Of course, somebody will mandate that mission because of elections which must be organized and monitored. I've already raised that. Humanitarian situation. Now, most of us, probably we just read M23, but we do not necessarily read what happens to the Congolese themselves who are not in uniform. Internally displaced, finding themselves in camps, internal displaced camps, or as refugees. Now, those who have been there on the ground, they've experienced it. You know what it means, and you understand. But of course, your NGOs and UN agencies, when it comes to funding, they'll get funds. When you get there, sometimes they're driving beautiful cars and having nice offices. And the issue of these missions, when they are deployed, they might mean good, but in the eyes of some of us, are they legitimate? Now, SADC is there, but there are those who are questioning, even among ourselves, the legitimacy of us being there. Now the question is, where did we miss it? Why are we raising those kind of questions? Because GRC is part of SADC. And therefore, in terms of mutual defense protocol, they are part of that. But why are we raising this kind of question? And of course, some of our friends in the Great Lake region would raise the same question. Why are we there? Kuthiwa-ke apho nisuka khona xa indlu kamakholane isitsha awunawuhlala endlini indlu kamakholane isitsha funeka uphume uyocima umlilo buzawusana kweyakho indlu. Now, when I'm about to I'm just raising this aspect and beginning to say, if you look at leaving SADC, you go to the Sahel region, you go to Mali, Burkina Faso, then you go to Niger, and then you now realize that the UN has been kicked out. Not only the UN, the French have been kicked out. Not only that they've been kicked out, the military has taken over. And it seems the population is silent about all that because now democracy is being violated there. Nobody is talking about elections. But why is it so? Well, if you go to Central African Republic and you come down to Congo, then you will find that there are private security forces. They usually, in the past, they were coming from what was understood to be the West. Now they seem to be coming from what is understood to be the East. And now we also now know that Romanians were there. Well, those who are in the military, probably they'll tell me when we're out of here, the military experience of the Romanians. Where have they been really to call them on board? And why bring them on board? Exactly, Dr. Lomo, the question you were raising, that there are so many of those people. I've learned peace support and peace keeping operations from most of our brothers from Kenya, Senegal, and Nigeria, because I've been in that business. We, from the South, we haven't been really in that business. I've learned some of these things from them. Now I'm saying, if you've got that pool of those people who are retired, I don't think they would require to be paid to assist, not to fight, but to organize and make sure that the defense force is properly organized, and from the police too, and from the correctional services. That can be done to assist. And some of them are not even required to be paid. They only want to be in the midst of where they are human beings, and then they can contribute the little they know. Now, of course, I have not raised the question of international law, international humanitarian law. And I'm told this, the people who have organized this are coming from that background. Now, I'll just leave your good selves with a question which says, most of the time in resolving conflict, we seem to be using the diplomatic political situation. And seems it's easier to win when you are at least have got good people who can talk around those things. But sometimes some of these issues speak to the issues of law. And now, seems the political leadership is not interested to use the legal route to resolve some of these things because they might not necessarily have any good reason to do what they're doing. So you might want to look at that in terms of that side. And the key role players, which I want to just say, Central African Republic, you can go to Chad. I won't mention the issues of Chad and that corner of Chad. There are two corners in Chad. One, there's a Chad basin, there's a lake there, and there are almost 3 countries you find that part of them is Cameroon, Niger, and Chad, happening there. And then also on the other corner, which is the eastern corner, then you'll find Chad, then you'll find Sudan, and you will find, I think it's Libya, in that area. Now, if you want to check what's happening, I'll leave it to you. We'll talk about it. But there is a very big airport, or not airport, a strip. 4 kilometers, 2 strips, 4 kilometers. And nobody's talking, nobody knows what's happening there. Now, only those who understand why that was built. And you go to Sudan. Now, who's supporting who there from the outside world? And those guys are busy killing each other, and we're not talking about it. Lastly, you look at Southern Sudan. Those two brothers, they seem not to be managing to silence their differences. I'm raising all these hotspots and all these issues. I'm beginning to say we are going to find ourselves more on peace enforcement, and we're going to be dealing with internal problems. And all what I want to say, the most important people is what I would refer to as national strategic leadership. I'm not saying national political strategic leadership, no. I'm saying national strategic leadership. Your good selves from where you are seated. Some of us, those who are no longer in office. Those who are in business. And as the question is being raised, we are feeding probably the better part of the world as the African continent. In agriculture, we seem not to be processing. So if we can, we don't have to. The people in business and those who are in research, you go and look at what can be grown where, and then you process it and you look at that. Then you have people employed. Then there'll be less people coming from up Africa coming down here because they've got better food than we have, good soil than we have, good rains than we have. The only thing is there's something missing. Strategic and ethical leadership is missing. And now people are running this way. So we need to look at that, all of us. Even in South Africa. What is happening is we're challenging each other and all people coming from all over the world. And we're even busy with the question of spaza shop, trying to register spaza shops, and we're making it a program. Really? I mean, we're registering that. And we know these people. From where I'm coming from a village to this morning, I'm coming from a village. And I will tell you that little village which is called Willowville, where I come from. All of us, we're buying our building material from the Pakistanis. There is no hardware which is owned by anybody there. And we buy our bread and our groceries from the Somalians and the Ethiopians. Then if we want clothing within that little town, then we bring in Senegalese and Cameroonians. That's what we buy. So all what we do, the little money of coming from SASA, since we are at least the beneficiary of SASA there, with no industry, there's nothing. So the little money we have from the village, you get to a taxi, it costs you 50 rand, you buy all your groceries from these guys, you go home. Now, if you look at the production of maize, Eastern Cape, it's a sleeping giant because the land is not being tilled. And if you look at red meat industry, most animals in terms of cattle are found in the Eastern Cape. But where you don't see them being processed there, they process somewhere in Free State or Western Cape. They go and buy those cattle. Spartan beef and all those beef masters and everybody else, they go and load them and bring them here. So I'm just saying strategic leadership and ethical leadership. These are the things we need to look at. I might be long-winded, ma'am. Please, you can stop because of my age. I can keep going on. Some of the things which we need to look at, it was agreed by the AU, regional economic communities. They are not strong. I don't know why. But Uma Nkosazana is here. She was my boss. She was sitting in Addis. I was sitting in Bujumbura. She reheaded us from the AU to the UN. And she understands better the challenges of the UN because UN was refusing certain tasks which were done by the AU. Because the AU was ready to protect the political leadership which was coming from exile in Burundi. I had to face my own presidents, from President Museveni all the way down Kagame and Kikwete at the time, and President Thabo Mbeki. They were asking me, because I'm wearing a blue beret, asking me, General, why now are you telling us that you cannot protect this? We brought you here. Now you're telling us that you cannot do that. I said, but you are the members of the UN. So this is the policy of the UN. Don't ask me, sis. Please, change the policies, reform the UN, make sure that the Security Council makes the right decision. And the way it is not really in our interest as Africans. So that's where then I'm saying we need to. When you left, it was agreed that the logistical base will be in Cameroon, in Douala, for the military. Now imagine now for SADC, they don't have any base. And when they were expected to project this force, there was no strategic airlift. They had to hire. And Angola has got something better than we have. They could have provided that. Let alone that they could have provided that. They are the facilitator of the very same, but why were they not providing that? I don't know. But those are the questions. Thank you. I'm told it's finished. All what I wanted to say, we need to look at the AU, the European Union, and is very interesting. They've got the money, and they control what's happening. And even people were asked to go to Luanda, but they were found somewhere in Qatar. I mean, why there? So, for me, I would say the challenges we're facing, I think we know, I've mentioned that. And for me, I then quickly go to the issue of that. I've said that peace enforcement is going to be here with us for some time to come, but I'm saying probably we need to prioritize political solutions. Military is right, and it's necessary, and it can do the job. But the politics and the diplomacy of it are very critical. So I think that's what we need to do. And of course, we need to accept that we don't deploy only the military, you need the civilians, you need the intelligence, so that they can understand what's happening on the ground. Then we can be able to deal with that. And then, of course, we need to strengthen the African Standby Force with the 5 regions so that they can respond within the region. But also, there should be some arrangement in terms of cohesion between these regional economic communities. And of course, thank you very much. I'm sorry, and my apologies for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Retired Mgwebi, for your presentation, informing us about the different stages of peace, starting with peacemaking, peacekeeping, and then as well as peace building, and the different comparative enlightenment that you gave us from the different countries that you have mentioned, also indicating the importance of utilizing legal jurists in the route of resolving conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the second stage of this plenary session. They have given us appetizers. Now, during the discussions, they'll be quenching our thirst. I then hand over to Advocate Nandi Pantsaluba to facilitate.
Thank you, COD. Allow me to sit this side so that I can see clearly the eyes. Allow me to, at this point, greet Umama Wam, Mama Kaputayanda. There's a reason I'm doing this at this time. My minister, our minister, the guide to my brother. You will hear why I'm doing this at this point. Now we have a scientist. The person I had for the first time, my executive dean, the fully triangulation of the catalytic niche areas and their application within the Defense Force. I don't know how he knew it. The scientist of UNISA. We also have, so his role is going to take whatever has been dissected by the security sector, and he's going to triangulate it and juxtapose it with the CNAs and tell the general that General, Defense Force has got an answer at UNISA. General and my ambassador, you've been part of the JCPS cluster. Help us understand. Given your respective roles in national and continental security, reflect on the state of security and conflict in South Africa and the continent over the last 3 years, particularly given the geopolitical winds of change. Now, I'm going to be mischievous. I'm going to do upward delegation because I'm going to put the 3 questions so that then you can be able to go through them. As you're doing that dissection, just give us, you've heard that there's an instruction that this must end with the patron-in-chief in his desk. We want to know what are the key priority areas which you think the country and the continent should focus on to improve the security situation today. And lastly, coming to your playground now, in terms of the justice, crime prevention, and security, the JCPS machinery, which includes the speakers prior to yourselves, what should be the role, what should be the focus of that machinery in ensuring that people in South Africa, people in the continent are and feel safe? And this is in line with your outcome 3 and outcome 11 of the MTSF, the NDP, read together with outcome 14, which invokes military veterans as part of social cohesion. Over to you, ambassador.
Thank you, Facilitator. I have hinted in my earlier intervention, excuse me, that we are living in interesting times. Generally, those who are writing about international relations, writers such as Jeffrey Sachs, John Mearsheimer, amongst others, Mahubani, do talk about the end of the American dominance in international relations, and that with the end of this era comes a lot of uncertainties, opportunities, and challenges. The shift is from the west to the east, but to go from the west to the east, you have to go through Africa. So in the narrative thus far, we're hearing about already the Asian century, that the 21st century is the Asian century, and that Africa maybe will get the 22nd century as their own. This is a narrative without us, but it is about us. And as the people with disabilities say in their slogan, nothing about us without us is for us. And I think that we as Africans must reiterate that and throw a lesson from people living with disabilities. So the shift is not only negative, because in this shift there are moments of no polarity, zero polars. Then there is unipolarity, when the Americans assert themselves. Then there is a multipolarity, which then brings in some middle powers who, in their own initiatives, can, siding with those of the emerging powers and the declining powers, are able to come up with interventions, as we see in the problems in the Sudan. The problem in the Sudan is because there is space for middle powers to interfere, learning from the unipolar and the West in general. They've now found space that they too can begin to posit what Africa should look like, so that they can also get maximum benefit. The question of land and the hiring of land for farming, for cattle raising, etc., is one of those challenges that we have to deal with on the continent. So, but I want to underscore one thing, that there is no set outcome that will happen without us. It will depend on us, and Dr. Dlamini Zuma was right when she says that it's all in our hands. Madiba said the same thing, our first president. It is all in our hands. So we cannot sit and twiddle our thumbs, rest on our laurels, and hope that the new emerging world order is going to have African interest at its core. At the moment, the tension between China and the United States of America, just like the Cold War, is not tension, it is hot war on African soil. The question of rare earth minerals, some of them, and I would say the vast majority, coltan, etc., that are key in driving the next revolution, which is the green revolution, are here in Africa. And already the people of the DRC are actually facing this instability because of the curse of the wealth that they are walking on. So I think it's important that we really critically review the way in which we have been engaging with the world, engaging with ourselves, because there's a really important African saying: an enemy without cannot destroy you without an enemy within. So I think we have a moment of introspection, and we need to know what is it that divides us, and how do we conquer that? How do we multiply the forces we have at our disposal to maximize our voice and to make sure that our people are ready to engage much more meaningfully with this world order? The problems we have as South Africa are directly related to this shift. Now, I don't want to debate that too much. I just want to say the problem is ours, and we are the problem. So, as I was growing up, Muslims used to say, neither East nor West, Islam is best. And they told themselves that they are not going to be choosing a position, but choosing themselves. And I think there is a lesson for us there as Africans. We don't need to take sides. We need to choose ourselves and do our best to make the best use of what we have and take ourselves to a higher level. It's really within our hands. Let me stop here and give the other colleagues an opportunity to say something about the same topic before we go to the priorities.
You want me to say something? Okay. Actually, I prepared something. I thought I was going to present it, so I will start there. Maybe I first of all should introduce a background of who I am, where I come from. I am from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, which is in the Science Campus in Florida. And we live there together with our sister college, College of Science, Engineering and Technology. So some of the things that we do overlap, CSAT and CAIS. And you're probably all wondering, what is a biochemist doing in a College of Law conference? So I think it's important, because the reason I am here is because of possible partnerships between the academia, especially the science and innovation space, together with the defense ecosystem. And that is why I am here. People may have heard yesterday the Vice Chancellor talking about the catalytic niche areas and listed some of them. Those who are not from UNISA might not know what the catalytic niche areas are. They are basically identified areas of knowledge which the university sees potential for boosting the economy and other things. Now, catalysis, those who are in chemistry will know that it is the process by which a reaction is accelerated in the required direction without the agent, without the catalyst itself undergoing any change. So it is a very important addition to a system. So in these areas, what is really expected is high level of innovation. Also, we expect a multiplier effect that must come from the catalytic niche areas, from the innovation, and we want innovation that is going to be a game changer. Now, I'm giving this background because I think one of the problems that Africans have is the reliance on external innovation. The information we're getting from the alternative media about what's happening in the Sahel is quite important and instructive to Africa, that reliance on our own innovation is critical. The French were basically managing anything that was happening there in spite of the local peacekeeping force, because the French had the innovation. And now that the French are gone, together with their innovation, there's a big change, because the Sahel states have now actually brought in high-level innovation, drones that no one else in Africa actually has, from what I can see. These are drones that can fly very high, but can detect a troublesome rat on on the ground. So insurgency in the Sahel regions does not happen now as a result of innovation. In fact, in Burkina Faso, I was there about 2 months ago. The population there is just amazing, in spite of the obvious poverty, but the spirit in the people is palpable. And you can see they fully support their government. And one of the things that they have done is to know that actually peace starts with the food. All right? So agriculture is one of the first things that is being promoted by the government of Burkina Faso to completely disconnect themselves from the oppressive colonialist forces that were there. So that is basically the point of us being here, in order to give a window to the defense ecosystem, that in places like us, like at UNISA, there are opportunities for partnership with the defense ecosystem to produce relevant innovation to Africa. Now, you know that the emerging technologies now, which is called deep science, I'm going to be speaking about that later. Deep science, which drives big technology, and big technology is what drives economies today and is shaping the capitalist economies in unprecedented and unexpected ways. I'm going to talk about that during the breakaway sessions. But I think what is critical for me, for Africa, is to invest in our own innovation. It may be true that our time will come in the other century, but we must not be passive in doing this. We must be active in harnessing our own innovation. So if we look at the United States, we'll find that every emerging technology in the world actually starts with the United States military. The internet was used by the military in the States long before other people. All these technologies, they get rolled out after the United States has tested them and used them extensively. What's stopping Africans from harnessing their innovation? There are Africans in the diaspora who are doing wonderful things, but beneficiating in other countries. We talked here about how our raw materials are being exploited by not being beneficiated here. We've got the capacity to do this, but the ecosystem in the defense does not know what the ecosystem in academia is doing. So this is basically what I'm supposed to be doing here, to give that window to say, for instance, from the college from which I come, there are many opportunities for defense there. We know that a lot of stuff now in the defense environment is biological. We're talking about biological warfare agents, we're talking about bioterrorism, we talk about decontamination of water. You know, the men in action find themselves in extreme and inhospitable environments, and sometimes isolated. So if you contaminate the water there, you can actually, obliterate the entire army, or you can also destroy the people by contaminating water that kills their animals and what. So there are so many things that we need. Now we should be, the defense environment should really be in that space of detection of such things, rapid detection. Now our colleges are able to develop things like that if they are edged by the correct information, to develop relevant stuff that is required by the defense ecosystem. So I think, to conclude, facilitator, to say what I think is really an important step to be taken by Africans now is to establish something similar to the square kilometer array in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, where South Africa is hosting the world to study celestial bodies. We can have a facility for the entire continent for innovation where African scientists or academics without borders can come and do their innovation, specifically directed at addressing African things and owned by Africans. I think such a facility is really critical if we want to harness our brain power and keep it within the country and within the continent and produce stuff that is relevant to our needs. And yeah, I might just like to say as a word going out that, you know, people look at biotechnology and law as maybe something that is different. For those young people who are here, this is a critical gap in our knowledge field, the combination of biotechnology and law. It is not there. And people probably do not know how important it is. These are days of innovation. Biotechnology and law is critical. Usually it's people who are biotechnologists who go to law. It's very rare for lawyers to go to biotechnology, but I think people should know that this is a critical skill, which is not even listed as critical skill in the country, but it is a critical skill, and those young people who are here should be attracted to it.
Thank you very much. Pamgobu Chawe Atetenati. Chawe, I would want, you've heard the scientist from UNISA. He's saying we have everything that defense needs, starting from the first catalytic niche area to the last. Your maritime, avionics, 4IR, even the programs that you are delivering at your defense institutions. I would want you now, as you are going to respond to us, tell us as the university how you can assist us recalculate military law, civil-military relations, avionics law, and most importantly, international law, the African way, the availability by law of military people to assist us, because we need people who write the story from the first hand, not someone who writes about someone who said and who didn't say this. Over to you, General.
Thank you, Advocate. I think what is important, the security sector, the research and development centers like CSIR and the universities in the world of science and technology and the Department of Education, if we begin to collaborate and work together, we can make a difference. As you rightly said, in terms of the military, whether you're moving from the land forces all the way to the air force, there's a lot of technology there. And it's just been indicated in terms of one of the reasons we found ourselves at a disadvantage in Congo. It's technology. Now the drones have taken over. They don't only go and see, they also go and do. And there is no person where you interact with. Not only that, you can also, the jamming part of it. So if you want a technology which speaks to you, which is not sold by somebody from outside, then we can begin to work together. Because once somebody sells you anything, there will always be part of that technology which is not being availed to your good self. And that person will always have an upper hand. So we need to work together going forward. Sorry. And I wanted to say the Department of Military Veterans they've got children. And the department is supposed to assist those kids to go up. But the challenge I have coming from the countryside, I'm led to believe the university entrance this year were very level higher. Now we are sitting with kids down in the countryside who cannot be accepted to university. Not that because they cannot, but because universities are full. Now the question is, what is it that we're producing then? And again, then we've got the TVET colleges. I think this is probably where we need now to begin to look at what is being produced out of those TVET colleges. Because the skill sets required and whatever they get taught, does it then become applicable when they get out of that particular learning institution? I think those are the things we need to look at. We are challenging when it comes to the vaccines, is coming from Kumcha. Now, Kumcha, from where I'm seated in terms of my little town, is about 150 to 200 kilometers. Now, it comes by trucks. So I agree in terms of food security, we need to look at that. And security, we need to look at that. And lastly, in terms of responding to the other things, is the population of South Africa is getting younger. The population of the continent is getting younger. The population of the world is getting younger. Europe, in terms of complexion, is changing. And most Africans are moving, some of them, towards that direction. And in South Africa, we are moving towards the urban areas, and we end up in informal settlement. And then we get exposed to drugs. We get exposed to crime. And then there are kidnappings. And then there is, what do you call this? Human trafficking. Now, the schools in terms of your primary school, they are closing where I am. Why? Because the mothers who are our children are moving to the urban areas, and they are moving with their children. The Department of Education is busy building schools, but then there are no children to go to school. So unless and until we reverse that movement from the countryside to the urban areas, then we are going to suffer, because as they come in big numbers and reside in this informal settlement with the crime and everything else, what we end up, because when they come here, where they learn English there in Sikhosa and I am going to the door. So that's what they do. When they come to the urban areas, then they realize that's not the way things go. Then they don't, because in terms of age, they've advanced. Then they drop out of school. What happens? Then your tick and everything else which comes with it, they start those drugs. When the mothers then cannot control them, they send them to us as the grandfathers. Where? In the villages. Now we don't know drugs, and we don't know the behavior and the conduct of somebody who's in drugs. We don't, because we have not been in that world. Now you see somebody stealing, you see somebody sleeping the whole day, you see somebody eating too much, and you're trying to dish, and then this person is eating, you don't understand what's happening. So I am saying it is, again, up to us to understand what the problem. Before we start chasing other people around South Africa, we start to do an introspection and then reverse this movement of people away from the countryside. But they must have something to do. There's a Department of Small Business. They can assist and support those people down there. They are prepared to do something. Then they must be supported to put up those structures. Then that's what we need to do. Thanks, Advocate.
Thank you, Chawe. Thank you, Joacha. Zondo Sinchaba. Siyabulela. I want to close off as I hand over to my own chief, the pilot of this aircraft. We started by saying, may Mbulelo's soul rest in peace, who always reminded us as we're developing policies for military veterans that mask no difficulties, mask no mistakes, mask no failures, claim no easy victories. Always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas. for the things in anyone's head. They are not fighting for that, but they are fighting to win material benefits. They are fighting to live better in peace, to see their lives going forward, to guarantee the future of their children. Siyabulela, over to you, COD. Thank you one, thank you all.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank our plenary speakers, the informative discussions that we had from your good selves. We greatly appreciate. Even though we have rightly prepared for this flight, however, we missed to have sufficient medics as we have a full flight and we cannot afford to interrupt the politics of the stomach. As I proceed from here, as I am thanking our plenary speakers, I'm requesting Dr. Mahlobo to move forward. We greatly appreciate your presence, gracing us with your discussions. To the audience, we greatly also say thank you to you. We do understand that you would like to have further engagements. We are, however, humbly requesting that those further engagements can be done within the 13 minutes of lunch. I will then request our plenary speakers to come forward, and we also request the Executive Dean to also assist us by giving a token of appreciation to our plenary speakers. Professor Gole, the Deputy Executive Dean, also grace us. Mr. Dennis Lomo, if you may join the college management. May we then have Lieutenant General Retired Derek Mugwebi. May we have Professor Ndwasa. Ladies and gentlemen, as the college management is having a group photo, may I then just provide you a few announcements. Lunch will be for 30 minutes. After lunch, we'll then go to the different breakaway sessions. Breakaway 5. Breakaway 5 will be here at the Senate Hall. Breakaway 6 will be at the Exam Hall 1. Breakaway 7 will be exam hall 2. The time now is 2:10. Can we be back at 3:22? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
issues of artificial intelligence, that we call it in an African context, scientific intelligence. And also we are dealing with the issues of military coups and Africa continental free trade. The issues around the migration, and after our session also there will be an interesting session. This session is what I'll call a transdisciplinary session, where you have the last speaker coming from the military, the first speaker coming from agriculture and science, and my last two speakers, my last three speakers coming from the College of Law and from the Thabo Mbeki School. Professor Lebakeng will not be present, but we have an abstract or a summary of what he was intending to present today, considering that the plenary was having a debate, discussion on our intelligence in the continent, but his paper was around embedding intelligence also in the continent. But I would have felt that we should have also have interrogated the role of intelligence in South Africa's road to democracy or road to freedom. What was the role of the then apartheid intelligence? It will have been an interesting session to look at how Mandela wanted to have more information. What happened to the information of 1990 to 1994? The erasure, the deleting, the wiping of information at some point. But let me go straight to introduce my first speaker. I'm giving them 10 minutes. I'm going to give you, as the audience and as the delegates of this conference, some time also, maybe a few minutes to can engage with my panelists. Professor Monde will be touching on the deep science, big tech, and the future and the African economies. Professor Monde will also be followed by Ms. Mukoni and Advocate Nzaluba, who they will also go into the issues of multilateralism, multi-stakeholder engagement, dissecting issues of global digital impact. It is on the issues around scientific intelligence, or what you call artificial intelligence, or the fourth industrial revolution. So I will allow my speakers to stick to the time. 10 minutes. If you go to your intro, your content, your telegram must be short. It must not be a long DM. It must be a short telegram. And I will engage the audience also to can engage with you. Remember, colleagues, as we are observing the Human Rights Month, it is very important also to understand that even the continent, it is going through a lot. Our knowledge that we are sharing in these platforms are very important to can influence government policy directives. They are very important to can contribute to the body of knowledge into our academia, into our syllabus, and into our daily discourse on the continental issues. On that note, I will ask Prof. Monde to come to the podium and present Deep Science, Big Tech, Future, and African Economies. Thank you.
Is it showing?
Yes.
It is now, okay. Well, thank you, colleagues, again for this session. Now I'm in a bit of a trouble because I'm given 10 minutes after preparing 22 slides. I was told it was 20 minutes, but I'm going to try and move as fast as possible. So the things I want to do is, first of all, to just explain very simply what artificial intelligence is all about, and to talk about big tech, because big tech is underpinned by artificial intelligence, really, and to talk about how big tech has actually changed capitalism as we know it, and then talk about big tech in the space of defense and security. And then, of course, there are ethical ramifications. If we've got time, I can talk about that as well. Now, artificial intelligence is not new. There was talk already of it by the 50s. At that time, the person here, John McCarthy, was the first person who coined the word artificial intelligence in 1956. And basically, we have to start looking at what the computer, the traditional computer, looks like. The computer in front of us, it's got these two basic components: external world and then the internal world. The external world, of course, it's the keyboard and the printer, and then the computer is a central processing unit where the algorithms, which have been designed by a human being, execute functions. Again, those functions are controlled entirely by the external world, by the human being. That is the computer as we know. Then this thing came called neural networks, and I always like to talk about the story, and I think this is the right environment to talk about Chilitsi here, because I believe that the intelligence community the defense community should be talking to people like him. So Chilitsi we met at Cambridge together, and I used to laugh at what he was doing for his PhD, something to do with poker and stuff like that. So at that time, it was around 2010, and nobody really cared about artificial intelligence. They were a very small community. People did not really quite understand what they were on about. But Chilitsi is now one of the most important people in artificial intelligence in the world. So we talked about that, and then we came back and we met in Cape Town, and then he was telling me about how he was busy working on a project about how the best way to win poker quickly. And then I laughed even more about what he was saying, that he was spending so much time talking about poker. So he came one day at home to have lunch with me and brought me this book to wrap it in 2007. So he had written a book on computational intelligence and modeling of complex systems. So Uchili Msitsi is actually a master of neural networks in the world. And then by 2010, now he probably would laugh, I don't think he knows this. In 2013, my master's student was using artificial intelligence for their biology project to look at the chaos that's happening in a cell. This is Zamir Ambaram. Now, I'm using this because Zamir's proposal for the thesis was very important in terms of simply explaining what artificial intelligence is. So these are the three layers now in computers, intelligent computers. Because you must remember the neural, the artificial part is that these are computers that are unsupervised by human beings. These are computers can make their own decisions. And this is because of the neural network. So the broad part of artificial intelligence is that you've got the input. There's still an input that a human being can give, and an initial algorithm, but the computer can then generate its own algorithm. So the layers that you see, input in the blue, the power of an artificial intelligence is the number of those layers, the more they are. And that's when the computer is making decisions and re-instructing itself and making other decisions until it comes with a final and more accurate decision output. So the area of artificial intelligence is part of new emerging computing technologies, and it's artificial intelligence overall a term, but within artificial intelligence is what you call machine learning, and after machine learning there's what you call deep learning. Now, in machine learning, the computers are able to make their own decisions, but they still need some human supervision, right? But in deep learning, the computers actually, that is where the major research is there now. It's not successful, but that is where the majority of the technology is now. The ultimate computing, there's still one that's going to come after this, is about making computers that can make completely independent decisions, that can think. It's artificial because it's mimicking human brain, right? And it's powered by the neural network. So the computers that are required now are those that can make decisions by themselves. Now you can see why that is so important in military, what you call environment, because actually now we don't want to send human beings to war, but we also don't want robots that do not have emotion, because that's a problem now with the level of machine learning. These computers don't have emotion. They can, I mean, people must have seen when you do these call centers that are controlled by intelligent computers. You see, they can guide you and answer questions, but when you cry, they won't be able to cry with you, and they won't be able to smile, to laugh with you either. So, but no, that is what deep learning is. In the military, it's very important because you've got robots. Yes, now you're going to give them the emotional part. That's what machine learning is about. You give them the emotion part, and you also make them to make their own decisions, completely unsupervised by you. But now you don't want an army of robots that will start sympathizing with the enemy. Do you see what I mean? So it becomes, that is where the trick is now. These computers, yes, they will have the emotion, they will have the decisions, but they must still have what you call a use. Okay, so now what is important in this area of AI is the ownership of data. Ownership of data, ownership of things, connectivity, innovation capacity, highly skilled professional base, skilled workforce, and so on. Those are the things that really matter. The problem in the continent is that we don't have things. We don't have data. So we are in a terribly vulnerable situation. Even our genomic data is owned by other people overseas. So we are in a very, very critically vulnerable state as a continent because artificial intelligence has come, but it relies on data. It also, our things,
Even hotels and land and everything is not owned by Africans. It's owned by people elsewhere. Now, with artificial intelligence, unfortunately, I don't have time to now explain how that is important. Internet of Things, how it is important. Because when things have been connected, and then they can be exploited very easily without the ownership. So I want to explain then the area. I won't talk about this anymore because I'm being harassed. So artificial intelligence is critical when it comes to deep tech because it changed capitalism completely. It changed what is meant by market. It has changed what is meant by surplus value. It has changed what is meant by labor. It has changed what is meant by ownership of production. So there's a very interesting book that you must read, written by this chap, Yanis Varoufakis, is a Greek chap, finance minister. I think he's at Cambridge now. And he has coined the term techno-feudalism, because that's what it's become. And a good example of this is Amazon. Amazon is a big tech company based on whatever. Amazon doesn't own anything, but they sell everything. Do you see what I mean? The owners of means of production have become vassals in Amazon. The market for Amazon is universal, maybe in the moon as well. They can buy Amazon thing. Uber is same thing, Airbnb. So that is the nature of what is used to be capitalism. And I just want to show you that these companies that I'm putting here, these are companies that are in the New York Stock Exchange. 9 out of the top 10 in the New York Stock Exchange companies are big tech companies. Alphabet, the parent company of Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, SpaceX, all those are the top 10 in the New York Stock Exchange. So the capitalism has changed completely. So I'm going to finish you. NVIDIA is another. These are companies that are very important for the military because some of them actually own the technologies that the military use in surveillance. So deep tech has got positive impacts. Like I'm saying now, I don't have time. How much time do I have? This is the 20th slide. Should I get 2 more? And I'm scared of you. Okay, so the good impact things about deep tech is the cybersecurity. The expertise there is very important. The tech innovation, again, there is important tools that come. Collaboration on defense projects there, cloud computing becomes very important. Another thing that is making Africa very, vulnerable is that even if we had data, cloud computing platforms are all controlled by the North. We are busy now trying to sequence all the non-African, non-human genomes in Africa. Our problem was that we want to keep all this genomic data in Africa, but we have to be using cloud computing platforms by Amazon. Amazon basically controls about 90% of the cloud computing platforms. And the problem with that is that we may put our data there, store them and process them and do that, but when they decide they don't like us, you see what I mean, then we're gone. So these are things that I think that as Africans we really need to look into. Okay, Cham, let me stop because you really are in a hurry. But thank you very much for listening. I could have explained better. Yeah.
I apologize. I know this is the Festival of Ideas. For me, I was privileged to listen to this presentation before last week when we had a tribute for Professor Ramos. So this was another repetition for me, but I'm not jealous about what he has shared, because I think the last part, cybersecurity, very important aspect that he has raised, the issue of data, ownership came out very clear. Who even controls the data of Africa? That is very critical. The issue of the drones, the issue of even computing the machine vis-a-vis the deep learning. I think these were the two concepts that even came out. And I think, in short, it is the issue of how do we even develop this to assist our intelligence committee that is in Addis Ababa also. That will be great to assist Gaborone also, to assist Abuja in terms of this information on the counter-terrorism that we see, that is high tech. It's the same what we saw with the Israelis supporting M23. And finally, maybe the last part that he has mentioned, I think it was the issue of the multinationals that have benefited in the minerals of the DRC. That when you see the conflict in the eastern DRC, it's all about those multinationals, using Rwanda also as the conveyor belt. The second presenter, I will not read his abstract as it is, but it was by our professor from the TM school, Professor Lebaking, whose paper was embedding intelligence in Africa's developmental trajectory. I think here he was trying to say that it is important that the context of intelligence that we are in is the high level of multilateral and international relations that we see, who are the actors who are engaging, and why it is important for the continent, as he was lamenting in his abstract, that Africa is ill prepared to deal with complex threats, and those threats coming from terrorism, cybersecurity, cyber threats, coming from the kidnappings, abductions, coming from conflicts that have been going on, that I think General Mkhwebi mentioned it, the conflict in Sudan, the conflict in Congo. But in this paper also, his central thesis, or the core, is to embrace intelligence studies in the institutions of higher learning for broader civic education. I think this is very important. How do we put intelligence studies in African universities so that we can empower our African communities? The second aspect, he wanted to say we need to increase the budget allocations to our intelligence structures to can capacitate them to be fit for purpose. We can put more money into intelligence, but there's also corruption that creeps in terms of people not accounting, and that we have seen in many countries. The slush funds, from crime intelligence to defense intelligence, state security, we have seen in many African countries, there have been corruption going on there. And the use of intelligence for nefarious political purposes, it is still there. Finally, I think on his paper, he raised the issue of public appreciation of intelligence as a tool to advance human security and development. I think that is the last part I wanted to just mention, that we are moving away from state security to human security. This concept of state security, it is no more. If you can recall, 25 years ago, the late Freni Jinwala was in a commission that deals with human security at the UN. That's where the concept of human security came in. Food security and energy security, all those aspects are coming in. It is no longer the blue lights or following presidents and ministers. That's not security. High walls, it's not security. Security is deeper now, and that's what I think Professor Lebaki wanted to raise. The second presenter will be a joint presentation. I'll be lenient to give them 12 minutes, 6 minutes each. Memukone, Advocate Nzaluba, you can come forward to give us your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes. At this point, we want to just take us to one collaboration between ZADNA, an organ of state established in terms of the ECT Act, whose role is to make sure that you have domain names. But we're not focusing on that. we're focusing on one of the functions that it performs, which is managing the internet governance activities. And we are looking at the interface between the Internet Governance Forum, which is it's a stakeholder represented organization, and the Global Digital Compact, which, if I put in simple terms, let me do this. Once upon a time, there was Millennium Development Goals. Once upon a time. Now, when we failed to deliver on them, a year before, we decided, these things are too broad. Let's give them another name. Then we said, let's tease them. Let's tease them. We break them. Because we want sustainable development goals. Right? Now, 5 years before we finished, we've scratched our heads again. We said, this thing we're not getting. What must we do? We must come with the Global Digital Compact. If you understand it that way, no. I want you I want us to be practical about what we're doing. And because at some point, you need to say, what are we real to? Are we general used to say we are playing with paper and words? So that's what is at one point in time. When we fail, we give it another name. When we fail, we give it another name. Then Africa decided in Accra that if there's a Global Digital Compact, we want an Africa Digital Compact. You also agreed, good people, on that. So we are then trying to also appetize you, because there's going to be an IGF, which we want participation of institutions, because we need to deal with this from an academic perspective. Well, I've been taught years back that whenever you are making a presentation, situate it within the discourse. And within the UNISA discourse, we have, within the AU 2063, within the NDP, within the MTSF, within the niche areas of higher education, we have our own special purpose vehicle at US UNISA that enables us to be marketable across all the outcomes of government, all government departments, and we called them the catalytic niche areas. You will see that in one we feature. Aviation, we feature. Automotive, call us. Energy, we are here. Space study, come to us, we'll assist you. For IR, we are bosses. And the list goes on. I'm trying to show that UNISA has everything that South Africa needs, everything that every department needs, and we locate these within these catalytic niche areas. And I want to close off before I hand over then to the organ of state that is mandated to talk about IGF. I want to say the aim of doing this is for us to understand that the catalytic niche areas, they are for Africa, for South Africa, for service delivery. And UNISA has got it all. Over to you.
I like how my colleague just sold UNISA to me. So I just want to carry on from where she left off, as far as how we started off with the Millennium Development Goals, and then we went off to the Sustainable Development Goals. Now we are at the Global Digital Compact, right? And now there is a power tension, or a tension between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goals, and IGF as a concept were all built around a multi-stakeholder model. Let me use a simple analogy of a relationship, right? But rather an incompatible relationship. We have IGF that is centered on saying we are inviting everyone, the geeks, the technocrats, government, civil society, and the private sector to our tables to discuss digital regulations globally. But now they want to, through the GDC, they want to now make it a multilateral process where we now have the suited bosses of the world coming together. The table is now limited to an exclusive few individuals. And that's what we are dissecting. Is this relationship compatible? That's what our study seeks to investigate. Is it compatible, especially if we talk about it within the context of policy making, that is a multi-step and a multi-stakeholder process within Africa. Now, if we're saying digital technologies, we are going to address them from a multilateral perspective, how does that trickle down to national priorities? What model do we follow in that context? Is it not contradictory? You know, so that's the study. And we're looking at it in the context of where we are and how different nations are regulating the digital space differently. We see China is more state-led, regulations is more state-led, follows a more state-led approach. And the US, in the same breath, follows a rather market-led approach. So how do we bring that down into a digital compact? How do we navigate that relationship with internet governance, which follows a multi-stakeholder model? Allow me, if you would, I wrote a poem that sort of puts into context what the study seeks to achieve. Internet governance met multilateralism at a round table once in Geneva. They exchanged protocols and promises, but no one could quite define their relationship either. They talk often in statements, communication, sometimes in action, mostly in carefully worded delays. Internet governance wears many hats: technical steward, policy broker, silent peacekeeper. Multilateralism shows up in suits and sovereignty, a diplomat, a deal breaker, and a dreamer. They say they work together for a free, open, and secure net, but in the whole of negotiation, it's unclear if the alignment is being met. Internet governance wants everyone at the table: government, geeks, civil society, and businesses too. Multilateralism prefers a more exclusive guest list, state-centric, formal, tied and tried. One speaks of multi-stakeholder mantras, the other mandates and memorandums. One seeks consensus through dialogue, the other through diplomatic propaganda. They show up year after year at WSIS, IGF, and UNGA, going through timelines and trust. As new technologies knock on the door, and maybe the magic, not a perfect love story, but patient and persistent, held them together by global resilience. Because though it's complicated, messy, and full of contradictions, it is their fragile collaboration that we hope to shape the world of digital governance. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, they took only 8 minutes. You see, these are people of digital, you know, they are in a fast space, you know. I think this is a very important context that, as they were sharing to us, to say, coming from MDGs, SDGs, GDC now, Global Digital Compact, but also the internet government. The context of the vision of Agenda 2063, NDP, it's a vision, it's a plan, we're not clear. SADC Vision 2050, we're not certain. But the issue is that I think they were just raising in their paper the issue of multilateralism. And I think in our context of international law, we know multipolarity now. We are moving from multilateralism to multipolarity. Unilateralism, bilaterals, multilateralism, all those international concepts of diplomats, the deal breakers, as they have said in their paper. It is raising questions in terms of diplomacy in the technology or in the IT. Our third speaker is touching on an important issue. She's a senior lecturer in the mercantile law at UNISA. Her latest publication is a book called Sales and International Law 2024. Dr. Beauty Vambe is going to be presenting on military coups and economic decline in West Africa, lessons for Africa continental free trade. Interesting paper considering Africa free trade came into existence 5 years ago, disturbed by COVID-19, and now the Sahel military coups of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali and Guinea-Conakry. We will always forget Guinea-Conakry. There were 4. And I think it will be interesting to see what you called the impact of these coups in terms of economic development in the Sahel. They've left ECOWAS. I'm always using the joke that it's no longer ECOWAS, it's ECO-East now. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try and make a presentation which I had planned for about 20 minutes. I'm going to try and present the paper in 10 minutes or less. So I will try to go through it. I'll try my best to make sure that I explain what I have. And yeah, we all hope for the best. So. Yeah, but this one. It's not the first one. How do I go up? Where the name is? Yes. Yes. Okay, afternoon once again. I was just trying to ask for assistance on how to operate the slides that are there. So my title is Military Coups and Economic Decline in West Africa, Lessons for the African Continental Free Trade Area. In my introduction, I'll start by saying that international bodies such as the United Nations and the African Union are firm in their rejection of unconstitutional change of government. Despite this commitment to preserve the rule of law, post-independent Africa has seen more than 70 military coups. And the trend is not abating, as is demonstrated by the successive experiences of military coups in West Africa, which are witnessed in Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. So the economic consequences of military coups to international law and trade law in West African countries' aspirations to implement a rule-based economic community through Africa, through the African Continental Free Trade Area. Traditional explanations of military coups implicate ethnic politics and the use of military coups as the continuation of politics in other form. While acknowledging the validity of these understandings of why military coups occur, the paper or study seeks to take a different path, focusing as it does on the contradictions in international law and how this has been used to advance individual and sectarian social, economic, and political interests of a few through military means. International law and the responsibility to protect have remained Eurocentric, unreformed, and not responsive to the economic realities of ordinary African people who suffered the most in all military coups and have occurred in the continent. So using military coups in Mali, that's 2021, Guinea 2021, and Burkina Faso 2022, contributes to questioning the failure to critically decolonize and then apply international law in African crisis situation. The article demonstrates how this scholarly gap impacts negatively on development on Afrocentric international law, usable in anticipating and curbing military coups that are putting brakes on the effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area in Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. So what we have there is the categorizations that I had on the paper, but because of time, I will focus on some and so that I'm able to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So the paper was divided, or is divided into 6 sections. So we have the first section on the key actors and events in the military coups in Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. The second section focused on the establishment of Economic Community of West Africa, establishment of Economic Community of West African States, that's the ECOWAS, and then ECOWAS response to military coups in West Africa, and then we look at the impact of military coups on implementing ECOWAS agenda in West Africa. Then there will be a discussion which focuses on coups in West Africa, lessons for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And then we also look at the military coups and economic decline in West Africa. Here we focus on the lessons for the African Continental Free Trade Area. So here what we are basically saying is that we had crisis in what we call the ECOWAS. So regional communities such as, say for instance, we have SADC, we have the AFTA, they should not say this is not my problem. They should just not watch and say this is just an ECOWAS issue. People should learn what lessons are they learning? How can they prevent such calamities from happening? If we have coups, like for instance, we have here in the SADC, we had one in Zimbabwe. What is the Zimbabwean government going to do? So how can we learn to avert such coups, and how help could they be to the country and the economy? So the next section will focus on the key actors and events in the military coups. So we have Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. But in this section, I will not be able to go through it because I was only given 10 minutes. So I'll skip the section on the key actors. And then, so we realized that once there were coups in ECOWAS, what is it that led to the establishment of ECOWAS? So we find that West African Clearinghouse, which we call the WACH, is the first initial effort of intra-regional trade integration in West Africa. But unfortunately, ECOWAS, that was from 1975 to 1993, member states failed to comply with the trade liberalization scheme, whose aim was to eradicate tariffs and non-tariff barriers to trade members, and were reluctant to give up the income generated from custom duties and tariffs, which constituted main source of state revenue. So as we go on, we find that there were laws that were created to help protect ECOWAS. So these ones, it would include protocol relating to the establishment of Peace and Security Council of the African Union. We have the AU Constitutive Act and the African Charter on Democracy. We have laws on elections and good governance, which all condemns in strong terms unconstitutional change of government, and firmly believes in the imposition of sanctions on any sitting heads of state or member. So because we had the military coups, from the military coups we had the laws that were given, but now we want to see what was the response of ECOWAS, of West Africa to these coups. So a critical question to ask here regards how ECOWAS responds to the military coups and how such responses impacted on the economic integration in the region. So we have writers and thinkers such as Zun Menu and Lu, who argue that ECOWAS' military response in question that require knowledge of political and socio-economic governance reveals its style of crisis management approach. So between 2012 and 2023, coup leaders in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, and also Niger have received popular mass support. The military-led governments have strengthened their military capabilities through agreements that intend to be used to confront ECOWAS standby force should it be deployed in any of the other countries. So other people are of the view that this is in some sense, ECOWAS might have become a toothless bulldog as this weak position of ECOWAS has encouraged more and more West African nations to challenge ECOWAS' legitimacy. So there is more talk on ECOWAS, and then let me just highlight this area which says that the frequency of coups in West Africa also reflects the absence of inclusive democracy and good governance in member states, and even the new military juntas have also failed to deliver on their promises to to democratize the distribution of resources of the nations they now rule. So I've just been given 2 more minutes, and I still have about 15 slides to go through. So I'll be forced to summarize. I had also wanted to say something on the impact of the coups. Okay, we talked about the impact of the coups in West Africa. If we go on, we wanted to see the coups in West Africa, lessons from the implementation of the AFTA. What did AFTA learn by this coups? And then I'm now moving on to the lessons for the African Continental Free Trade Area. I'm not sure if my time would allow. So the impact of the coups in Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso are both quantifiable and immeasurable. Incessant fighting, there are issues from military damage, roads, airports, destroyed buildings, and contesting actors seek to control the heart of the government. Millions of the people are displaced, and in this process of moving from one place to another, citizens lose their belongings. They leave their small businesses to run, and most citizens are caught in the crossfire, get maimed while others die. So regional integration through trade liberalization requires stable political environments to prosper, and the arbitrary nature of the events of coups and its aftermath cannot guarantee military-led governments, as they instill fear in the citizens. Rights of the citizens to participate in decision-making that should enhance the development of the countries are hampered. Military leaders are trained not to countenance alternative views of even fake criticism of the policies by the citizens. Most periods when military-led governments are in power in West Africa, we see periods of economic stagnation and weakening of political institutions of accountability. Economic development is slowed, and these epidemic cycles of coups in West Africa must be a worry to the African efforts to implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. Regional-based peace institutions in Africa have failed to rein errant leaders and governments, and so we see that ECOWAS and SADC use military approaches to solve problems of coups and insurgents, but fail to bring lasting political stability in West Africa and Mozambique, respectively. AFTA is a continental-wide free trade area whose main aim is to facilitate trade and create a common market and a single customs union. So the possibility of unconstitutional change of government in AFTA is real at a time scholars have pointed out AFTA the weak dispute resolution mechanism that it has. Military coups tend to limit free movement of people, and this curtails business expansion and potential of unfettered intra-regional trade in goods and services. Consequently, AFTA will fail to favor small and medium-sized businesses, or SMEs, which are responsible for more than 80% of Africa's employment and 50% of the GDP. So to the extent that AFTA is a rule-based system, there are lessons that can be learned from the experiences of ECOWAS in West Africa when the organization restores constitutional democracy in Gambia. That was in 2017. So we find that the challenge is to restore constitutional democracy has also come to mean putting back previously elected leaders who were currently unpopular with citizens. The key lesson is how to decolonize international law so that this law speaks to the material interest and must enhance and improve status of the African Continental Free Trade Area and its citizens. This means that the AFTA must have its own robust legal and institutional framework provisions that anticipate civil war and military coups and spell out how to deal with the dual face of sovereignty and the contradictions of cohesion in international law. And then lastly, military coups tend to limit free movement of people, and this curtails business expansion and potential of unfettered interregional trade in goods and services. Yeah, constantly Africa will fail to favor. Yeah, I think I have done that one. Yeah, I think I was going to talk of the recommendations and the conclusions, but I think my time is up. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Dr. Vambe, I'm very sorry. It is because of the colleagues I'm working with, because there's another panel that will be coming after our last presenter. Colleagues, I think this was an interesting paper that I think we'll all want to see the final product of it in terms of how it links the military coups, the issue of Africanizing the law in terms of the mechanisms of dealing with military coups and linking them with trade. But I think others might say, but what we see in the Sahel, is it a true reflection? Somebody asked me what we see in what Traore is doing in terms of development. Is it true? What we see in Mali, it is because they have asked the French to pay the taxes and the mining royalties. That's how they've managed. And they managed to deal with the debt. Hence, we have a question of the debt relief in this country. We cannot move anywhere else if we don't deal with the question of the debt. And I think on this presentation also, the numbers of military coups that he has mentioned is another resurgence of what former President Thabo Mbeki says, another definition of democracy that we are not reading into. That what we see in the Sahel might be another form of military democracy. Because the military and the civilian relations, as it was mentioned in the plenary, is very important to maintain the military and civilian relations. But we see all these military coup states where they have the juntas, they have stayed long, there are elections, and we see in Gabon, that's why I use that phrase of in the name of the Father, the Son, and the cousin, where you have the bongos and it is like the family, you know, that are in power. Our last speaker, colleagues, very interesting, his paper is like, is South Africa losing her key levers of power? This is a retired Major General Ashton Mlindeni. You must wait for him, Sibango. He's a military veteran for 39 years in the military service. He's from the former homeland Transkei. Administration in the military between 1981 to 1994. He have trained studied in Taiwan, studied in Ghana, also went to the Defense College, went to Sweden. I'm just summarizing it, went to Wes, and that's where he studied, and went to Colombia also. So that is a short biography of a Major General retired. It was a must for me to read this biography as we are trying to locate his thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Without waste of time, I think because on the last one I'm having 15 minutes to 20. Having self-engineered, my topic is South Africa losing key levers of power. Having self-engineered our methodological approach to resolving apartheid source of political conflict in South Africa, in tandem with the clout of late former President Mandela, the world community might have harbored unrealistic expectation and hopes that the South African approach to resolving conflict situation could easily be replicated to any other conflict in the world. Whilst South Africa can proudly count on her diplomatic achievement globally, Alden and Lipere argue that the reputation of someone like iconic President Mandela is a declining asset that is dependent upon renewal for its continued relevance, further asserting that South Africa is no longer regarded as a symbol of global righteousness, a status it enjoyed in Mandela years. The unparalleled diplomatic peacemaking demonstrated by the country, a legacy of former President Mandela, notable, had not been without setbacks. Reflecting on the problem statement, our lives experiences have exposed South Africa's weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the course of pursuing diplomatic peace in the continent. In this respect, the country had witnessed a few setbacks across all presidents' term of office in Nigeria, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Central African Republic, and in the Great Lakes involving DRC and Rwanda. What remains a gap in knowledge are repeated setbacks recording calamities in two of the French former colonial backyards, which remains its vital sphere of influence. These diplomatic fallouts may suggest somewhat a downward spiral in the country's diplomatic trajectory, which invariably warrants an extensive academic research. Central to this research, the paper is only examining and focusing on a few instruments of national power which are considered critical to advancing South Africa's national interest. Also citing observed weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the system of governance. The purpose of this research project is to examine the South Africa's application and employment of informational, military, diplomatic instruments of levers of power to advance her national interests in the global stage. This brings me to the research question. The following research question is posed with probing questions. Is South Africa losing her key levers of power in her diplomatic peace efforts to dealing with conflicts in Africa? I will leave all the methodologies and so forth and go straight to the levers of power. Scholars provide a more comprehensive definition of national power, which is applicable to international relations as the ability of an international actor to use its tangible and intangible resources and assets in such a way as to influence the outcome of events in the international system in the direction of improving its own satisfaction with the system. This definition points to a relationship between power and influence. Research literature further contends that the presence of one or few elements alone cannot guarantee national power, whilst in the same vein, the absence of an element does not necessarily mean a decline in national power. Scholarly research informs us that sharing and controlling information is used to influence perceptions, opinions, and decisions. For this reason, countries employ this instrument of national power to shape narratives, gain soft power, and safeguard interests, both domestically and internationally. It would be in the interest of this research if this considered powerful instrument is optimally used in South Africa to inform these advantages of information at countries' disposal. The powerful nature, please advise me, Chair. The powerful nature of the information instrument has seen information peddled by one of the rebel groupings to the effect of biasness of former President Mbeki's diplomatic peace efforts in Cote d'Ivoire, warranting him to immediately recuse himself. Again, the ineffective application of informational instrument, both in 2013 in Central African Republic and in the DRC recently, delivered disastrous consequences for South Africa. So the employment of military instrument of power in the form of defense diplomacy and as an extension of political diplomacy by South Africa involved notable as a combination of soft and hard power, like in the case of Central African Republic and DRC, where the country experienced diplomatic setback. Kamat and Baith argue that the configured UN FIB and summit had mandate for peace enforcement. Reflecting with opinion on the choice to employing the combination of both soft and hard military instrument of South Africa's power in CAR and DRC was devoid of any realism in terms of the capacity of military instruments, considering its ill-resourced nature, inability to protect or rather project the force through strategic airlift capability, inability to sustain the mission due to non-existence of established logistic infrastructure and lines of communication, inability to engage and serve on multiple fronts as an extension of political diplomacy, etc. This became apparent in the wake of conflict developments in Central African Republic and CAR recently. Up until there is a paradigm shift from the unrealistic belief preoccupying the minds in South Africa that the country can be everywhere in the continent to provide all solutions for any peace, security, and stability challenges without being selective in our constructive engagement. These setbacks could probably be the order of the day. One could squarely apportion these challenges in part to possible lack of strategic foresight, strategic thinking, and strategic direction, ability to understand and make meaning and translate national interests and objectives into desired deliverable outcomes. At the level of the military leadership, on the one hand, and equally, the idealist nature and character of leadership at national level, with apparent lack of ability to listen and be receptive with appropriate responses to the views expressed by the public as its clientele. On the other hand, in its application, the diplomatic instrument of national power is about national partnership and alliances, used to build goodwill, resolve conflicts, and foster cooperation. As earlier argued with observation, South Africa has fared very well in the diplomatic front, with a few notable failures too much to ignore. Given these diplomatic failures, where does this position South Africa in terms of her image, integrity, and reliability among her sister nations in Africa? It would seem that South Africa will take some time to recover from this, which, as foreseen, would require a lot of investment, effort to reclaim her erstwhile diplomatic glory and remain relevant. I would not touch on the possible weaknesses. You will see them on the paper itself. I will go straight to the conclusion. In conclusion, perhaps it is highly time for special national legislation to commission the institutions of higher learning to thoroughly research on these defense and national security challenges, with the view to also serving as think tanks in the defense and security research discourse, following the example of Germany in the wake of an unstable defense security environment in Europe currently. Lastly, judicial inquiry also appears to be an instrument of choice than usual military boards of inquiry to investigate these national recurrences with calamities, potentially for purposes not only to suggest consequence management, but also for reasons to dig deeper into identifying weakest links and vulnerabilities in the system of governance. The outcome thereof would possibly lead to a strategic review of routine practices in government, rigorous selection processes leading to a career development and merit-based appointment of military commanders and state security leadership to avoid the repetition of these national disasters that has great potential to dent the image, thereby reversing the diplomatic gains of South Africa. I'm done.
The Major General took exactly 10 minutes. I was going to be lenient. I think the issue of the levers of power, he has contextualized them on the question of national power, the question of our diplomatic standing, our posture post-94, 99, 2004, 2009, the decline, and also the friction that happened with the mediation of former President Thabo Mbeki in Ivory Coast. But I also think our strength was in the DRC, the inter-Congolese dialogue, where we said 52 days for 52 million. That we did. CAR, yes, we had challenges, but we did manage CAR. And I think some of the challenges that all the military interventions of South Africa is that I think General will confirm, there are many child soldiers in the African continent. And some of these child soldiers are not ready for war combat. So they become victims of these conflicts. Secondly, I think you have raised an important issue of the Great Lakes. How did we allow Rwanda to supersede us on the question of Mozambique, the question of DRC? You have mentioned the role of Abuja, Nigeria. It is a collection center. It is an analyst center. And I think your last point in terms of institutions of higher learning, it connects with Professor Lebakin's issue that institutions of higher learning must take into account national security issues, intelligence studies seriously. The national interest, you have raised it very sharply, and I think in this university we had the current ambassador of South Africa, Menosipo, who came here and raised that question of our national interest framework, which it has not yet been popularized, and I think it's the work of public diplomacy at DIRCO. Kleisen must not be in the X streets because X Street belongs to Elon Musk. I don't know why are we in the Twitter streets too much. When public diplomacy doesn't need digital, you need to engage. That is my take. I am now opening it quickly for the last 10 minutes to the audience for my 5 speakers. Anything that might have captured your mind that can assist in his or her paper. No leading questions, no long introduction, just short and sweet to the point, to just give the author a point. I've got 2 hands from Ambassador Dlomo. I'll start at the protocol level. The backbencher, the live bench, I'll come to you as the last one. The backbencher, Rastamande, I'll come to you as the last one. Let me start with Ambassador Dlomo here. From my left, is there anyone? The left brain, is it working? The right brain is working actively here. The left brain is and the backbench. I have only 3 hands and then I will close. If there are no any other points. Ambassador?
Thanks, Program Director. I just like to maybe issue a challenge. I'm quite happy to see that there is work being done on big tech and other related fields of work, because the emerging world order, the competition is going to be around those issues. The tension between China and the United States of America, as one declines and the other one rises, the issues at the center of that competition are those issues that you have highlighted. So, but I do think that you need to have a focused segment that will look at big tech and national security, big tech and national interest. That is actually critical from a South African perspective. But I would dare say that you also need to have an African perspective as we engage around that. And this should go back to the scientists' question. Do we really need to have an innovation hub that will look at all of these issues in South Africa or elsewhere on the continent? I think that issue needs to be debated, and we need to do more work on it. Linked to this is a new field that I believe that you also need to do a lot of work in. I call it the field of techno-diplomacy. Now, we have seen this techno-diplomacy during the COVID-19, when innovation was taking place in the traditional West. Medication was not being shared with the developing South until the South came up with its own initiatives. So we need to look at that. And I would dare say that during our time in Mexico, when I was ambassador there, we actually had to focus more on health diplomacy during the pandemic. Because now that we had realized that there are these challenges that are coming to the fore, we started asking, how does the South, although some people hate that characterization, but still we need to continue. How does the South position itself such that it does not become victims following 4IR that is currently unfolding? I have a question on this concept of military democracy. If someone has time, can you please explain to me, what does this concept mean, military democracy? Yeah. And then the last thing that I think needs further attention. I do think that, General, the lessons that we draw from the failed diplomatic initiatives, especially on the continent, is a matter that we need to underscore. It is very important. Unless we understand where we went wrong and why we went wrong and who made us go wrong, we need to ask.
You've got to address the kind of structural conditions for these coups and how they've come about, but then also think about the triggering causes. Yeah. Is there some economic crisis? Think about Arab Spring, for example. Is there something specific that then triggers those coups. And then linked to that, the question about regional integration. The democratic peace theory, liberal principles tell us that when countries lower their borders and open their economies, create regional economic communities, that you should get a peace dividend out of that. Did ECOWAS fail?
Interesting comments. Let us take the last back bench at the left bench at the back there.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Advocate Dennis Rabumani, and I'm an AI and IP law specialist, and I'm a master's student here at UNISA. My questions are dedicated towards Prof. Ntwasa. You mentioned earlier regarding drones. Prof, if I can ask you a recommendation regarding drones. You've got draconian laws in our country, aviation laws. Prof. Ntwasa, oh, sorry. Yes, we've got draconian aviation laws in South Africa. The drones you're talking about are probably the new FPV drones in Burkina Faso. Majority of these investments have went to Kenya and, pardon me, my voice is breaking, to Kenya and Rwanda. Second one is you mentioned deep science. Now, Prof, I do some work in NLP, and in your presentation, I see you mentioned that cyber is important to Africa, but what about natural language processing? African languages are 2,000, we have 2,000 African languages, which is under a third of the 7,000 global total. I don't understand, it really doesn't make sense how African languages are regarded as low resource languages. English and French, for instance, are high resource languages. So any recommendations on that score as well? And I'm glad our ambassador mentioned the techno issue, because we have technologies, we have inventions, but during COVID, we couldn't register our patents. We couldn't register with WIPO because we're denying our our indigenous methods or herbs to cure COVID. So please address us on those scores. Thank you.
Can you summarize the first question first, because Prof didn't hear you clearly? The first one.
Any recommendations on our draconian aviation laws? Regarding the drone technology and innovation.
Thank you.
And then the second one was about what languages? I think they had all.
The second one was on, because you mentioned deep science, so the second was on recommendations on maybe SLMs, because we don't even have them in our policies, SLMs on the impact of low resource languages, African indigenous languages. Thank you.
No, I don't quite get the SLFs, I don't know. But I think those questions really belong to people who are law people. The aviation laws, if they're draconian or not, is a different matter. It's not really my area, law. But I want to address the question first, the one about big tech and national interest. It's pity that I could not show all the slides. And I think this will also reflect tremendously on what was presented here about ECOWAS particularly. Because I think one of the most important things is that we must understand the context in which these things happen, and also the sources where we gather our information. We're in a situation as academics now where we are consuming information at the level where we're supposed to be producing it. Because once you are past the undergraduate stage, you are producing information, we're not consuming. But it looks like our universities are actually consuming rather than producing information. We need to scrutinize everything that we hear that comes to us. Now, I would have shown here that in that region, there are about 7 economic regions in the area where ECOWAS is. And ECOWAS is a subset of 7 economic communities. All those communities are created by the nations that sat in the Berlin context. So what was ECOWAS? Was ECOWAS ever intended to address African interests? I don't think so. It was never. So, and I don't think that we should again repeat what the mainstream media is talking about, what's happening in West Africa, and call those coups. Those are revolutions. They are not coups. They are not coups. You must, especially when it comes to Burkina Faso. I was in Burkina Faso in December for a week, in November for a week. I did not see a decline there of the economy. I saw development. There was construction everywhere. The people were working so diligently and carefully, and the people supported. The president, Ibrahim, lives in a place I could not even. I only saw that it was this place because there was a flag.
The flag. Yeah.
Hmm? You just see very diligent people who love their leader. Hmm? So I don't think we must follow the same kind of parlance that comes from the what's called the current stream of information, which is the mainstream media, which has got an agenda that is not African. There's no media in Africa that has got an African agenda. They've got their own agenda. So I really don't think that we should use the same language that they're using. Those are not coups, those are revolution. Oh, this guy is following exactly on Sankara. Sankara was killed for the purpose of actually doing the right thing for Africa. That's what they're following on. So I don't think we should call them coups. They are revolutions. In all those countries there, what they have done, I mean, the agricultural projects that are going on there now are just out of the way. I mean, the innovation is just in automotive. They're making their own cars. They've purged that. So what do you mean? These are people purging what we want to get out of our way. So this is what's called, this is the regional, the big tech and national interest is very, very important. We saw already what happened, I think it was, I don't know what just happened last year. Even globally, there are economic regions that it's become fluid. The interest between China about electric cars. Big tech, electric cars are big cars, but they changed what called the relations agreements, trade agreements between America and Europe and China. So big tech is important. It's really changed because the thing is, big tech has no boundaries now. It just goes always. Everything is fluid. So yes, and the thing is, again, it requires us to have our own things. So our problem is that we don't have our own things. So we don't initiate agreements between us. Our agreements are like aid. AGOA is like an aid-like agreement. America benefits more from AGOA than us. But we as academics don't say that because the mainstream media has told us that AGOA is good for us. What kind of agreement is that where someone can say, I'll get you out of the agreement? What kind of agreement is that? Because that's what America is saying. They say it's an agreement. It's really not an equal agreement. But if you look at the trade relationships between us and America, you can see that they take more from AGOA. And anyway, AGOA would die without South Africa.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Interesting. You can see Prof is now recharging. He has now recharged now with his views now. He said no military coups. You must call them revolutions. Trade agreements. I think let's give it to Beauty and then to General. You will even conclude, colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Advocate Mantula. Okay, I'm trying to answer, I only managed to get two questions. The one on military democracy, and then there's one which also asked about what comes first, is it coup or economic decline? So when I look at the term military democracy, I'll also look at what we call national democracy, or say the democracy in South Africa. What happens? We have people that are living free and fair. People have elections whereby they can choose whom they want. There are human rights. There is development in the country. But now when there is military coup, it has to be a party leadership. And this party leadership is the one that takes over the government. And at the same time, you have an opposition party member or an opposition a party which has its own military and it has its own laws. These laws that are in that democratic military democracy do not favor the people. There is no development, or the development is limited. So you find that in what we're calling this coups, or the coups that we have in Africa in most cases, there is no development for the people. There are no human rights. People don't really have the opportunities that they had. If it's an election, you find that someone else has already won the elections without the ballots being counted, And the people that benefit the most is the army, people that are in the army, in the police, people that serve the government. They have the big houses, the big cars, the money. They go for treatment overseas. But when there's no even the ordinary Panadol in the clinic or in the hospital. And then the other question of coup or what comes first, a coup or an economic decline? I think it depends on how looks at it. It doesn't mean that a country that is economically declined doesn't have a coup. We find that in most of our African countries, these countries are not doing well economically, but they are the same countries that go for coups, that want to have these military juntas lead the government. And at times, they are the ones who would also come back. We link this to the idea of military democracy. They are the ones that will be in power. Most people in that area, you find that there is no housing, there are no bridges, there is no education. The people, they don't go to school. Or if they do, it's limited only in 1 or 2 areas. So this economic, the trade that we have, for instance, the movement of the people, the movement of the money, the trade in goods, movement of services, whereby you are free to choose the job you want and move from one institution to the other. That doesn't happen. It's only for a few favored people. Even investors won't even come there. So sometimes...
Thank you, Dr. Vambe. If you can wind up.
Okay, so it's a matter of... It depends on the situation that one is in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think you wanted to hear from me. There was no direct question to me except to say thank you very much, Your Excellency, for endorsing the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, but you see, I thought you will go deeper, because that's the purpose of engagement on your paper, we wanted to get into the levers of power, but let me just allow you to, let me allow the last speakers, because the nature of public conferencing, colleagues, is to dissect issues. The issue of the hub, innovation hub was raised, the techno diplomacy was raised, but I think let's get into the Internet Global Forum again. Okay. As a last parting shot, and the next panel will be coming in now.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Chair. So let me talk to the question about the need for innovation hubs. I think there is a need for innovation hubs. I think in the plenary session it was spoken about how Africa well, data is the new oil, and Africa being the youngest continent possesses a lot of potential as far as that is concerned. So innovation hubs are very important in Africa. I think maybe positioning them in academic institutions would serve them better, because they provide a platform for young people to grow, to turn ideas into a reality. With where we are going as far as the digital economy is concerned, there's a need for a lot of innovation to come from young people. So I think positioning them strategically in academic institutions or in institutions of learning would be better positioned, as opposed to them being civil society run entities. I think that's the parting shot I'll leave.
Thank you very much. As a parting shot, I just want to just raise the issue that was indicated regarding multilateral feature and what comes out of that. I want to be practical. I always like this example every time we talk technology. Once upon a time, there was a continental free trade agreement. And then there was a need for protocols. I invite us all. Go and check those protocols. You check Article 3, says spook and plug. But I'm going to I'm just showing how the absence of activity of academic freedom in all these developments, where it lands us. I'll take procurement in digital trade. Are you aware that with everything that you're saying, that there's a digital trade, there's a protocol, but that protocol, the Article 3 says, whatever you do, you must know that this does not affect government procurement. So where does it go to apply? If it's not going to apply in government procurement, where the better part of procurement applies? I'm raising this because it's critical in terms of how we look at all these multilateral agreements. The last thing I want to say, and also our involvement, we must push ourselves into the table, because when they are signed, they are our baby. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is issue of the aviation laws and drones. Look, for me, it's of course that's my research actually. So I must not divulge a lot of things, but I want to say from our saying at AAD, the problem is that when capabilities are developed, they are developed from a military perspective with a specific agenda. What then happens is that they get decommissioned, and then they are used in the civilian space. There was never a human rights aspect in them. And as such, how do you expect a drone that was meant for a specific mandate in terms of, like what General was saying, in terms of specific articles and chapters? Now you take it to civilian environment as it is. In the paper that I wrote last year, it was about to say we need to have the human rights aspect as we're developing this at any point in time. And we must develop our own products. Consumerism, wrong. Development, right. Imagine economies must come from Africa. Africa, we have brains, we have materials, we have everything. But we want to get satellites from Turkey. No.
The last intervention and what they call in Nigeria a provocation from Professor Monde.
Yeah, I wanted to address this because I could not deal with it during the ethical part of the big tech, especially when it comes to aviation. And here I'm not offering any legal perspective, but I'm just talking about how open a big tech is to ethical ramifications. And Utawe mentioned actually earlier, and is correct, that drones not only conduct surveillance, but they also deliver. And you see, the big tech is now become very fluid. The science base of it, that drones are equipped with all kinds of technologies which can distinguish things. Right. You see, that's why when it comes to us Africans not having things, we are so vulnerable. Because if we've got drones, there was a conference that set in South America, I think 2 years ago. It was organized by the World Health Organization. It was a COP thing. And they said that genomics is a new gold. But you see, Africans our leaders are not wired up to think about those things deeply. When you say genomics is a new gold, what do you mean? People think that is because there is biotechnology that comes from that. But when it comes to what you can arm a drone with, if you armed a drone with an ability to distinguish between me and Nandi, you see what I mean? It is able to eliminate him selectively. You see what I mean? So, but we don't even have that kind of capacity, Tina. Our leaders are not even thinking about building that to protect us. So that's why the question of leadership becomes so important. Leadership who are wired up to naturally think about the problem. When people make statements like that, you don't just see them superficially. You see where they are leading. But our leaders are not wired up that way. So I think the ethical ramifications, that's what the law people should be thinking. Because those abilities of mass movement, mass surveillance by drones has got many implications in terms of war. And now there are no boundaries. And people are conducting wars in all sorts of ways. So there is so many things that are ethically should be but now when you talk about drones and ethical, you are not just talking about your local law. You're talking about international level. So, this is an area that is not for me, really. It's for you.
Thank you, Prof. I think this brings us to the end of this panel. I hope that you have enjoyed and you have picked up some of their thinking. And thanks to the audience also for shaping and sharpening their papers as they are finalizing their final papers for publication. Siabong, I think there will be a next session by Advocate Bongani Masuku, still following on the theme 5 on security issues, cybercrime and others. Is Bongani coming? Dr. Masuku is here. Thank you, my friend.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can I have the presenters for this session close by so that we can save time to the best of our ability? We are in the gravy train, and I'm happy that I still see quite a number of us attending. Just kidding. Okay, thank you so much. I can see all the presenters are close by and ready to go. Good afternoon once more, colleagues. Protocol is observed, and but just to acknowledge the deanship and also our special guest and the distinguished professor, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to quickly allow the first presenter to come forward without a waste of time. My name is Boaz Masuku, and I'll be chairing this session. I'm going to allow Major General. You can see we are already building that collaboration, colleagues. We have been having these higher offices since the beginning of the conference to present on the topic, 30 years on security policy derailed, a time to return to the founding philosophy. Over to you, Major General.
I'm not sure. No, actually.
Can you get the presentation?
Yes. It's just 2 slides.
No, I have.
No, do not go.
No,
It's okay. AI. Okay. Can I start, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. It's a bit challenging where I have to present under a state of military democracy type. The program directors are quite harsh. Yeah, thank you. Let me just start. I hope the way I have to rush through will make sense. Let me start by referring a bit to yesterday. Yesterday, Justice Dikgang Motseneke spoke here, and I think he made us feel comfortable, not that the university didn't make us feel comfortable. One thing he mentioned was what he regards as the importance of defense and the security services working together with the people. You know, in the pre-94 setup, most Afrikaners would talk about what they called onze Wehrmacht. The post-94 period was a huge opportunity for the defense and security services to embrace the people, to enhance civil-military relations. Unfortunately, it looked like people were more concerned about staying in bushes and all of that. Justice Musaneng then stressed the importance of people considering joining the reserve forces. I've just been appointed to be a chair of an outfit called the Reserve Force Council. I know there are too many young people here who would want to join, even those who are academics and so on. And the problem is on our side. Even if retired, I say I'm on the side of the military. It's not on the side of civil society. So we will take Justice Musanega's word forward, possibly the powers that be will listen. I had to quickly rejig the title of my paper because the more I thought about it, I thought it was too verbose and trying to not to say things straight. But then I thought I should simply write it the way it is here. 30 years on, security policy derailed. I know I'll have to argue it in the paper. I'm doing that. A time to return to the founding philosophy. I hold a very strong opinion in this regard, specifically because the evolution of South Africa's socio-economic transformation, along with her security policy, and if I can honestly say to myself, rightly or wrongly, has faced a period initially of vibrancy, but the last 25 years, stagnation and regression. No, basically the last 22 years, stagnation and regression. I've then chosen to write about this. My aim is to address what I regard as the derailment of the founding philosophy, our philosophical approach to these matters, defense and security, to policy and strategy. How was it derailed? I think I can utilize words of somebody called Karl Demeter, a German, who wrote over a period in German history from 1650 to 1945. For our purposes, read this into the last 30 years in terms of both the DOD, SANDF, SAPS, and what is a misnomer, a state security agency. He says the following open quotes. More accurately put, there had been an unthinking adherence to old forms that had been shaped by other circumstances and other needs, but which were no longer suitable. The current situation that we have basically speaks to this. We have had a creep of ideas belonging to the old order, and they have been adapted not by the security services and defense only, but sadly by the polity. I hope I don't know, but it doesn't look like it will play as a video, and there's no voice here. Who can help me with the voice? I want you to hear him. This is not a fake story. Hopefully you can hear him. Don't worry, my presentation is very short, but I would want you to hear Mkwanazi. You may have heard him. It doesn't have that. Okay, let's leave it. Okay, fine, you can get this. I was trying to be innovative. I'm not an AI person. This was supposed to be a TikTok. Yeah, he was interviewed by one of our channels, the TV channels, but we have got a shorter version of what he says on TikTok. That's all right. But basically, what does he say? He says the problem of South Africa, he says, no, let me quote him. He says, South Africa has a problem. The problem of South Africa is a black man. He's talking about crime. He's talking to crime. Now, you would be angry at what he says, especially academics. But he's talking from what would be called the tactical perspective and the operational perspective. For him and for constables to understand what he's saying, he should put it as raw as like that. Because most of the crime in this country is committed by black men. And you can't go outside and make an allegation that I'm joining Mkhwanazi in an Afrophobic something. No, both of us are African. So there's no question of racism. It's some license for me to quote him saying that. But why does he say that? He's not saying it straight. He's basically saying, in my own view, they are being challenged by the state, by the polity, the executive, the legislature, everyone, expecting them to work on a basis of a remixed version of the old doctrine of policing. Now, one professor, I'm not sure whether he's still alive, Andrew Pryor of UCT, wrote an article in the Indicator in 1989. The article might show here. No, that's not the one. Okay, no, I think we missed it. But I'll read from my paper. He says, open quotes, the SAP, the South African police, and the state are the first line of defense. We have had a situation of creep demanded by the public, demanded by the polity, demanded by everybody, that the police must become the first line of defense. Is it correct in terms of our democratic dispensation and that? Or are we therefore saying we think our democracy can be protected if we allow some neo-fascism to creep in? Let me move on. Mkhwanazi, therefore, is using the black man as a signifier of a sick society. But before that, the white man had been a problem too. The white man too was once a problem. It was a problem in 1902. All white men on the side of the trenches, on both sides of the trenches, being a problem to themselves. But they reconciled in 1902, 1906, 1910, and established the Republic. But their reconciliation didn't resolve the problems. And what happened? We then had the Rand Revolt in 1922. I think this is not being taught in universities. That Smuts bombed white miners here in Johannesburg, just 54 kilometers down the road. That's all right. Why? Because the white men too had problems. But then, fast forward, immediately after that, Americans get in, Carnegie Foundation and others. They have an investigation into what they called the poor white problem. That's all right. There's a report of the Carnegie Commission dated 1932 in this regard, trying to grapple with what to do with the white man who's a problem and the white woman who's a problem in the shanty towns, who's drinking like anything and going around even committing immorality acts and so on. These were the problems for that time. That's all right. That report was pointing to the structural problems of the society then. The result of that, the white poor was brought in, co-opted into an inclusive white society, and they became a labor aristocracy and such. Now, my paper will attempt to put that mirror against what we have, that as a mirror. We need to go back a little bit into history and see how much of that history has insinuated itself here. I argue that, as one William Faulkner says in a poem, The Requiem for a Nun, open quotes, the past is never dead, it is not even past. If there is a place in the world where the past is not dead, it's here. That's all right. And that part colors both policy, strategic policy, everything, socio-economic policy, everything. And it colors and impacts on the state of the security of our country. We continue to coexist with that past, even if the few of us gets co-opted and assimilated into what would I call prosperity, like the poor whites of the 30s and the 40s. The result is then, as I will conclude, is that if we don't address these matters, we will then continue to using Mandela's words or misusing them in 1956, when he talked about the shifting sense of illusion of liberals. All of us, the current South African political class, everyone, all parties, labor under this shifting sense of illusions. We may think we are going forward, but we are not going forward. I want to, as I close, moderator, on a lighter note, so that people can, I may have painted a very negative situation, but let me become musical in this case. I can't play any instrument, but I once was beaten like hell at primary to sing from alto to first tenor, second tenor, and so on. I will cite one of our late musicians, Zim Ngawana. He has a track called Epofolo. People will know that in the Eastern Cape there used to be vet copies. It was called Fort Beaufort. For the people, you know, the type of people who go to a place like vet copies. He says, Kumnandi Pofolo indawo yamageza. I don't know how I can translate it properly in English, but I will try roughly to say is something like things are nice and well in a place of the, what do they call them, respectively, of the mentally challenged. That's all right here. We have to take South Africa of what it's in the situation that it is. I conclude, therefore, by saying, which will be conclusions in my paper, if South Africa is to be able to address threats or challenges in the next 30 years, that's all right. Some of the challenges come by way of what is called non-linear hybrid warfare or threats. Then South Africa will have to get itself or herself out of this ebb-or-follow situation. And it's in the interest of everyone, white, rich, black, rich, or poor. That's all right. Because there's exactly no external threat for us. And it's not likely to be. Who will waste money and bomb this place? You don't need to bomb it. All you need simply to organize an Arab Spring. And 2021 has already shown us. We have already forgotten 2021, for that matter. Now, if you look at the last conflict, one of the major conflicts that we have, women somehow madly are angry with Trump with trying to resolve, but madness comes in many forms. That's all right. The Ukraine-Russia conflict. Russia has no ebb-or-follow situation internally, in spite that it is the country with the largest multinational composition. It dealt over the years with this potential ebb-or-follow situation. And therefore it has survived all of these threats that are posed by more than 30 NATO countries and their fellow travelers. But Ukraine, on the other hand, who may not have the same internal situation as Russia, relies on foreign support. and you'll remember what Trump said on that. I don't know whether it was called an interview or a dressing down by a school principal. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General. I was just massaging that collaboration by allowing you more time. But going forward, I'll be very strict. Prof. Magaze. The nexus between illegal immigration, oh, it should be the site. The nexus between illegal immigration and crime, public attitude in the Southern African context. Over to you, Prof.
Good afternoon, or good evening. It's late already. Please just be patient with me. I'll be very brief. It's just that, I want to commend the college for organizing such an important event. The timing was very good, considering what is happening in America. Yeah, so the timing was very good. And I'm happy to share the stage with African brothers. My presentation is very simple and straightforward. I'm not going to spend time. I'm just going to hit straight, and then we move. It's still there? Okay. Yes. The nexus between immigrations and crime in South Africa is becoming a serious issue. This is my layout, of which I'm going to ignore some of the, especially the introduction part. I'll jump that one due to time issues. But now, the issue, by statement of the problem, I harvested this paper from one of my ongoing projects. It's one of my research objectives. So I felt like I need to come and share this with our colleagues. Yeah, it was very difficult for me to even draft this statement of the problem. But because it's a continuous project, you'll understand that there are so many elements of humanity within the study. So, this issue of hate hate crimes, informed by labeling issues. So then the main idea now is to say, we had the area commissioner here from Department of Correctional Service. He was presenting about the figures of offenders who are committing crimes. But here in South Africa, we have that stigma of saying foreigners, they are committing crimes. Unfortunately, we don't have specific statistics, because when we say immigration, when we say foreigners, you mean those who are here illegally or legally, and we have Islam seekers and all this stuff. But we don't have specific figures to say, these are the figures of the offenders who are here illegally or legally, something like that, vis-a-vis the one that are here in South Africa. The statistics that he gave us is 100 plus of the population that they have in the system. So then this is a descriptive study. So what I did, South Africa is one of the developed countries in Southern Hemisphere. But besides that, we are still even receiving foreigners from Asia, from other parts of the world instead of Africa. So there are so many debates about the borders. Since we have started from yesterday, there are so many issues about African issues. But, we are even getting presentation from Benin. So, but now, if we start having that attitudes against foreigners, what's the contribution that that presentation from the men from Benin to us here in South Africa? So I'm happy because during my listening, the whole process yesterday, I could now relate. Do I have to change my statement of the program? Do I have to edit my title? You see, because things keep on coming. So methodologically, yes, I indicated that it was a descriptive study of which it was shared. I shared the research instrument across all 9 provinces. Actually, I indicated that we don't want foreign nationals to answer this because we want to hear only from South African attitude. You know, want to hear what is their view when it comes to this concept of crimes versus. So the data came in, but it's, as I indicated, that this is an ongoing process. So you can see that we have 49 female and 50% males. These are the figures that kept on coming. So, and remember, this study was open for everybody, but considering the age issues in terms of the ethical aspect. So then it was restricted on that part. So that's why you can see that now the age group of our participants, most of them, they are between 36 to 45 and 26 to 35. This is the data that we got from the participant. So it's there, it's not something that you can dispute, because these are the numbers that are being revealed by our system. So the participant geographical locations, if you can say, maybe it's because I'm from Limpopo. You can see the data from Limpopo is very high. But actually, I was even assisted by colleagues within the department to share the data. So the data is still there. So surely this number might fluctuate when these numbers keep on coming. So, but the large number here is from Limpopo and followed by Gauteng. So that's where I am. So Eastern Cape, that's where I'm coming from. You see, these figures also informs my movement as well. So that's why you see them like that. So, you know, it's not easy when you collect such a data to everybody across the country. Some people, you still have to first explain yourself. Who are you and what type of information? Why this information? So that's what we are always encouraging even researchers to say, look, without ethics, there's no way you can do that, because you're still going to confront it with this information. How are you going to deal with those aspects? So then that's why you see it in that format. So participant age group is there, as I've already indicated. I indicated that I'm going to be very, very precise, straight to the point. You can see that the large numbers, it shows that 96.3, these people, according to them, participants, they have that attitude to say, because the question was, will you say immigration wasn't the problem of crime in South Africa? They said yes. But the challenge when it comes to this, you need to get evidence to justify that. But because this study was done in a social issues, actually it was just an open space where it doesn't even consider your knowledge as a participant, but just your view, so that at least maybe it can be able to assist us going forward. So then 96.3 versus 3.1. So those are the figures that we got from that correlations. In what ways does immigration impact on your crimes? So some of the things when it comes in, then you'll start seeing that, oh, but even medias, they're always saying something like this. And you'll see when I finish my presentation that there's a serious contribution of media in this issue when it comes to the labeling aspect of or create the relationship between South Africans and the foreign nationals. The media also plays a huge role when it comes to decision making or how they perceive those people. You see, most immigrants are undocumented, and they are not easily to locate when they commit crimes. That one you can agree, but as long as you have literature to support that. So because sometimes it also depend on the quality of the detective unit that we have in the country. So you cannot per se to say they are not easily to detect. So when it comes to that, there are so many entities that are involved when it comes to that detections. It's either we talk about the issue of cross-border. How do they cross the border? So then many they commit crimes and then they leave the country. So there are issues that I even identify when I was attending this one of the border issues to find that they are our neighbors. They come here in South Africa at night and commit crimes and go back the very same night. So you guys here will be chasing each other. You'll be all over the place. Those guys are gone. So they'll come after a month and do the same, right? So that's what I'm saying. When you deal with social issues, to me this is a very sensitive issue because everybody's having interest in this. So as long as we still have those boundaries in South Africa, this will continue as is. And I'm happy with so many speakers. It's just unfortunate because South Africa is South Africa that is run by comrades who don't have interest in research findings. So that's where we are. Do you think if immigration is controlled, this will result to less crimes? So, but others, they felt like no. Yes, others say yes, but others say no, but it can still be. So then you ask yourself question, why? If it can still be, but meaning that even the system itself is still questionable. So I don't want us to go with the large numbers against the small numbers. Sometimes the small numbers might be the one that is giving you the accurate information than the large numbers, depending on the participants' understanding of the study. Can you see that? So these are the figures that I got. That's why here I talk about the issue of my recommendations. I indicated that I'll be very brief. Since from yesterday, I've been busy editing, cutting slides, because I can see. So, the first thing, I indicated that quarterly release immigrants is either illegal or legal crime states by SAPS. Let's have that statistics presented to the whole nation to say, look, out of the crime statistics that we have in South Africa, these ones are committed 70% by foreigners, 30% by South Africans. Let's have that open game. So that at least whenever we start engaging on this aspect of crimes, then we'll never do that labeling. Quarterly release from our brothers here, National Commissioner, he was here. So I felt like it is also important for the community or for the country to know the number of offenders that you release who are foreigners. It's either quarterly or yearly, right? We need to know how many are they exiting the system and how many they left in the system. Because there's no way the number can remain the same. And if you release them, what's the process? Is it placement or deportation? If it's a placement, who's in charge? So that, it's a long process. But it needs to be open so that it can be able to deal with that attitude. Remember, the main point here is to address the attitude. Attitude that comes in and affect our humanity in a negative way. So, because when we talk about social cohesion, it's part and element of humanity. Where are we as human beings? How do we view these other people? Because you know, many of our institutions, I always say to my students, many of our secondary schools, we are depending on foreigners, foreign nationals. They are teaching maths and science. I'm not questioning what we have here in South Africa, but I'm trying to show you the other part, the important part of them being here in South Africa. So, I think that the second one, community education. As academics, we really need to come on board. How do we develop and come up with something we can able to share or educate our community? We need to have those platforms to engage them so that we can find a way to change their mental thinking, so that maybe one of the good days, then we won't call each other by names, but because we are really brothers. Control media reports on immigrants' involvement in criminal activities. Media platforms, they are selling, they're in business, but they just write as they want. But do we have statutes that able to control that point of reporting when it comes to the issue of immigrations? We don't. They just write. Nowadays we have this private one. They just write as they wish. And they share that information using different media platforms. WhatsApp, and when you open the WhatsApp now, another media do one, another foreigner killed one. And when you do investigation, that thing is not existing. It's part of hatred. Then that's where we start talking about the issue of hate crimes. So I think I'll stop there. I've seen the program director already. I don't know whether when he's doing it like this, he's warning me or he's saying I'm left with 1 minute. But thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Magazi. Really appreciate it. You indeed were over time that you were allocated. Your shorter became longer. I will now allow colleagues from ICT I think I can be lenient with you because you have enabled this space. Lenient to give you 6 minutes each.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me first acknowledge my former boss, Lieutenant General Mugwebi, retired from the military, as well as my former direct boss in the military, Advocate Nzaluba. Ours is very short. Actually, it's 11 slides that are heavily pregnant with information, but we promise that we will deliver it without any complications that we can promise. So we've worked on a paper, me and my two colleagues, Dr. Tuabu seated here, and Abogungile up there at the end. Our paper is titled An AI Responsible Governance Framework to Safeguard and Deploy AI-Based Solution at an Odell University in a 30-year democratic country. Just also to indicate that I'm in the IT section, I'm responsible for governance, and this is very important to capture. Dr. Dwabush is more into innovation, and Abongile there, she is more a strategy person, because an AI responsible governance framework then try to bring all these three components together when we talk about the Odell University. I was looking at the AU Continental AI Strategy. One of the key things that they've mentioned, actually two. The first one was that the AI solutions are to bring $1.5 trillion revenue into the African economy. And one of the key actions from the strategy, there is a call for a responsible or an appropriate AI governance as and when we introduce these new technologies, which then the paper that we are working on have already started answering some of those questions that are reflected on the AU Continental AI strategy. So in terms of the transformative role of AI in the university, I think Prof. Twasa have done a good job just to lay the foundation in terms of the benefits that we are looking at when we talk about these new technologies, which is actually very old, but it has started to change our life because it's gaining traction. So the issues of automation efficiency, but today we'll be focusing mainly around the issues of governance challenges, because the framework that we have put together seeks to address the governance challenges. And we know with the AI technology, there are more questions than answers. I mean, people talk about employment shifts. In the Odell University, we need to be able to educate or empower our students to the work of the future. How do we then start using this technology for us to be able to do that? We then looked at some comparative study. I will not go into details, but if you look at the United States model approach in terms of the AI, you will realize they are more into rapid innovation in terms of market-driven progress. So there is little focus around the issues of regulations and all that. They believe that we need to fail fast and learn fast. And that is the approach that the US is taking. But well, on the other hand, when you look at the EU it then becomes more cautious in terms of what are the regulations that we need to put in place if we need to implement AI solutions. But us as South Africans, we then find ourselves in the middle where we need to have a balance of the two in terms of the hybrid approach. We don't want to go deep into technology without applying our mind. But again, at the same time, we don't want to over-govern because we believe that over-governance stifles innovations. So those are some of the competing theories or comparative studies that we are looking at. Just to quickly highlight on some of the key challenges, the issues of data privacy and security, those are very key. We know that AI technologies are data-driven. What is it that we feed into this technology is what we will will get out of it. If we feed it with garbage, garbage is what we will get out of it. So the data becomes very important. The issues of ethical concerns and personalization, again, becomes very critical. The biasness and fairness. You know, we spoke about the issues of accountability to say, are these technology accountable? But last but not least, the issues of resistance. In most organizations, in most cases, especially in South Africa, we are more resistant to these new developments. Of course, we have reasons why. I mean, it can be the issue of job displacement, to say, if we come up with all these new technologies, are they going to take away our jobs? The answer is it depends. They can take away our jobs if we don't reskill ourselves. But what is important to understand is that these tools, the AI tools, are meant to augment the teaching and learning agenda. They are not meant to replace us. But if we are not adaptive enough, we might find ourselves wanting. And the challenges are quite a lot. I mean, the issues of training skills and mistrust of technology, those are quite a number of things that we have looked at. But then it becomes very quite interesting when we then look at this picture. The question that we need to ask ourselves, at which direction is this car going? It's very difficult for us to tell, because if you look at the wheels, they suggest something. If you look at the structure of the vehicle, it suggests something else. But how do we then bring clarity and direction into this car so that we don't have this kind of a confusing picture? And that's where me and my colleagues came in. We came up with a governance framework which we believe that it will put things into perspective. And there are 4 key factors which I will not dwell into details. And my learned colleague here, Dr. Dwabu, will also come in and just to put some of the key issues when we look at this particular framework. But from the AI governance perspective, it's very important for us to consider the AI regulations. It's important for us to consider the strategy. The AI contextualization becomes very key. We are talking about African problems and African solutions. But it's also important for us to understand that as an AI solution that is applicable or is working effectively in Ghana cannot necessarily work effectively in South Africa. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We need to put some context to the work that we do in terms of AI technologies. Even further in South Africa, we cannot assume that the AI technologies deployed in the education sector will automatically work in other sectors like our transportations and sectors like that. It's important for us to be context specific. But at the base, we need to talk about the issues of AI principles. From the organization levels, culture becomes very important. Like Peter Drucker has said, culture eats strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You know, our Justice Moseneke yesterday, he said something very important. He said, South Africa, we are not running short of plans, but we are running short of the implementations of the plans and the ideas that we have. So it is important that as we also invest in this technology, we look at the cultures of the organization. We look at the policy. The issue of the people becomes very important. And I think the best way to address the issue of the people in the interest of time is to borrow from the book of books, the Holy Bible. If you allow me, if we can look at 1 John, John chapter 14 from verse 4. And this is the conversation between Jesus and his disciples. And the point is very clear. On verse 4, Jesus says to his disciples, he says, you know the way to the place where I'm going. That's where he's telling them about his father's house, many rooms and all that. But in verse 5, Thomas responds. He says to him, Lord, we don't know where you are going. So how will we know the way if we don't know where you are going? But then what becomes very important is verse 8. And this is important because of 2 things. Number 1, what was said and who said it. And the person who said it here happens to be Philip, who shares the same name with me. And Philip said, Lord, show us the Father, and that will be enough for us. So how do we expect the people to go with us if we are not able to sell them the vision? How do we then show them the way if they don't know where we are going? So it's very important for us to show them the vision. And like Philip have said here, if we show them the vision, that is enough, nothing more. From the technological point of view, the issues of infrastructure, security, skills and training becomes very important. I've been married for just over 12 years, and I think it will be wrong for me to assume that what I've been doing in the past 12 years will sustain me in the next 12 years of my marriage. I need to understand that my wife is evolving. I cannot keep on feeding her with the same thing that I've been feeding her in the past 12 years. So is technology. We need to be able to learn and relearn as we chart into these uncharted territories. It's important. Thank you. Last but not least, the issues of change management cannot be left behind. There must be a compelling reason why do we need to change. Why do we need to come up with these technologies? And our compelling reason as the Odell University might not be the same compelling reason as with other sectors. And we need to appreciate the motivators. What are the things that motivate us? Also, we need to appreciate the inhibitors. What are the things that are most likely to stop us into this journey? Before I quickly go into the findings and conclusions, which will take me 3 minutes or less, let me allow my colleague, Dr. Dwabu, just to come and reflect from the organization's perspective, UNISA, what is it that we have done so far around the issues of AI policies and things like that.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much, Mr. Demekwane. I won't say much. I just want to add towards what we are working on. From an ICT perspective, it's always wonderful when we try to claim from the theories so that the academics can understand we're not only just technologically driven, but we understand that Sigmund Freud said what about the psychoanalysis when it comes to the human mind. What happens with the pre-consciousness? What happens to the consciousness? What happens to the unconsciousness? So when we deal with AI, we need to understand that the machine learning needs to be programmed, correct? It needs to apply your mindset. You need to understand that the student, as your stakeholder, the key stakeholder, requires you to engage with them. Program the machine learning in the correct way. Let's govern it so that it engages through the AI grading tools. Through what? Through the chatbots, so that when the student engages with it, from an ethical clearance point of view, this is why our governance strategy is trying to bring that across strongly from an AI perspective, because we're knocking on the door of an academic. The academic thinks different, the technological gurus think different, but when we merge these together, we can therefore understand that it's important to have a learner behavior component there. When we think about pedagogies, when we think about the curriculum component, what does it entail? How do we teach the student who's using the AI already? They're not going to stop, but we need to adapt to it and move along with them. However, what do we teach? How do we program which methods are we applying within the context of us being the teachers within the institution? Now, from the context of us coming up at the forefront of the drivers of AI policies, I just want to add that we've gotten a lot of requests asking, where is UNISA with the AI policy as the institution of the land, as the drivers at the forefront? We just want to alert everyone and everyone else, particularly the colleagues that are here and the ones that are joining online. We have drafted the AI policy. It is in the spaces of approval. Soon, before this year ends, we would have that. And we've engaged with other communities from the academic spaces, ensuring them that we are at the forefront. Yes, we are aware of the framework from the South African government point of view that was produced last year, that there is a need. And also I want to call upon each and every critical thinker to add value once that call for the policy to be engaged from all the disciplines. There's a requirement for us to make sure that we assist our government. The opportunity comes when the challenges are out there, because everyone has got a say on the framework that has been published last year. However, if we don't act on it as a collaborative community effort, we will miss out. We will be talking without actions, inputs in that policy. So amongst the responsibility that we have from an AI governance colleagues that were, the article that we're busy with, is to make sure that we call those issues that we're thinking that no one wants to talk about, no one wants to act on, but making sure that we are applying the correct methodologies in order. Mr. Udomekwan, I'm not gonna say much. I think the chair is gonna fight with us.
Thank you, Dr. Twabo. So as we draw to conclusions, we want to share with you some of the findings, but it's also important to understand that leadership support becomes very key, especially when you come with this kind of technologies. So some of our key findings which we spoke about, which has found resident in the model, is the issues of context-specific approach. We need to be consider the ethics. We need to take at heart the GIGO principle. You know, it is one thing to learn or to know about how to lose weight, and it's another thing to actually lose the weight. So if I read about how to lose weight in 21 days and I don't do anything about it, I will just know how to lose it, but it's not going to happen. So it's very important for us to understand what is it that we are feeding into this machine, because what we are doing is what we are going to get out of it. And also it's important to look at the hybrid regulatory model and also multi-stakeholder collaborations. These are becomes very key, because collaborations is very key. It's not a journey that we are going to take alone. We need to collaborate. But in that collaboration, it must not be what we're talking about, you know, I'm doing you a favor. It's like a grant, I'm coming to your aid. We are equals in this marriage. Some of the recommendations, we recommend AI code of ethics. We recommend the enhancement of AI regulations. We also recommend the implementation of AI literacy programs. That becomes very key. We recommend the research initiatives that are context appropriate for governance solutions. Last but not least, we need to embrace the weight of the past. We need to embrace the push of the present. We need to also embrace the pull of the future. All these things, when we consider them, they will help us to come up with the most beautiful AI solutions. In conclusion, continuous evolution is very key. We need to keep on unlearning, relearning as we test this AI model and technologies. We need to adapt to the new technologies. We need to address the risk as and when they come. Last but not least, I want to go back to the Bible, John chapter 14, verse 6. This is the last verse, Lieutenant Mugwebi. It's the last one, I promise. So chapter 14, verse 6, Jesus says to his disciples, when they were asking about the way, he says, I'm the way, the truth, and the light. No one goes to the Father but through me. And it is important for us to understand that AI technologies is the way, the truth, and the light. And no one achieves academic excellence but through these technologies. Thank you.
Amen, Pastor. Amen, Pastor, for AI. We are in AI church indeed. Moving right along, Dr. Steenkamp, who's coming first? Advocate Nsaluba, I know you are everywhere, the general.
Thank you. Gerald, do we have who can connect for electricity?
The batteries about.
It seems like we are on another. Do you have it? I have it there.
Just waiting for Advocate Zaluba to plug a laptop. The battery is about to finish.
I believe today is a day of disclosures. I don't know why, but it seems like it's disclosure day. As we are continuing with the disclosures, may I disclose that with pride, the second presenter was my student at Nyanga High School. So I think the equation would not balance if I didn't make that visible. But my gear, no, was okay. We hide things in the military, pocket by pocket, so that if you want to surveil, you don't get an answer anywhere. I'm almost there, then claw, then I open again. Then I go to presentations. Can you imagine if you want to do cyber attack, you won't find. Then day 2.
And then after that, do we
Then
have
you
only
arrive.
you, Dr. Ngube?
Yes, it's Dr. Ngube only.
Okay.
It's Dr. Ngube only. Kwakula ngoma besiqale kuyo ye partnership. Phil, I had an in-house IT.
It's taking.
It's still taking longer. Probably it's my fingers, they are tired. I never know. Whilst my principal is assisting me, just want to say again, UNISA claw in again the agenda to partner in the delivery of the catalytic niche areas. Decided consciously so to partner with the highest order institution in the military academy. And this paper is a demonstration of that partnership. You will then know that military academy is where a lot of capabilities are developed. You can clog your car and you will not be able to open using your own key. And that is where we have the Defense Artificial Intelligence Research Unit. So as UNISA it became, and as the University of the Land, it became important for us to partner with the source. Okay. Thank you, Chef. Thank you very much. So the presentation is between military academy and our own capability of the law from the oldest university, Cordell, Nochan. We're looking at now, let me do this. Yes, I always want to start here because I want to show that this, as we were writing this paper, we're taken to what section 202, 200 subsection 2 of the Constitution says. It talks about the mandate of the Defense Force, about territorial integrity through international law, and. Now, if you talk territorial integrity, then you're talking about many domains. You have, I'm going to play around this, there's a message I'm sending. You have land, you have air, you have sea, you have cyberspace, you have airspace. And all the things I've mentioned, they are just a playground of the catalytic niche areas. So you can't talk about catalytic niche areas and you don't immerse yourself within and partner with the entity that is constitutionally charged with protecting territorial integrity. So, of the 5 domains, we are looking at the cyberspace. And the question we are dealing with is, what is South Africa's position? And what has been South Africa's contribution in the international law of cyberspace? This question becomes important because it begins to ask whether technology is accelerating faster than state ability to legislate internally and negotiate externally. Legislate internally, negotiate externally. And I want, as you're listening to this presentation, remember what has just been presented on AI. Where is South Africa? Are we the followers or the initiators? The paper is beautiful. It takes you to the alignments that we have, that if you look at cybersecurity, we went to Germany. At some point, we went to, because we're in BRICS, capital small letter S, you find ourselves with Russia. Russia's posture on cybersecurity and Germany's posture is different. And we are there, and China's posture is different. And what then is South Africa doing? Allow me to leave it to the military academy, the entity by law that must develop the capabilities for South Africa to make sure that we commercialize properly, and that is the Dr. Steenkamp. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you to our hosts and to all the conference organizers. The organizers have given us 2 interesting themes. The first is this idea of the winds of change blowing across Africa, and the second asks us to reflect about 30 years of democracy. Our contention here is that there is a fundamentally important radical change that has occurred, and that is a technologically driven change. I think we should speak about the hurricanes of change rather than just the winds of change. And potentially what we need to understand is how difficult it is for national legislation to try and regulate this accelerating technology. It perhaps has moved faster than our ability to regulate it internally. And it has also provided an international picture where it is quite difficult to see consensus emerging in the international community about how to regulate cyber technology. So I'll begin first by putting some context and looking at the subheading here, this idea of a networked global order. And I'll come to this by looking at technology as global geopolitics and the networked order. Then, very briefly, we'll move into some of the international law approaches to global governance. Our paper here is very much at an embryonic stage. It's still being developed, and I think it's still unfolding. Where we have made some preemptive conclusions is looking at the security discourses, firstly at the UN and also at the AU. And our focus today will just be on the AU. And then finally, to talk a little bit about the futures, perhaps 30 years into the futures, but maybe a future that could be very different within 3 or 4 years. And that is to ask questions about what does it mean to be a responsible state in cyberspace? How do responsible sovereign behaviors look like? And how does South Africa fit into that? So let's begin then with those contexts. The Harvard Business Review at the end of last year saw two converging trends. And the first is that critical and emerging technologies, CETs, are redefining global power, they're redefining the global economy, and they're redefining existing security frameworks. This leads to geopolitical instability. It's disrupting supply chains, it's shifting alliances, it's fueling competition over critical resources and technologies. Some previous speakers today have picked up on some of these themes too. What we're seeing now is that the technologies are moving very rapidly onto the battlefield. And they themselves, the technologies, are objects of international tension. So there's potential in increasing conflict here as states seek greater technological advantage, or they seek greater autonomy, the ability to determine for themselves their own security. They are using methods such as trade barriers, export or investment controls, and industrial policy in order to drive these advantages and autonomies. And they're also reshaping the flows of data and global supply chains. So the starting point, the context here is that the technology is the global economy, and that technology is geopolitics. So if we look at some of the theory here on the international law approaches to global governance, we see the African Union coming together during last year and putting forward a common African position. The common African position on the application of international law to the use of information and communication technologies, ICTs, in cyberspace. And this was endorsed by the Assembly of the AU in February of last year. So what are some of the international law principles that might be of interest? And I've selectively chosen from here without going into all of them. And the first is a very clear indication that international law does apply in cyberspace. This means that as it applies to cyberspace, it does not permit a state to exercise enforcement authority on the territory of a foreign state. So there is both a respect for existing international law, but there's also respect for sovereignty, the idea of non-intervention, right? So there's a general prohibition of intervention, and this is increasingly pertinent in the context of cyberspace because of the connectivity which cyberspace provides for states and societies, but also because it increases the opportunities for malicious actors, including states and non-state actors. And the definition here of a violation of the prohibition on intervention has to do with the amount of coercion that applies. Right? So I think for international legal scholars, both of these are redefinitions of what we understand by coercion and what we understand by the methods of potential intervention. The third element of international law which is important here is the use of force. And I'm here quoting from the document. The African Union is of the view that cyber operations would fall within the scope of the prohibition of the use of force when the scale and effects of the operation are comparable to those of a conventional act of violence covered by the prohibition. So there's this idea that the space of cyberspace should be a peaceful space, a civilian space, not a securitized military space. Nevertheless, because of the applications of sovereignty, the African Union affirms that the right of self-defense is applicable, but it can only be triggered when it can be attributed to a state actor. Right? And here it becomes quite difficult because cyber attribution is part of the fog in which cyber operations are occurring. It's very difficult to know exactly who to attribute an attack or a potential attack to. The second body of law which is equally important is that of international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict. And the AU affirmed that IHL applies in cyberspace. If you go back to some of the previous legal decisions, it's clear that IHL applies regardless of the technology that is being used. If some future technology emerges, IHL will apply in that future technology. And in the paper, we'll quote some references on that, specifically to do with the nuclear powers. And at the same time, there is also an obligation under international humanitarian law that the use of cyberspace should be limited, that there are obligations here to limit the suffering, injury, and destruction caused by armed conflict, including, I think, important to add, that civilians are not targets, they are non-combatants in cyberspace as well. Now, if we look at the situation then as it applies to how it's been securitized, and we look at the international level, we've got to leave it as an open question. Right? International law of cyberspace would be done at a global level, at a multilateral UN level preferably, and this should be a treaty with universal application rather than done through bilaterals or unilateral proclamations. So we would expect the United Nations to take a principal role in putting these modes together. And in doing so, we'd expect to see an international commitment to ensuring universal human rights in the digital realm. The strategy that needs to be followed, which is found in the literature of norms and regimes, is that you need states to be norm entrepreneurs and put forward ideas in which consensus can be sought. Usually at the international level, the middle power states, perhaps including South Africa as a middle power, recognizing we're not a major power or a minor power, we're somewhere in the middle, we should be able to use that position in order to craft compromise that others can accept. The outcome would be a normative outcome. It would be a set of legal and regulatory prescriptions and mechanisms which will set the rules of the road for cyber. And in its effect, it will be transformative because it's going to change, it's going to have linked-in effects across both weapons and human rights legislation. So are we to expect a multilateral cyber treaty anytime soon? Well, those optimists who see work on the atomic, biological, and chemical weapons conventions say that yes, we have outlawed weapons in the past. We do not accept their use. Perhaps cyber weapons could be outlawed. Right? This potentially is going to be very difficult because how do you negotiate a cyber treaty? Right? There's been an attempt through the United Nations, through the UNGGE, and through the Open Experts Working Group to put forward some ideas of responsible state behavior. And we go into some details on this in the paper. However, there are also a number of non-state actors involved. OECD, World Economic Forum, NATO, the Commonwealth, and, as we saw in the discussions earlier, the multi-stakeholder approach also involves big tech. South Africa has put forward a position, and if you look at the framework document on South Africa's national interest from 2022, we see that it clearly identifies cybersecurity and makes a link to the national security strategy there. Basic problem that we see internationally is that there isn't a consensus agreement on what cyberspace actually is. The argument here is that you can all agree on the physical layer, on the critical infrastructure of the internet, and then the logic or virtual layer, the communications that occur. But when it comes to the content layer, what people say online, the more authoritarian conception says that states should be able to regulate and monitor and surveil that. The more liberal democratic conception says you can't get involved in people's private communication. Right? So this is part of this disconnect that exists about how to regulate the internet. What this leaves us with is this set of directions in which this could go. Right? So if we opt for sovereign control as opposed to private control, and then we choose international cooperation versus international conflict, we get to this quadrant at the top, the cyber grand bargain. That is that all states are going to accept that they need to sign a treaty and cooperate, and this cyber grand bargain would be ideal. If instead we opt for conflict, in the international system, then you're going to see states putting up their firewalls, keeping others out, this idea of a garrison state. However, if you do not have sovereign input and sovereign control, and you allow it only to private interests to make their own rules, then we're in a condition of global cyber anarchy. Right? And this potentially is the most dangerous. However, there could also be private control and international cooperation. And this is the idea of a free and open internet, a neutral internet, a kind of a global cyber commons, which can be to everybody's benefit. Right? So potentially, we will have to wait and see how it unfolds at the UN. What is South Africa's position more directly? Well, there's three options here, and I'll conclude on this. The first is that we take a unilateral direction. Right? And in this unilateral direction, we can draw the example in legislation to do with data sovereignty. So in May of last year, South Africa put forward the National Data and Cloud Policy. This was a review that had been done of the draft National Data and Cloud Policy of April 2021. And there, in the 2021 document, the idea was put forward that we should develop a state digital infrastructure company and develop state high-performance computing and data processing center. Right, so this is individual states choosing the sovereign option. It could also include cloud repatriation, this idea of bringing data locally, data localization defined as the requirements for the physical storage of data within a country's national boundaries, although it is sometimes used more broadly to mean any restrictions on cross-border data flows. Right? So potentially we have moved away from this idea of developing state sovereign capacity. The second option is to follow a multilateral or a club approach. Right? The multilateral we refer to as the UN approach. The club approach would choose a direction such as that taken by the G7, which had a digital and tech ministers meeting, put forward ideas where the democratic nations could bring technological leadership. Perhaps it will come up at the G20. There's also the club approach, and this is the BRICS. And South Africa, for the most part, has been a follower of the BRICS position. The Brazilian Declaration of 2019 notes on cyber that you're going to use the UN process, the GGE and the OEWG, the UN Universal Binding Regular Instrument on the criminal use of ICT, this idea of cyber crimes, which you refer to, and then potentially bilateral agreements. So Russia favoring intergovernmental agreements, but Brazil bilaterals. So how do we harmonize these? How do you bring them together? And so our provisional findings, as we do the writing of the paper, is that South Africa is active multilaterally, but it's a follower, not a leader. And part of the solution for this would be for South Africa to advance its own technology first, to innovate, because otherwise we're asking others to accept the rules that we're making for their technology that they've developed. Right? And this is going to be very problematic. The South African approach has been to use the club model to pursue the BRICS as the vehicle for that. And within a growing geopolitical tension between China and the United States, South Africa has chosen a fairly pragmatic approach rather than a principled approach, but these parameters are going to be increasingly polarized. The African position has been articulated in the common African position of last year, but it's difficult for us to see now what was South Africa's input into that AU position. Right? An African position has not been articulated by the South African government. The net effect is that this middle power space is shrinking. And as issues of technology governance become more prominent, and we argue also more urgent, South Africa is unlikely to play a leading role. Good, so that leaves us with some questions and potential answers. How can we understand South Africa's digital sovereignty and its effect on national security? Do we opt for this technological autonomy? Do we develop all of these technological instruments ourselves? If not, who do we partner with? Are we able to navigate a path of strategic autonomy in global geopolitics? what contribution can we make to cyber statecraft and cyber norms in international law? And what is the effect on state responsibility? Can South Africa formulate a position on that, especially when it regards the law of armed conflict? And then with international cooperation, is the common African position the best measure of South Africa's national interest, or should we be pursuing a more sovereign one? So in terms of where our paper goes, this is the set of conclusions that we have worked towards, but we welcome lots of comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Steenkamp. My apologies there. I had to be lenient with Dr. Steenkamp all the way from Stellenbosch University to come really and impart knowledge to the audience here. Now I'm going to allow Dr. Ncube to come through. And I think I'll have to be closer to manage time properly.
I won't take time. May I please remove this?
He's a local. He's home.
All right. Good evening, colleagues. My name is Menelisi Ncube from the College of Law, Mercantile Law Department. My presentation today will be a comparative analysis of cybercrime regulations in 3 countries in Africa: Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. I'll be looking at the challenges, some policy gaps, and some opportunities which I think are good for reform. This paper is anchored on a recent paper that I submitted for publication, which was based on cybercrime but dedicated to South Africa. But after, obviously, the literature that I found there, I felt there was a need to expand and probably see what other gaps and influences may be on the other countries. Colleagues, I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'll skip presentation outlines and go straight to the matter of the day. So in this presentation, I'll try to compare the 3 jurisdictions' legal frameworks in light of cybercrimes. While doing that, I'll identify the policy gaps and challenges and propose opportunities which I think are good for reform. A small disclaimer as well. This paper is in its infancy stage, and obviously I would appreciate any suggestions. Okay, what is the current African cybercrime landscape in Africa? You'll see that there is a lot of malware attacks, mobile money fraud, data breaches, cyber espionage, AI-powered attacks. And you'll also see that one of the reasons that informed the choice of these 3 jurisdictions is based on the fact that Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa are amongst the top countries in terms of cybercrime in Africa. So I saw that as a good step to see why these countries are in the position that they're in and try to come up with possible recommendations. So, colleagues, we'll start with Kenya. You find that in Kenya, the most common or the primary legislation for cybercrime is the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2018. I am tempted to compare it with the South African jurisdiction, but I'll do that later. So under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime, Critical Information Infrastructure and Cybercrime Management Regulations, which is an addition to the act that I just mentioned, this one provides detailed guidelines for protecting critical information, infrastructure, and managing cybercrime incidences. Perhaps I should mention this now, colleagues. You'll find that at the end of the day, and after I've tried to briefly discuss all these jurisdictions. The models of regulation are the same. There's an act which comes to protect the sharing of information. There's an act which comes to protect the cyber and define the cyber crimes themselves, and so forth. The reason why Kenya is also chosen is because it is documented today. This may change as we are speaking right now. A lot is happening in the cybercrime space. I'll mention this when I come to South Africa. Kenya has lost close to around $83 million equivalent on cybercrime in the year 2023. So obviously there are larger figures when it comes to the most recent years. I'll skip so those other legislations as they'll be discussed in detail in the paper itself. But basically what we'll be doing in the paper, we'll be investigating the robustness and the adequacy of the provisions of these legislations to deal with the new contemporary cyber crimes and how they're orchestrated, to try and gauge if they're still fit for purpose. When it comes to our second jurisdiction, that is Nigeria, it also has the Cyber Crimes Prohibition, Prevention, and etc. Act of 2015, which does entrench the definitions of different types of cyber crimes and so forth and so forth. We also have those other acts which are stated there or which are listed there on the slide. But I think what is very pertinent will be for me to share this bit of information that in as much as Nigeria stands as one of the 3 top countries in Africa when it comes to cybercrime, there are some positive steps that have been taken by regulatory institutions or our guardians of the cyberspace like Interpol and so forth, such that as of November 2024 to February 2025, under what is called the Interpol's African Joint Operation Against Cybercrime, in Nigeria, police arrested around 130 people, including 113 foreign nationals, for alleged cybercrime involvement. These crimes revolved around scams such as online casino and investment fraud. The suspects converted proceeds, these proceeds that they gained from the cybercrimes, to platforms that they can't really be traced easily, like our digital currency platforms, our cryptos, and digital assets, to try and conceal these tracks. And it has also been established, which is a very concerning factor, that not only has cybercrime remained a cybercrime per se, now you find that in Nigeria, it has also been established under this, it's also called the Red Card Operation by the Interpol, that some people working in these scam centers are also victims of human trafficking. So people who are human trafficked are now being used to orchestrate these cyber crimes. So it is now becoming a pool or a series of crimes. As much as we're trying to deal with this cyber crime, we now have to deal with guarding against people who are trafficked not to be now part of syndicates of cyber crime. Overall, the investigation, this red card operation, led to the seizure of 26 vehicles, 16 houses, 39 plots of land, and 685 devices. This is 2024, so these figures are bound to escalate as we are speaking. And I guess by the time this paper is in completion, the data will be different. So the challenges that are notable to Nigeria's regulatory framework to cybercrime is the weak enforcement of these cyber laws. The laws are there, they're entrenched, they're there in black and white, but when it comes to the enforcement thereof, there are challenges. Why are there challenges? There are issues of corruption, there are issues of a lack of infrastructure, lack of proactive measures which seek to curb the occurrence of the incidences instead of trying to fix what has already been damaged afterwards, after the fact. Moving to South Africa, South Africa's main cybercrime legislation is the Cybercrimes Act, which comes from the National Cybercrime Policy Framework. There's also obviously the POPIA Act, which I think resonates with everyone right now. There's also the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. As I mentioned earlier on, colleagues, we'll be also gauging if today these acts are still in line with what is going on in the cyberspace. In South Africa, quite recently, if it wasn't yesterday, there was news that the poultry company called Astral fell victim to a cybersecurity incident wherein it incurred losses of around $1.1 million equivalent. It incurred these losses trying to circumvent the perpetuation of further cyber crimes. So at the end of the day, it really shows how much or how fast or how in front these criminals are. In as much as we try to legislate, their orchestrations are already in front. And the Operation Red Card was being done in Africa, in 7 African countries. South Africa also happens to be a part of them, just like Kenya. So in South Africa, authorities managed to arrest around 40 individuals and seized more than 1,000 SIM cards. I guess this is now almost public information of the scams that involve SIM swaps, and the next thing, your banking details are changed and so forth. So in this operation alone, 1,000 SIM cards were confiscated, and along with 53 desktops, and there were towers linked to a sophisticated SIM card box fraud scheme. So in this scheme or this setup, it reroutes international calls to make them seem like they are local ones, meaning the challenges that we have of cybercrime, of jurisdictional challenges. Now the criminals are in front. They orchestrate these crimes from outside, but it is purported to seem as though it is a local number that's calling you, yet it's not. So this setup reroutes international calls as local ones, sorry, and it is usually used by criminals to carry out large-scale SMS phishing attacks. So in my previous paper, I dealt with a number of challenges concerning why South Africa is not really up there in terms of its regulation of cyber crimes, and I think that's why also we are still grey listed, although fundamental steps are being made to take us out of that zone. So the challenges, some of them include the slow adaptation of legislation. The National Cybercrime Policy Framework was crafted around 2012, but only came into operation around 2019, if not 2020. And then it gave birth to the Cybercrimes Act. So within that period, we've been giving examples of crimes that happened in 2024, which today there's more crimes happening, but the manner in which South Africa adapts or legislates and takes time in between is concerning. So that's one of the challenges which really will seemingly make South Africa lag in terms of trying to be at par or in front of the cyber criminality going on. I'll skip some of these challenges, colleagues. They'll be very apparent in the paper. Okay, so since this is a comparative analysis, these are some of the similarities that you may pick from these jurisdictions, besides the fact that they have the highest crime rates, and they're one of the countries in Africa with fairly good economies. You'll find that the criminalization of common cyber crimes and mostly governmental agencies are tasked with the enforcement of these cyber laws, meaning usually government agencies are tasked with investigating and coming to the finality of arresting criminals and so forth. Perhaps most importantly, I would like to also state that when it comes to some of the African Union instruments which seek to harmonize the regulation of cyber crimes and other criminal elements. There is a lag in African countries, often often driven by lack of political will or a fear that this African Union instrument may not really align with national laws of a specific country. So as an example, the Malabo Convention, which is the AU Convention on Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection, for these three countries that we're dealing with in this study, this is the current status. Kenya has signed it but not ratified. Nigeria has signed and ratified, at least. South Africa has neither signed nor ratified. So South Africa has neither signed nor ratified. That was an error. I'll skip here to the overall challenges which we will find in all the jurisdictions. There's inconsistent enforcement across all the three countries, of course, limited cross-border cooperation, often informed by the fact that laws are different and every country wants to obviously make sure that its needs are catered for, and that creates a lag in appreciating cyber crimes and going forward in a swift manner to ward off such threats. There are gaps in addressing emerging threats. Each and every day there are new threats, or there are new cyber crimes, or new ways in which cyber crimes are being orchestrated. And there's obviously lack of public awareness and digital literacy. I remember one of the speakers spoke about you educating your community, and as we stand right now, some of us don't understand one aspect of cybercrime. I, for myself, found an email about cyber course awareness on my email. It is a .com, so I'm not sure if I should click or not. So you see the problems that we have, that they don't only affect those people that we regard as, well, not so literate, and they also apply to us as well. And resource constraints as well. And I see my boss is looking at me here. There's, the recommendations, opportunities for reform. There's obviously a need for regional collaboration, but I think it has to be handled with great care to ensure that every African nation's interests are put into precedence. And there's obviously a need for strong investment in cyber security infrastructure. I wish I could go further and explain some of the things happening in South Africa. And there's also obviously a need to do a capacity building for law enforcement agencies. And one thing that I think I've seen in literature is that the private sector usually, they use what we call ethical hackers. Hackers which come to check and see if the systems are well augmented to ward off emerging threats. But this is not well documented in the South African or any of these other jurisdictions' public spaces. You see in South Africa a lot of, as an example, DSCAM, Department of Justice and Constitutional Development were recently hacked about this period 5 years ago. And I think these are some of the things or ways in which the systems may be augmented in order to ward off cyber crimes and ensure that all the visions, especially agenda of Africa and NDPs are met, such that countries are free from crime and we are well in front of the criminals, if I should put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ncube. I hope that the ethical hackers don't turn unethical after accessing the systems. Thank you very much for wonderful presentations. And it would really be unfair for me not to allow you an opportunity to interact if needs be, especially because you have been a great audience in this gravy train, and the route to closure or to adjournment of this session can only be through you. Yes, Professor Tridu. you had a question, Ambassador. Okay, we can start here while.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There are just a few things that I thought I should flag. I have a concern about the issue of African immigration. Who is migrating from where to where? And secondly, with the silence of the other migrants, what is the pattern of the other migrants? Do we know who they are, where they are coming from, and what are they doing in South Africa other than the African migrants? Then on another level, General, every system produces what it is meant to produce. You can't have a Boerewors line producing something else. It can only produce Boerewors. So now if you say the system itself is questionable, the first question is, what was this system meant to produce? You know, when I was having a debate at home with my young ones, I told them that, you know, I cannot make revolutionaries from counter-revolutionaries in a short space of time. It requires a long time span, and, you know, it calls for a lot of resources and all of that. So back to the key idea. If the system itself is questionable, why is it questionable? What was it meant to produce that it is not producing? Now, on the issue of the statistics, there is a general silence in our engagement about this, the statistics, especially the crime statistics. There's an institution whose job it is to produce statistics in South Africa, and that's Stats SA. Why are we silent about the role of Stats SA, and why are we looking for alternative sources? I'm not saying that others must not do research and produce statistics. That's not my argument. My argument is that, you know, Cubans said something to me which stayed with me on this point. They said South Africans love their problems and they don't want to get rid of them. And I thought that they were harsh. But when I looked at it, we've got institutions that are supposed to do certain things. Instead of holding them to account why they are not doing what they are meant to do, we create new ones, we substitute, we chop, we change, and we then complain that there is poor implementation. Who is going to implement if the ones who are supposed to implement are let go? They're just on leave. You know, they just get paid for not doing what they ought to be doing. So I'm just using Status A as an example because I've had a lot of issues around the statistics and what the police say about the statistics. And at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure that this thing of the police being a referee and a player at the same time is actually in our national interest. Why should the police be the producers of the statistics saying how good they are working? So let me say last part one, impact on social cohesion. It's an important issue that we talk about. And I think it's even gone higher up on the agenda. Because, as I've written elsewhere already, the election of Donald Trump in the United States of America have emboldened those who, when we were asking after 1994, are the people who supported apartheid, they never raised their hands. But today, with the election of Donald Trump in the US, they're beginning to raise their hands to say they are not in support of DEI, they are not supposed, they are not supportive of 142 racial laws in South Africa. And they are impacting on hard-won targets of social cohesion in South Africa. And they are reigniting latent racism that has continued to worry me. I mean, I've argued in other platforms that the biggest fear I have for South Africa is the death of the non-racial project, to build non-racialism in the country and to continue with social integration, amongst other things, in order to ensure the social cohesion we talk about. So I do like to hear more ideas about the education of communities and what role academic institutions can play in this regard. And I just observed that the number of public lectures that are being held by universities have actually declined. And why, when we actually need them most, I actually have no idea. And I would like this issue to be unpacked further. On controlling the media, I think that is a slippery slope. We will be on shifting sands. The more we panic, the faster we will sink. I think that needs to be thought of very carefully. The United Nations Charter does give us a very clear framework under what circumstances we can censor. If there is someone who is in danger, whose life is in danger, or if there is a potential public health pandemic, or there are national security concerns. Those are the grounds that are there in international law. Do you want to go beyond that? And isn't that a regression back to the apartheid era, where everything was censored? You could get a newspaper where you can't discern what really the story is because things were blotted out and they ended up not making any sense. Hurricanes of change. I know this was not your major point of focus, but I'm always concerned when, number one, nothing is said about the European Union. I know it's in decline. It handed over together with the colonial masters after the Second World War to the United States and became an attachment there too. But this current moment suggests that the European Union is a potential ally for those in Asia, for those in Africa, some argue, and I would like your take on that. Sorry for the long list of questions, but I thought I should cover you all because you were raising issues for us to contemplate.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Prof. Tredo, you can come through.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the speakers for those very interesting presentations. What I find interesting, it also connects with what the previous question was about, is how different things are in a tax context, where there's also Now, trade and tariff wars going on, as you all know, due to President Trump's executive orders where he withdrew from global tax deals. The global tax deals that he refers to relates to online tax deals related to big tech, which eventually evolved into general multinational enterprises tax. But it was initially with the purpose of addressing online transactions. So that's where I'm curious about what you've said. Dr. Ncube, I really liked your national and comparative analysis. So my question goes to yourself as well as the two speakers on the on the cybersecurity treaty future kind of question. So what's happened in the tax sphere, they're actually ahead of the cybersecurity sphere, which is kind of ironic, because you first have to transact before you can have income to tax, but obviously it happens. So there, South Africa's gone ahead and taken the lead from an African perspective, because we have a Global Minimum Tax Act, which ironically now, the future of that principle is in question worldwide after Donald Trump's withdrawal, because big tech are all located mostly in the USA. So that's what gives them power. And the OECD have done quite a bit of work. So I'm not sure what your take would be on using existing principles, because I think, that's why I liked your paper, Dr. Ncube, is that whether it's privacy tax, crime, it's still essentially in the legal systems. It's already there. And to what extent do you think the existing criminal law treaties, if any, that's not my field, I don't know, I'm asking you, can already cover what you've spoken about? Is it really necessary to have a separate treaty just because the crime occurs in cyberspace? Because, in tax context also, you're earning income, it's from intangible trade online, it's just the method that differs. That doesn't make the existing law non-existent. So that's where I'd like to just hear your views on that, Dr. Ncube, and then Dr. Steenkamp and Advocate Ncube. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentations. So my question just is about that. Are we not over-regulating or attempting to over-regulate, taking the risk that there might not be a multilateral solution? Because I'm taking that from the tax experience. Sometimes it doesn't work to try and collaborate with everyone else, because as Advocate Ncube started with state sovereignty, which I liked, that extends to all the different catalytic niche areas. And sometimes state sovereignty is the answer, and merely working out a way to allocate jurisdiction between the states in terms of a treaty. So I was just wondering what your takes would be on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to first allow Major General to come through. Prof. Magaze, you can allow the Major to come in through, and then we can move forward.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think I'm supposed to answer what Ambassador Lomo said about every system produces what is supposed to, what was I was supposed to produce. And all I can say for now, and I will think much about this, what I can say is that we were caught up in the whirlwind of the changes internationally, from the Cold War, a world with two systems turning into one, and what some call a triumph for liberalism, liberal democracy, and all of that. And in that space, we, in my view now, with serious reflection over the years, we then didn't have a vision beyond merely transitioning South Africa from institutionalized statutory apartheid. And our intention was to stabilize South Africa set it up on a new course which embraced the majority and take a new posture. I think we did that successfully in the first 5 to, or within the first 10 years. That's right. And my belief was that then at that stage, the possibility of reversal by the forces you are saying are rearing their head was already overcome in the first 10 years. The challenge then, we didn't go further than that celebratory move and get into the bricks and mortar of building a new society, undertaking concretely nation building and building the state. For instance, one of the major weaknesses of our state is that out of that first phase of that, which I say within the 10 years when indeed the balance of forces within the state changed, that's all right, but there was no vision to transit from that to make sure that the state become consolidated and therefore society become consolidated. One of the indicators of that, if you look at all of these services, whether it's defense, police, state security, even the public service, there were no reforms beyond, let's say, 2001. No reforms. It's just the first 5 years, basically, or 6 years. That's right. And then what then happened after that, instead of reforming them, we were Africanized. Every one of the state institutions are as black as anything, perhaps probably more than 95% African, even flouting the constitutional imperatives. We're happy with that, Africanized. But there was no real reform and transformation. So the state itself is stagnant and is regressing, among others, because of that. But talking broadly about society, we then forgot about nation building. Nation building became the springboks. Whereas when we have got an enlightened coach like, what is our coach now? This is scandalous. Yeah? He would hate for me to hear that I've forgotten his name. Yeah, Rasi Rasmas. That's all right. Now that is nation building, rugby. And that is what it has become. That is what you would call lighting a piece of paper and think you've got fire. Nothing. That's all right. So briefly, that's what I can say, Ambassador. We got derailed. And that is why we are where we are now, where basically what we may, as my colleague talked about, the loss of levers of power. We lost them there in that early period, but I think the winds carried us forward in that belief. We became dreamers. Until then, we are hit with a sucker punch in our teeth. Then we start trying to understand what happened to us.
Thank you, General. Commissioner, you know, as you are asking your questions, then I start thinking, but this is commissioner. Commissioners normally deals with immigrations as well. So, but now he's asking me, you know, yeah, I mean, ambassador, not commissioner. Sorry. Yes, ambassador. Yes. Thank you for corrections. Yeah. So you know, you are saying who's migrating from where to where? You know, it's a very complex question because as we stand now as South Africans, I think there's no one who can give a proper definition on that because we differ in terms of our understanding of who is Namibian. Is it our brother or is it a foreigner? So as long as we don't address those elements, because academics, I'm fortunate because I've never seen Unfortunately, maybe it might be in the political terrain because I'm not a politician. So normally these are the politicians who always engage in the issue of continents and countries. So foreigners that we are referring to here in South Africa, and I'm happy because your second question, you talk about what about other migrants? Those are ignored and they are not mentioned when we talk about serious crimes. We only talk about our brothers and sisters who are within the country. So it's like you read my mind. The time when I went out, I met Dr. Morodi. We talked about those things, and then we immediately referred to the incident that happened last year in Mpumalanga, where there was a camp of these guys from Middle East. So you see, it's one of the issues that is dominated at political stage, right? And as academics, you know, we tend to focus much on something that tend to be an obvious thing. That's why you see even the contribution of research output you indicated that is going down, because we are always presenting an obvious thing. Because my belief is that when you do research, your findings need to contribute to the outside knowledge. You need to change somewhere. But if you are coming up with the very same instrument, very same findings, so then what? Yeah, we're recycling the very same knowledge. As long as we still want to play at that level, so I'm happy, you know, with those questions. And now, out of what you asked me, I think I need to do more research on it, because you raised the issue of being a referee and the player. You're talking about the SAPS. Really, there's no way. I fully agree with you. What's the purpose of the state SA? But how many academics at that level who come up with that idea of that thinking that you raise it? So I think it's good for us who remain here and know that if we can take those ideas, we can be able to move forward. Because out of my findings, I was engaging my leadership to say, as a department, we need to find a way to develop not a generic state. We need to make a codifying state that able to say, we have South Africa, we have 90 Nigerians who committed murder, some they committed whatever offense. They speak to the crimes. So if we can able to see that which foreigners who are dominating in this type of criminality, so that's where we are not going to have a blanket approach when we deal with these foreign nationals. Because now we are using a blanket approach because we don't know whether Somalians are focusing on spaza shops, they're selling illegal stuff. On the other side, other ones, they're dealing with drugs. Because really, these people, they have expertise in different types of crimes. They dominate in those certain areas. So as a department, after my project, we want to find a way so that we can be able to present that statistics. Because SAPS, they are failing. There's no such in South Africa. But if you go to these other developed countries, you'll get those statistics. Immediately when you go to their system, they'll tell you that, okay, where are you coming from? You'll say South Africa. They'll say, hey, we have a problem with South Africa when it comes to sexual offenses. It's because their system automatically tells them. So, but here, it's the same thing. It's a blanket approach. Where are you coming from? Africa. You're a thief. You get my point. So, thanks. You know, to me, your questions tend to be like just a comment. You know, I'm sorry if I'm not going to answer the way you expected it, but really, I'm happy the way you structure them. You talked about the issue of this is the last point. The role of public universities when it comes to community engagement. You know, we are fortunate because here in our university, we do have fundings to do all these activities. It's just unfortunate that we don't have personnel to do the task. You get my point? We do have those fundings, but it's the issue of commitment. You know, academics, they tend to focus on certain issues. They deal, to them, it's research, because they can get paid, and teaching because it's the core business of the university. Then they forget another element of the university mission, which is community engagement and outreach. There's no way you can just focus on teaching and learning only. So I think from there, thank you so much. We will improve on that, and we'll surely, when you come to our next conference, we'll be presenting something interesting to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's try and be brief so that we can manage our time.
So I disagree with the idea of the European Union in decline. I studied in Europe, and at the time, it did seem as if the European Union was in decline, but I think it's just a misunderstanding of the nature of its power. And part of its power is its regulatory power. Sometimes we refer to it as the Brussels effect, and that is that when the European Union makes regulations that apply across the European Union, if you want to trade with the European Union, then you've got to adopt their regulations. And the idea there is of the risk society. So they look around and they see lots of uncertainty and risk and want to regulate against it. And so they make rules, for instance, in our area, privacy, digital rights, and so on. They are the leaders in that, and the rest of the world is just catching up to where they are. So I agree with you, however, that they are a potential ally. I think that observation is right, but I don't think they come from a position of weakness on that. I'm sure you want to add to that. Yeah, look, I think one of the ways to talk about the technologies is to call them disruptive technologies. And in that sense, it's telling you that there's a disruption from what came before. Yet at the same time, we've got to work with the existing legal frameworks that are in place. They've been hard fought and negotiated. They shouldn't be abandoned. I don't know tax law very well. I know the World Trade Organization and some of that law. And there we see existing frameworks being updated through TRIPS and on intellectual property, and also on digital trade and e-commerce. So they've been doing some work there. And I think similarly in tax, it's about harmonization. So identifying those policy areas where there can be harmony. The sense that we're approaching it when we talk about cyberspace in a more contested and fragmented world is a bit more problematic. It's based on the assumption that there's disharmony rather than harmony. And at the same time, it allows malevolent non-state actors to have as much power as state actors. If you take one area, perhaps closer to where you're thinking, and you look at Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies and so on, I think the intent there is to bypass government regulation as much as possible by those malevolent state actors. But at the same time, you've got state actors like North Korea taking advantage of the laxity of international regulations for their own state aims. So it's very much still a gray area, and I think it's difficult to just adopt existing frameworks without seeing that the nature of the technology is disruptive.
But probably just to finish off by saying to Prof, you've referred to the taxation regime. I always find interesting that when you look at the multilateral legal instruments in taxation, they don't operate the same way as others are operating in terms of the provision of 231, because they just apply without being domesticated. Probably there are reasons why that is the case. But coming to the cyberspace, I just want to refer to one of the, I always say we have people who are legends in the space who are Africans, that being Barrister Ucheme Oji. She has a chapter. He converted his doctorate into a book. And one of the things he's talking about is what happened in Strasbourg, where this issue about the cyberspace was long time ago, was discussed. But if you go through my own dissertation and you look at South Africa, that at the time, 2017, South Africa was in a process of elevating the NCBF, the policy framework, into a legislation that has the two cousins. That's what one of my supervisors, Sizwe Snail Kamtuze, always told them. Cybercrime, cybersecurity are cousins. We had a legislation that was having two cousins. There's a reason I'm giving the story. I was the one who was presenting in Parliament and indicating what are the non-negotiables for that particular piece of legislation to go through from the defense intelligence. And we're looking at it from a posted feet angle general. Because of what we presented, that there can be no legislation that must be passed if X, Y, and Z, including the boundary management and the resourcing, because a function must be resourced for it to be effective. What then happened? There was a lull. COVID happened. And I hope I'm answering some of the questions. COVID happened. Guess what happened? The two cousins were split. Now you saw cybercrime emerging. We're still dealing. My dissertation is still valid in 2025 in terms of cybersecurity because nothing has happened. But that talks to the sensitivities of the space. And it became worse. Because now if you look at what is happening in the global space, the consensus is it will be difficult to actually have what we want. But we still, as cyber lawyers, still maintain that we need a treaty that is going to bind everybody. As for how, it's a miracle. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always good to speak last because she has summed up quite. I actually agree with you, Prof. Tretu, to say that we should really guard against over-legislating. As we are seated right now, there's a lot of legislations dealing with cybercrime, cyberspace, and now we want to add, whenever there's a new cyber thing happening, we want to add new legislation. I also can see that will, at the end of the day, cause a lot of confusion if it is not doing that already. But when it comes to the African issue, I think because the laws are diverse and divergent, they are not really matching. I think that's where we can, for now, look into trying to find common ground that will work for everyone, so that cross-border cyber crimes are well adjudicated upon, and there's legislation that deals with that for now. I think for now, problems that will come, we'll try to deal with them later. Thank you.
Okay.
We want to finally thank the engagement. You helped us to shape our papers, and thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you really to the presenters. We really enjoyed the presentations, and I think that's the reason why we find ourselves here at this time. It was worth it, and colleagues as well, to bring the other perspective of AI, etc. We really appreciate it. You have been really a good audience, very interactive as well. We really appreciate your presence until this time. I would have said that for you to lead us to closure, but I think we'll still rely on AI leading us to closure. Thank you very much, colleagues. See you tomorrow as well. Okay.